Chapter 101, The Broom That Crosses the Ages. Flitwick became very emotional when he heard Ian's words. Flitwick suddenly had a guess in his mind. Ian means he and Nico have developed a new broom? Ian, what do you mean? Ian sensed Flitwick's emotions and said. That's right, it's exactly what you think it is. Now Flitwick is completely excited. Ian, take me to see it. Then Ian and Flitwick came to the laboratory of the black magic creature farm. Nico saw Ian and Flitwick, and greeted with a smile. Hey! Ian, Phileas, why are you here today, Phileas? Flitwick looked at Nico and said excitedly. Nico! I heard from Ian that you have developed a new broomstick. Nico glanced at Ian, smiled and said to Flitwick. Looks like Ian told you. I'm still thinking that now the Hogwarts Quidditch season is about to start. Phileas, when are you going to ask Ian about Quidditch? Ian heard Nico's words and said. I can't play Quidditch after all. Nico nodded approvingly. Your monster-like strength is not something little wizards can bear. Then Nicole said to 29 Flitwick. Phileas, come with me, and see the progress of the witch's broom across the ages. Nico and Ian took Flitwick to the warehouse where alchemy products were piled up. As soon as Flitwick entered the warehouse, he was shocked by the alchemy products piled up in front of him. The house is full of goblin silverware. Countless dark magic items are piled up like garbage. There are also many new alchemy items that he doesn't know, and they are thrown everywhere. Ian looked at the shocked Flitwick, smiled and said. Well, Phileas, is our collection all right? Hearing Ian's words, Flitwick exclaimed. I really can't imagine how shocking it would be to know the situation here. I thought I came to the goblins' treasure house. Flitwick has the blood of goblins, so Flitwick has a lot of research on goblins. Nicole laughed loudly when he heard Flitwick's words. Phileas, this is just a part of our collection. Ian still has a lot in his space ring. Flitwick looked at Ian even more shocked. How rich is Ian? Ian spread his hands and said. Part of it, and Nico. Now we should be showing Phileas the broom. We'll talk about other things later. Nico heard Ian's words and said. Phileas, Ian is right, let's go. We thought we should look at the broom first. After speaking, Nico came to a corner with Phileas who hadn't recovered yet. Flitwick saw a dozen or so bone brooms he had never seen before leaning against the corner. Ian explained to Flitwick. Phileas, those are the new brooms. The broom handle uses the spine bone of the Thunderbird. Sao Yu adopted the ghost silk grass from my world. The traditional magic craft of this world used in the connection. The refining of the broom was designed by Nico. As for how did the Thunderbird come about? Ian says there's nothing Home and Doug can't get. Speaking of which, Ian was looking forward to what Home's dog would bring him next time. It's just that sometimes the magical beasts have to hide the old man Newt and cook the raw meat first before talking about it. Flitwick looked at the broom in front of him and recovered, and asked worriedly. Ian, is your necromancer mother in here? After all, it is black magic, and it will hurt little wizards. Nico was the first to speak. Phileas, you don't have to worry about that. The design is based on Ian's undead magic. But the black magic erosion in it has been eliminated by me. Don't underestimate the product of the alchemical fusion of the two worlds. Speaking of this, Nico raised his head proudly with fanaticism in his eyes. Ian nodded to Flitwick. I didn't expect Nico to be able to do this. Flitwick heard Nicole's words and Ian's affirmation, and his worries just now were completely gone. After all, legendary wizards like Nico and Ian don't have the leisure to lie to him about this matter. Now Flitwick's excitement is at its peak. How about the performance of this broom? Ian thought for a while and said. The full output of magic power is conservatively estimated to be more than twice as fast as that of Nimbus 2000. The acceleration can be completed in 5 seconds. Auxiliary spells such as Cushion Charm and Windproof Charm are inscribed on Thunderbird's spine. Having said that, Ian glanced at Nico and said. There is also an alchemy soul inside as an assistant. You can think of this spirit as another wizard manipulating the broom. So the broom is fully self-flying and safe for little wizards. Hearing Ian's explanation, Flitwick felt that what he saw was completely different from the broomstick he understood. This is an alchemical product that spans the age of magic. Flitwick did not expect that the magical progress in the prophecy would be shown in front of him so quickly. although he doesn't know what an alchemy soul is. But Flitwick knows that traces of magic and alchemy on the broom are not of old times. It is the product of the combination of magic knowledge from two worlds. Flitwick looked at Ian seriously, and said, "Ian, I don't think this broom should be handed over to little wizards. I'd love Ravenclaw to win the Quidditch Cup though. But now your magic research is more important. It's a big loss if it's accidentally damaged." Ian heard Flitwick's words and said with a smile, "It's okay, Phileas, Nico and I want some broom data too. It's okay if it's damaged, magic needs to improve. Besides, it's not impossible to create this rich man. Besides, I'm part of the Ravenclaw, too, right? Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of human beings." Flitwick was very moved by Ian's words. Flitwick wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said, "Well then, Ian, thank Merlin for sending you to Hogwarts. You are the pride of our Ravenclaw." Now Flitwick wasn't worried about the Quidditch match at all. If Roger Davies and the Ravenclaw players get this era-defining broom, they still lose. Flitwick didn't mind giving Roger Davies remedial lessons. Ian probably still has tutoring parchment there, right? So what if the skills and quality of Ravenclaw players are not enough? We have equipment to crush. Chapter 102. Dumbledore looked at Flitwick in front of him, a little puzzled. This year's Quidditch season is especially positive for Flitwick. Flitwick also wrote him an application on parchment. In previous years, Flitwick had avoided this question. Now Flitwick took the initiative to come to the principal's office to make a request. Dumbledore asked Flitwick suspiciously, "Phileas, did Ian agree to play Quidditch?" Flitwick, opposite Dumbledore, said with a smile, "Professor Dumbledore, it's not like you don't know Ian's monstrous physique. If he is really allowed to participate in the competition, I think Madame Pomfret will come to trouble me." Dumbledore was even more puzzled when he heard Flitwick's teasing. Dumbledore asked, "Since that's the case, why are you so active this Quidditch season, Lewis?" Flitwick said with a smile, "Professor Dumbledore, please let me keep some secrets. I'm sure you'll be amazed during the Quidditch match." Dumbledore winked at Flitwick. "Could it be that this year your Ravenclaw Quidditch team also recruited talent?" Although Dumbledore asked this, he felt more and more that something was wrong. But Flitwick didn't answer Dumbledore's words, just looked at Dumbledore with a smile. Dumbledore sighed, and Flitwick said Ian would not be playing. Gryffindor shouldn't lose again this time. He believes in Harry's talent. Forget it, anyway, there are more legendary wizards in Hogwarts than there are in the world combined. This will not cause too many problems. As long as it is not dead, Ian can be rescued. Dumbledore then signed the parchment Flitwick had handed him. He wants to see what Flitwick's plan is. Each house Quidditch team then received a notification. The Ravenclaw Quidditch team will use the field at noon every day for the next week. No one is allowed to peek at Ravenclaw Quidditch practice during this time. And the Ravenclaw Quidditch team has changed to the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Flitwick wanted Ravenclaw's team to practice with Gryffindor first. Then challenge the strongest Slytherin Quidditch team. That way you can do it without fail. As for Hufflepuff's Quidditch team, besides one Cedric Diggory, isn't that playing baby games? After hearing the news, the little wizards had different reactions. That Ravenclaw team at the same level as Hufflepuff wants to challenge Gryffindor. And with Harry joining Gryffindor this year, the Slytherins will definitely lose. Come on, the Slytherins will definitely win this year. I think Ravenclaw is preparing a new secret weapon. I think the Ravenclaw team has a great chance of winning this year. The little wizard who said this was despised by other little wizards. It's useless to prepare any secret weapons for that Ravenclaw team. Nobody can fight but Roger Davis. Then a little wizard of Ravenclaw said, "You don't forget that Professor Grindelwald is not only a professor of defense against the dark arts, but also a member of Ravenclaw." In an instant, the little wizards who were discussing Ravenclaw Quidditch were stunned. Should not be. Professor Grindelwald is a professor after all. Shouldn't participate in Quidditch. These words made the little wizards feel at a loss. Ian was the most talented wizard they had ever seen. Maybe Ian's Quidditch talent is also very strong? Hermione at the Gryffindor table couldn't sit still after hearing what the little wizards said. Ian going to play Quidditch? Hermione ran to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom to find Ian after lunch. Hermione looked at Ian and asked. Ian, are you going to a Quidditch match? Hermione was still quite complicated. Ever since flying lessons, she knew she had no talent for Quidditch. But she would still be very happy if Ian participated in the competition. But she was from Gryffindor House. Ian felt Hermione's emotion, stroked her fluffy hair, and said with a smile. I won't take part in Quidditch, I'm still a professor after all. Hermione was disappointed to hear Ian's words, and said. Ian, your magic talent is so strong, maybe you also have a strong talent for Quidditch. Ian shook his head. I won't participate, and you know, I'm usually busy with magic experiments. If there are more things that need to be busy, I may not have time to teach you. Hermione was taken aback by Ian's words. Ian laughed out loud and said. Relax, even if I don't participate in this year's Ravenclaw will definitely win. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Ian's words. But what Ian said later made the little witch a little unconvinced and said. Gryffindor's Quidditch team is strong. Ian said nonchalantly. This year's Quidditch will be different. You'll know when the time comes. Hermione pursed her lips, and it was as expected by the little wizards. Ravenclaw has a secret weapon. At this time on the Quidditch pitch, Flitwick was ready to start training with Ravenclaw's Quidditch team. Roger Davis is very confused now. For today's training, Professor Flitwick asked his team to assemble. And no other little wizards are allowed to enter. Don't even ask them to bring a broom. Is this training or an autumn outing? Flitwick looked at the confused little wizards and said. Don't say what happened today before the game. This time we Ravenclaw win. Roger asked Flitwick in puzzlement. Professor. Do we have any secret training? Roger is very aware of the strength of his team, and he can only compete with Hufflepuff's, Lee's, Dyke team. As for Gryffindor and Slytherin, he didn't expect to win. Flitwick shook his head when he heard Roger's words. It's not some secret training. It's about getting acquainted with the new broom. Flitwick's words excited the little wizards. They don't want to use the comet broom at Hogwarts. Could it be that the professor bleeds and buys them the newest broom? Roger asked Flitwick excitedly. Professor, is it Nimbus 2000? Roger watched, and Flitwick shook his head, feeling a little lost. But I am still very happy, after all, even if it is just an ordinary broom, it is better than a comet broom. But Flitwick's next words made the little wizards of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team even more excited. The new broom was provided by Professor Grindelwald. I guarantee it. You will never find a better broom than this. Chapter 103. When Roger and the little wizards heard Flitwick say Professor Grindelwald, they feel that this time the Quidditch Cup must be secured. Most young wizards at Hogwarts now have a kind of blind trust in Ian. After all, Ian has done too much in this half-term. Moreover, the senior little wizards have experienced the torture of the defense against the dark arts professors of the past generations. I have never met a professor as reliable as Ian. In particular, the knowledge Ian tells in class is more professional than textbooks. And there are many little wizards who are rumored that Professor Grindelwald is very, very rich. So Roger thought Ian's broom for the Ravenclaw team wouldn't be a piece of crap. Just when Roger and the team members looked at Flitwick expectantly, Flitwick took out 7 brooms they had never seen before from the space ring Ian gave him. The moment Roger and his team saw the broom, they swear by it. These 7 broomsticks were definitely made by Professor Grindelwald. That iconic spine, and the white sweep. There are also blue patterns carved on the broom. It seems that there is something flowing in the pattern. Roger stared at the broom suspended 900 in the air. Although he also wants to learn the magic of Professor Grindelwald. But keep getting rejected. Now I finally have the opportunity to get close to Professor Grindelwald's magical products. Seeing that the little wizards were very excited, Flitwick said with a smile. This is our secret weapon. Your tasks these days are considered to be familiar with these brooms. If you can't win the Academy Cup with these brooms, I'll send you to Professor Grindelwald's cram school. Hearing Flitwick's threat, Roger and the others shuddered. The tragic appearance of Marcus that time was still deeply reflected in their memories. Then a witch on the team raised her hand. Seeing Cho Chang raise his hand, Flitwick asked. Miss Zhang, do you have any questions? Chu Zhang said to Flitwick with some embarrassment. Professor, can these brooms really get us to victory? Qiu Zhang just joined Ravenclaw's Quidditch team this year, and his impression of this game is still from the audience's perspective. Flitwick heard Qiu Zhang's question and said, "Nothing I say is as useful as your own experience." Roger nodded, and said to Qiu Zhang, "Since the professor says it can be done, it can be done. And Professor Grindelwald is part of Ravenclaw. Zhang, you don't know much about the old Hogwarts. In my opinion, there is no more reliable professor than Professor Grindelwald." The senior little wizards nodded in agreement when they heard Roger's words. Yet, Professor Grindelwald hasn't been teaching them for long though. But definitely the most reliable professor. And what Professor Grindelwald said was right. After Qiu Zhang heard what the Rogers said, he didn't speak anymore. She just looked at those brooms very worriedly. She couldn't accept the style of these brooms. Seeing that the little wizards had no doubts, Flitwick said to Roger, "Mr. Davis, please come and experience this broom first." Roger nodded excitedly when he heard Flitwick's words. He can't wait to try those brooms. That's the same style as Professor Grindelwald's. Roger reached out to grab a broom, and the cold touch made Roger excited. With Flitwick and the wizard watching, Roger stepped onto the broom. Roger gripped the broom tightly, took a deep breath, and kicked the ground lightly. In an instant, the broom quickly rushed out with Roger. Roger on the broom was also frightened by the speed. The little wizards and Flitwick exclaimed from behind, "Quick! Get out of the way!" Roger saw himself getting closer and closer to the wall of the CJDD arena, and it was too late for him to react. Just when Roger closed his eyes to prepare for the impact, he didn't feel the impact for a long time. "I'm okay." Roger slowly opened his eyes. He saw himself flying at high speed around the Quidditch field. "And I have no control over the broom at all." Flitwick down there breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like Ian's research really worked out. This should be the alchemy soul that Ian said protected Roger. The little wizards were dumbfounded. They have never seen Roger's speed on the broom just now. How could it be so fast? Moreover, Roger's reaction to avoid the impact just now was too extreme. When did Roger's flying skills become so good? Roger reacted shortly after he was in the air. He quickly controlled the broom and flew down. Roger felt very strange. When he wanted to control the broom, it would help him adjust his flying skills. This allows him to fly very easily. The moment Roger landed, the little wizards rushed up. "Roger! How did you do it?" "Roger, I saw you closed your eyes at first." "That's cool. Even a professional Quidditch player can't react to the speed and distance just now." Hearing the inquiries from the team members, Roger said excitedly, "I don't know, but I'm sure I didn't do it myself. The broom seems to adjust itself for me when I'm flying. And it's really fast. I promise, even Nimbus 2000 can only eat ashes behind it." The team members were shocked by Roger's words. What is automatic adjustment? Are you less scientific than magic? At this time, Flitwick came over and first checked whether Roger was injured. Seeing that Roger was fine, Flitwick said, "What Davis said just now is correct. It's a very powerful broom. One of its inventors is Professor Grindelwald. Professor Grindelwald lent it to you because of Ravenclaw's competition. You must not tell other colleges. Remember to leave the broom to me for storage after training every day." Hearing Flitwick's words, Roger and the little wizards nodded quickly. The surprise that Professor Grindelwald gave them was too great. With such support, if they can't win the Quidditch Cup again, they will have no face to see Flitwick and Ian again. Seeing that the little wizards had listened, Flitwick urged with a smile, "Okay, Davis, let's lead your players to train. Time is running out. This time we Ravenclaw will definitely win the Quidditch Cup." Chapter 104. The Quidditch players at Ravenclaw were in high spirits these days. Having experienced the feeling of rapid flight, they are disgusted when they see the comet broom. Moreover, the broom that Ian provided them allowed them to experience the flying skills of a professional player. No matter how fast they fly, they don't need to worry about hitting the wall. When they need to do some professional movements, the broom will also cooperate with them. And the little wizards of Hogwarts have never lacked curiosity. Roger and the others were pestered by little wizards every day to inquire about information. The most asked question is whether Ian will be on the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Neither Roger nor the Ravenclaw Quidditch players spoke. "Roger, how could they say? Although Professor Grindelwald will not participate, but the professor has already opened up for us. Just as the little wizards were expecting, the Hogwarts Quidditch season began. Harry still couldn't find a way to get back the book The Origin of Quidditch. But now was not the time for him to think about the incident. Harry changed now and waited in the waiting room of the Quidditch field. George and Fred sat down beside Harry and said, "Hey, Harry. Take it easy now. Ian shouldn't be playing." We went to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom to see Ian. Ian and Hermione were in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom when Roger and the others were training. The rest of the Ravenclaw players are rotten fish except for Roger. Although Harry heard what George and Fred said, he was still worried. Hearing Hermione's name, Harry remembered that when he and Ronald asked Hermione, Hermione didn't answer their question. Harry looked at the two with a sad face, and said, "But Granger, she didn't tell us if Ian would play." George and Fred heard Harry's words and said seriously, "Hermione was right to do this. Ian was her friend. Gryffindor is her house." Hearing what George and Fred said, Harry also felt a little better. Harry said to George and Fred, "George, Fred, thank you. By the way, did anyone die on the field?" George and Fred exchanged glances at Harry's words. George first said, "Harry, there are no dead Quidditch players at Hogwarts." Just as Harry breathed a sigh of relief, Fred continued, "But there are still a lot of broken hands and feet." Harry's heart went up again, and George continued, "The most serious thing is missing for several months." Harry's face turned pale with tension. Finally the two said in unison, "Finally he came back by himself." After finishing speaking, Fred patted Harry on the shoulder and said, "Relax Harry, you're a genius." Just when Harry was about to speak, Lee Jordan's voice came from the broadcast outside the arena. "The first match of this year's Hogwarts Quidditch season is about to begin. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw players please enter." George and Fred picked Harry up and walked towards the door together. "Harry. Good luck. Also, your Nimbus 2000 is really cool." When Harry and the twins walked out of the waiting room, the three immediately looked at the professor's stand. The three were relieved to see Ian sitting next to Dumbledore. Hermione saw Ian from the stands at Gryffindor, greeting her with a smile. Hermione's little face flushed slightly as she made a bet with Ian. If Gryffindor wins, Ian will make her lobster balls with cheese for supper tonight. If Ravenclaw wins, she has to promise Ian one condition. What exactly it is, Ian hasn't figured it out yet. Hermione snorted softly, ready to watch the match. Ian is great, she admits, but she doesn't think Ravenclaw's little wizard is also great. "Ian, you will lose this time." Next, it was the turn of the Ravenclaw players. But just as Roger and the others entered the arena, the little wizards exclaimed, "Look! What kind of broom is that?" "I don't know. But it should be related to Professor Grindelwald. That bone broom is so handsome." At this time, Lee Jordan on the commentary platform also discovered this. "Look! Roger Davis and their brooms. That's a new type of broom that I've never seen before. I feel like those broomsticks are similar to Professor Grindelwald's magic style. But today's Gryffindor is invincible." In the professor's stand, the professors also looked at Ian. Only then did Dumbledore realize that it was not Ravenclaw who recruited the Quidditch genius. It was Ian who gave them support. Coupled with the two research madmen Ian and Nico, it is impossible to make something so simple. Thinking of this, Dumbledore's face darkened suddenly. Gryffindor got tricked this time. McGonagall also looked at Ian with an ugly face, and asked, "Ian, what are those brooms they have?" McGonagall now just hopes those broomsticks don't go too far. Ian smiled and said, "A new type of broom that Nico and I developed." Dumbledore stared at Ian and asked, "Ian, is that broom one of the magical artifacts of the combined knowledge of two worlds?" Ian nodded at Dumbledore's words. "Yeah, I need to collect some data on these brooms for this game." Dumbledore rubbed his forehead and asked helplessly, "Ian, I just have one question. Are those brooms safe?" Ian smiled and said, "I'm one of the professors, how could I give the half-finished product to the students?" Only then did Dumbledore breathe a sigh of relief. But McGonagall and Dumbledore had a feeling that Gryffindor would lose badly in this match. Only Flitwick smiled and looked at the two teams preparing for the match below. This time, the Quidditch Cup belongs to Ravenclaw. Hermione knew when she saw Ravenclaw's broom, these were the secret weapons Ian was talking about. But the little witch is not going to admit defeat, the broom is better and the speed is faster. Competition still depends on strength and technique. Gryffindor Captain Oliver Wood looked enviously at Roger Davies' broom. But now he's going to act like a captain. Wood held out his hand to Roger, and said, "Roger, even if you have the support of Professor Grindelwald, you can't win this competition." Roger heard Wood's words and said with a smile, "You will know the gap between us later. This is not last year's Ravenclaw team. Because we have Professor Grindelwald." After speaking, Roger held Wood's hand. Mrs. Hooch came out at this moment. "Players on both sides, please get ready. I hope everyone will take this competition seriously. The fortress is level." Mrs. Hooch is actually curious about Ravenclaw's new broom. She's looking forward to Roger's performance of 8. Chapter 105. I'll count 3, 2, 1, and the game will begin. 3 equals. Players on both sides grabbed their brooms tightly. Mrs. Chi was waiting for the order to start. After counting, Mrs. Hooch blew her whistle. Next, the people in the venue saw a scene that they couldn't believe. Mrs. Hodge was also dumbfounded. The players of Ravenclaw ride on the bone broom and shoot out like flying arrows. Ravenclaw's chaser, also Captain Roger, had already grabbed the quaffle and Gryffindor's goal fly. Lee Jordan, the commentator, has not yet reacted. And the spectators were horrified to see that Roger didn't slow down as he approached the goal. Roger threw the quaffle into the middle basket of Gryffindor, and then flew towards a high platform in a straight line too. He's so fast. He's going to hit it. The idea was in the audience's mind. Some little wizards were so scared that they closed their eyes. Just when it was close to the limit distance of the high platform, Roger turned the broom around like a pro. Fly along the field at high speed. In just 7 or 8 seconds, Roger directly scored a goal with incredible technique and speed. Only then did Lee Jordan react. "Pull, Ravenclaw gets 10 points." Suddenly cheers resounded throughout the arena. "Oh! My Merlin! Roger, how did he do it? That's already at the level of a professional Quidditch player. Their brooms are really fast. My eyes can't keep up." Hermione was already stunned in the stands. Is Ravenclaw's Quidditch team that strong? No. Probably those Ian-style brooms are the problem. Then Ian's words reached her ears through magic. "Remember, a request, I will tell you when I think about it." Hearing Ian's voice, Hermione came back to her senses and looked at Ian on the teacher's platform. Hermione saw Ian looking at her as well, and winked at her. Hermione made a face to Ian, then she blushed and lowered her head, not knowing what Hermione was thinking. McGonagall, the fanatical fan, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. But McGonagall is an expert, and the performance of the broom just now is unheard of. Just now, even if Roger's speed is changed to Nimbus 2000, it won't be able to break the broomstick. And what about that outrageous acceleration? According to the Nimbus Racing Broom Company, even the Nimbus 2000 takes 10 seconds to reach top speed. McGonagall turned his head stiffly, looked at Ian, and said, "Ian, those hit high." Ian heard McGonagall's voice and looked at McGonagall. "Minerva, those brooms for me and Nico are not bad." The surrounding professors all reacted now, and they all looked at Ian. When McGonagall heard Ian's words, he stared at Ian with a dark face and said, "It's really nice, Ian. I know that Mr. Davis. It's impossible for him to have such a good technique. Even Wood couldn't do the limit circle just now." Ian pretended not to see McGonagall's expression, and continued, "That's for sure. This year's Ravenclaw is guaranteed." Hearing Ian's words, all the professors turned black except for Levi's face. Especially the 3 principals. Dumbledore also said to Ian with a dark face, "Ian, isn't it kind of you to give those broomsticks to the teachers?" Ian spread his hands when he heard Dumbledore's words. "There's no rule that says you can't bring a better broom. Look, Harry doesn't have a Nimbus 2000 either, does he?" The faces of the professors darkened when they heard Ian's words. "Are your brooms comparable to Nimbus 2000? And among the Gryffindor players on the field? Except Harry's Nimbus 2000 is better." Although the comet brooms of other players have taken off, they are still accelerating and warming up. Wood and the players feel like their minds are going blank. Did a big black mouse fly by just now? Harry was also the player looking at Ravenclaw, sweating profusely. Didn't you say that Nimbus 2000 is the fastest broom? Wood didn't react until Lee Jordan announced that Roger had scored. Wood gritted his teeth and said to the players. Hey! I think we need to get serious. You also saw it just now, their brooms are weird. The Gryffindor players also came to their senses after hearing Wood's words. 0. George and Fred says. That's right. Wood. Even if Ian gave them their broom. But they are still weak. Watch us beat them down. Wood nodded when he heard what the twins said, and then looked at Harry. Harry. You just need to find the snitch. Relax. We'll cover you. Harry nodded upon hearing Wood's words, and rode a broom to his place. Now the game officially begins. But reality is often cruel. Then something happened that made Gryffindor desperate. George and Fred hit the Bludgers anyway. Just players who can't beat Ravenclaw. Even if they sneak up from behind, Ravenclaw's players seem to have eyes behind them. And Team Ravenclaw's broom is really fast. Now the score has reached 130-0 in only 10 minutes. Chasers Katie Bell, Angelina Johnson and Alicia Spinnet have barely seen what a quaffle looks like except when serving. As a goalkeeper, Wood couldn't prevent the Ravenclaw players from attacking at all. 2.1 Wood is just going nuts. Ravenclaw players use many top-notch Quidditch tricks. The point is that no one made a mistake. When did they become so strong? Only Harry was still anxiously looking for the snitch. And the little wizards watching the game were also dazzled by the many extreme operations of Ravenclaw players. The cheers in the Ravenclaw stands never stopped. The stands of the other three colleges were very quiet. Although it is Gryffindor's team that is being hanged now. But the Quidditch match at Hogwarts is a tour system. The other two academies will bump into Ravenclaw's team sooner or later. McGonagall had stopped watching the game now and was staring at Ian. Today it seems that McGonagall won't let Ian go if Ian doesn't give an explanation. Chapter 106. Ian looked at Professor McGonagall who was staring at him, and said with some pressure. Minerva, would you believe me when I said I just wanted to test the performance of the broom? McGonagall obviously won't believe Ian's words now. Ian, I think you need to tell us. Why has Mr. Davies and his players improved so much in just 1 week? Now their Quidditch skills are completely better than professional players. McGonagall's words made the professor's ears pick up. They were also curious how Ian did it. Ian touched the sweat on his forehead and said. That broomstick me and Nico added an alchemy soul to it. That is, the equivalent of 2 wizards manipulating the broom. The professors looked at Ian in disbelief when they heard Ian's explanation. Alchemy souls? 2 wizards manipulating a broom. Snape gritted his teeth and said. Isn't this cheating? Flitwick heard Snape's words and said with a smile. Severus, there's number 30 rule in Quidditch that says brooms aren't allowed to have alchemy added to them. Flitwick's words made McGonagall, Snape, and Sprout want to draw their wands. But then McGonagall thought about it, and it really didn't seem like a foul. McGonagall couldn't help but exclaimed with a wry smile. What a genius idea! Ian, are you and Nico still here? Snape and Sprout were also staring at Ian, and they wanted to ask that question too. If you can't beat it, then join. The corner of Ian's mouth twitched, and said. No more. You're going to ask Phileas about this. I gave it all to him. You can't say it, or you'll be in big trouble. After Ian finished speaking, Flitwick's smiling face froze. Flitwick knew it was Ian throwing him the trouble. The 3 deans all looked at Flitwick in an instant. Dumbledore held his forehead. It seems that this year's Quidditch Cup Gryffindor is running out of hope. Dumbledore thought to himself that he would have to find a reason later, he must set the rules. Official play is prohibited from using anything Ian provides. Just when Flitwick was being questioned by the directors and Dumbledore was annoyed, the score on the field came to 140-0. Lee Jordan's commentary for this game is now desperate. Now he's just a ruthless scoring machine. The Gryffindor players were also sweating profusely. And it was Harry who was most anxious at this moment. He knew if he didn't find and catch the snitch now, then the Gryffindor Quidditch team is really doomed. Just when Harry came to inspect, Harry's eyes caught a golden after-image. It's the golden snitch. Harry quickly turned his broom and flew towards the golden snitch. At this moment, Ravenclaw's new seeker, Cho Chang, saw Harry speeding up and flying in one direction. Cho Chang immediately understood that Harry had discovered the snitch. Then Chu Zhang also turned the broom and followed Harry. Harry flew rapidly on the broom, getting closer and closer to the snitch. Not long after, Harry saw a small golden ball not far ahead. Harry was ecstatic when he saw this. As long as he catches it before the Ravenclaw team scores another goal, it will turn defeat into victory. Harry immediately accelerated the Nimbus 2000 to the highest speed and started chasing the snitch. Watching the golden snitch getting closer, Harry reached out his hand to grab it quickly. At this moment, when Harry felt that he was about to grab it, there seemed to be a blue figure rushing towards him. Harry was taken aback and almost lost control of the scan. But the next thing Harry saw, that figure was Ravenclaw's seeker. Her speed was just too fast. After Harry took control of the broom, Harry saw a golden thing in Cho Zhang's hand. At this time, Lee Jordan's desperate voice came again from the stadium's stereo. Ravenclaw seeker Zhang Chu caught the snitch. This Quidditch match is over. The winning team is the Ravenclaw. When the speakers announced Ravenclaw's victory, Harry couldn't help laughing wryly. It seems that Professor Grindelwald is not something we can win even if he just gives some support to the Ravenclaw team. The Wood and Weasley twins flew up to Harry on broomsticks. Wood patted Harry on the shoulder. "Harry, don't be sad, we didn't lose to the Ravenclaw team this time. We lost to Professor Grindelwald." George and Fred said with a smile. "Wood is right. We lost to Ian." Harry watched the three nodded and thought to himself. Next time maybe ask Professor McGonagall to ask Professor Grindelwald to borrow their broom. The Ravenclaw team cheered. Captain Roger wept with joy, he didn't expect that their Ravenclaw team would also rise one day. The Slytherin Quidditch players watched the entire match. In the Slytherin stands, Marcus Flint swallowed. The next match is Slytherin and Ravenclaw. As the captain of the Slytherin team, he felt that it was impossible to defeat Ravenclaw. But at least one dignity goal must be scored. McGonagall and Dumbledore sighed. The blessing of that broom to the player is really too great. Snape said to Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, I think we should ban broomsticks." But after Snape finished speaking, the reactions of the other three deans were beyond Snape's expectation. Flitwick was the first to say, "No, because of 210 lux. There is no such rule in Quidditch. It's legal and compliant." Sprout heard Flitwick's words and bought. Phileas is right. Anyway, her Hufflepuff team is at the bottom. The Ravenclaw team will definitely release water in view of the previous phase. Support Flitwick now, we can talk later. Sprout, she might even be able to borrow those brooms. And Dumbledore didn't expect two headmasters to object. Now Dumbledore could only ask McGonagall. Dumbledore looked at the silent Professor McGonagall and asked, "Minerva, what do you think? After all, the minority obeys the majority." McGonagall glanced at Ian, who was taking notes, and said, "I don't think it's in line with the rules. After all, you still have to abide by the rules of the Quidditch game." McGonagall's words surprised Dumbledore and others. Today the Gryffindor was beaten like this, and McGonagall actually spoke for Ravenclaw. McGonagall smiled dismissively. Today though their Gryffindor team lost. But the next game will be bad luck for your Slytherin team. Even banning Ion's items will have to be banned next year. As long as it wasn't for Slytherin to get the Quidditch Cup, McGonagall would be very happy. "I've been drenched in the rain, so I'll give you your umbrellas too. It can't be Gryffindor alone." Chapter 107. In the next Quidditch match, Ravenclaw defeated the remaining two houses without any suspense. The Slytherin team's long-standing vengeance for winning the Quidditch match by any means was on full display in the match against the Ravenclaw team. In the end, the Ravenclaw team deliberately retaliated and scored a score of 500:0. According to rumors, Snape boiled over several potions that day, and even nearly fried the pot. The match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff was very harmonious. After all, the fellow sufferers who were at the bottom of the list in the past still have to give some face. Cho Chang caught the snitch after the Hufflepuff team scored a goal to score a 10. But Hufflepuff's seeker, Cedric, kept his eyes on Ravenclaw's Quidditch team after the game was over. He seemed to be looking for someone's figure. After Ravenclaw's tour was over, the chiefs approached Flitwick to borrow a broom. "Professors, the broom has now been taken back by Ian. Now Ian and Nico need to redo some experiments." Hearing Flitwick say this, the professors could only dispel their own thoughts. Suddenly there is a rumor in Hogwarts. As long as you can get the help of Professor Grindelwald, then you can get what you want. But when the news reached Ian's ears, Ian was very speechless. "He's not Santa Claus." Just like that, Gavaz regained his composure. But one day, Ian suddenly remembered a promise Hermione owed him. When Ian thought about the arrangements for tonight, an idea came to his mind instantly. "Ian! I can't do it." Hermione's eyes were red, and her eyes twinkled at Ian. Ian looked at the distressed Hermione, and said comfortingly, "Hermione, you'll be fine soon. Be patient a little longer." Hermione's tears began to flow uncontrollably. "I literally can't cut any more." Hermione put down the kitchen knife in her hand and ran away from the onions on the table. Ian looked helplessly at the remaining onions cut on the table, and said, "Hermione, look, didn't you promise me?" Hermione said angrily as she washed her hands. "Then how can you tell me to chop onions? Ian, you big lumber." It turned out that Ian had received some magic onions purchased from Asan by Holmes Doug. But this onion cannot be cut using magic. Like potion ingredients, using magic will destroy its original magical structure. The flavor of the onion without losing its magic structure is top-notch. Ian looked at the onion worriedly. He didn't want to be stared at, because he thought that Hermione still owed him a promise. Ian sighed, it seems that he still has to find a way to trick someone into cutting it. As soon as Hermione recovered, she looked at Ian angrily. Ian felt a little nervous when Hermione saw it. Tien said, "How about I make another cheese lobster ball tonight?" Hearing Ian's words, the little witch's momentum suddenly weakened. "But I still feel that Ian cannot be forgiven so easily." So Hermione thought for a while and said, "I also want to eat lemon squid crisps." Ian felt the little witch's emotions, and said with a smile, "No problem, why don't you read a book and wait for me?" Hermione shook her head when she heard Ian's words. Hermione blushed a little and said, "I watch you do it." Ian was a little puzzled, what's so interesting about this? But still nodded, surrounded the magic wand and started to make a garden. Hermione watched Ian who was cooking, unconsciously fascinated. After a while, the door to Ian's lounge was opened. Dumbledore and Grindelwald entered. Grindelwald said excitedly as soon as he entered the door, "Ian! I heard from Home and Doug that there's something new." Ian looked at Grindelwald with a smile, and said, "Yes, old man, you come here first. I have something to tell you." Grindelwald and Dumbledore walked over to Ian in bewilderment. Grindelwald didn't wait to ask a question. Ian pointed to the half-cut magic onion. "Help, cut up those onions. By the way, you can't use magic, that's Asan's magic onion. It's all day and night, and Hermione at least knows how to help clean up. No, you two have nothing to eat tonight." Hearing Ian's words, Dumbledore and Grindelwald turned blacker than the bottom of the pot. And Hermione let out a chuckle. At night, the eyes of Dumbledore and Grindelwald were still slightly red. That magic onion is really hot on the eyes. But after sitting down to eat, the onion dragon steak made of magic onion is really delicious. Both Snape and Newt were eating supper with dark faces as usual. One loves magical materials, and the other loves magical animals. At this point Dumbledore said to Ian, "Ian, it's almost Christmas. How are you going to live?" Hearing Dumbledore's words, the professors and those legendary wizards all pricked up their ears. Ian thought for a while and said, "I'm going to Zarage Castle in the Scottish Highlands. Hermione's parents are being entertained this time. Hogwarts and the little wizards. I don't think it's quite right." "Dumbledore, what about you?" Dumbledore heard Ian's words, smiled and said, "I'm definitely going with you. We're already family. Christmas must be spent together, of course." Grindelwald also nodded with a smile. Christmas is all about being together. The little ones in Zarage are sure to be very excited. Hermione pulled Ian's sleeve excitedly and asked, "Ian, what is Castle Zarage? Ian patted Hermione's hand lightly and said. It's my castle, about the size of Hogwarts. Hermione was shocked when she heard Ian's words. She knew Ian was very rich. But she didn't expect Ian to have a castle. At this moment, Nicole looked at Ian and said. Just right. I'm going with Pernelli. And Gregorovitch. Ian, do you mind? Ian nodded with a smile. Of course. Welcome, Nico, Pernelli, and Grigovish. Newt also said at this time. Ian, my son and grandson spent Christmas in New York this year. Hagrid guards the farm, I guess me and Tina. Ian nodded to Newt too. No problem at all. Grindelwald frowned and said. Ian, you don't want to take everyone to Zarage. I'm afraid they have bad intentions. Ian ignored Grindelwald and asked the professors. And what about Phileas, Minerva, Pomona, and Severus? Flitwick and Sprout naturally smiled and agreed. Snape nodded stiffly, too, with mixed emotions in his mind. But McGonagall said somewhat helplessly. You're all gone and I need to stay and watch Hogwarts. Ian heard McGonagall's words, smiled and said. I'll deliver the Christmas present on time. Thank you, Ian, I'll be looking forward to it. Hermione's eyes lit up. What does another magic castle look like? Hermione is now very much looking forward to Christmas. Chapter 108. After confirming the banquet for Christmas this year, Ian returned to normal daily life. It's snowing in England in December. Hogwarts seems to be covered with a silver veil. Ian is giving the little wizards their last defense against the dark arts class before Christmas. Okay, that's all for our first half semester class. There is only one homework, to review the knowledge learned earlier. The little wizards immediately cheered when they heard Ian's words. Professor Grindelwald didn't assign a lot of homework. That way they can have lots of time to play. Ian reached out and pressed down. The cheering little wizards fell silent instantly. Seeing that the students were quiet, Ian went on to say. There's a test coming back from Christmas. I don't want to see anyone fail. I think you should have heard of the fate of failing. Hearing Ian's words, the little wizards shuddered. The great reputation of Hell's Cram School is still sung in Hogwarts. Seeing that the little wizards are all honest, Ian nodded in satisfaction. Then get out of class is over now. Merry Christmas everyone. The little wizards got up and said goodbye to Ian. Goodbye, Professor Grindelwald. 333 Merry Christmas. Professor. Professor. I'll give you a gift. Ian smiled and looked at the students. Thank you, then I'll be looking forward to it. After the little wizards left, Ian started tidying up the defense against the dark arts classroom. Looking at the empty classroom, Ian felt a little melancholy. It has been half a year since he came to this world. Ian has met many people, and the little wizards also respect him from the bottom of their hearts. This is something he couldn't imagine before. Just as Ian was sighing, there was a knock on the door of the defense against the dark arts classroom. Ian looked up and saw that it was Hermione who opened the door and walked in. Ian greeted Hermione with a smile. There you are, Hermione. Hermione walked happily towards Ian. Ian, it's a holiday tomorrow, shall we go to Zarage today? Ian nodded with a smile and said. Yes, but it will take a while. Someone will come get us. Now I think we should go and decorate the auditorium. In fact, Ian always has an inexplicable feeling about Hermione. He had never experienced this kind of feeling before, and it was the first time Daft had such emotions on himself. Ian feels caring, but not the kind of elder care of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. It's not the kind of caring that you get between friends either, there's more emotion. This confuses Ian, but he seems to be having fun with Hermione. Ian decided to take a closer look. Then Ian and Hermione came to the auditorium. Flitwick was at the moment putting up the Christmas decorations in the Great Hall. Seeing Ian and Hermione coming, Flitwick waved to them. Ian. Hermione. Come help me. Ian and Hermione walked towards Flitwick, and Ian asked. Phileas, what can I do for you? Flitwick points to the Christmas socks and ribbon decorations. We need to hang these things up. I can't believe Professor Greenroger heard this and ran away. Well, now that Grindelwald has been with Ian for a long time, he has picked up Ian's habit of avoiding trouble. Hermione snickered from the sidelines. Ian spread his hands helplessly and said, "Then I'll come." Immediately, Ian summoned many skeleton mages. The little wizards in the auditorium exclaimed, "Go and hang up these decorations." The skeleton mages immediately started to act after receiving Ian's order. Flitwick watched this scene and heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Ian. I have to say, you undead are really convenient." Ian looked at Flitwick with a smile. "Just some tricks. Okay, now let's go to Dumbledore. The undead will take care of these things." Flitwick nodded, and went to the headmaster's office with Ian and Hermione. As soon as Ian and the others entered the principal's office, they found that everyone had arrived. Dumbledore looked at the three of Ian and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to come so soon." Ian glanced at Grindelwald and said, "If someone is not running then it will be faster." Grindelwald was a little unconvinced when he heard what Ian said. "Hey! Ian, you are the least qualified to talk about me here." Ian ignored Grindelwald, took out a letter, and said, "Jace wrote that they'd be picking us up from Hogwarts Bridge tonight." Newt asked a little strangely, "Ian, isn't Flo faster?" Ian replied, "Jess and the others are all in one mind." "I agree. Ian won't say he has a plan with Grindelwald. If using the Flo network, Dumbledore must be the last one to leave. Then how to achieve his plan with Grindelwald?" Dumbledore nodded, approving Ian's words very much. "Yes, Newt, sometimes the process may be more important than the result." In this way, Ian and the others waited until the evening. McGonagall was going to host a banquet in the auditorium, so he left first. Ian looked at the clock in the principal's office and said, "Then let's go. Jess and the others are almost here." Everyone left Hogwarts together, but Grindelwald quietly left for a while. Ian held Dumbledore back from his detection. After Grindelwald returned, Ian rumoured Grindelwald. "Old man, did you get that Ariana Dumbledore's soul?" Grindelwald also rumoured to Ian. "Got it. Albus put his soul in the storage container you made. The storage can't be moved. Albus is too vigilant. Albus put a dozen warning spells on it. Fortunately, you gave me the soul box in advance. I'll put it in the soul box you gave me." Ian was relieved after hearing Grindelwald's words. Ian and Grindelwald were going to surprise Dumbledore. This is the result of Ian and Nicole's hard work. Dumbledore always felt a little weird at the moment. As if something big is about to happen. He had wanted to take Ariana with him for Christmas, too. But Ian told him that Ariana's soul is still sleeping and needs rest. It's better to put it in the storage, so as to dispel Dumbledore's thoughts. But Dumbledore didn't know that it was Ian who lied to him. Everyone walked out of Hogwarts and came to the opposite side of the bridge. Ian looked up at the sky and said, "Jess and the others are coming." Chapter 109. Everyone followed Ian's gaze. A black and gold-rimmed carriage was flying towards them in the sky. In front of the cart were 16 black lean horses with bat wings. Around the carriage, there were more than a dozen wizards on brooms escorting the carriage. Hermione beside Ian said to Ian in surprise, "Ian, that carriage is flying in the sky." Then Hermione asked a little strangely, "The driver pulls on the reins, but there's nothing pulling the cart." Ian smiled and said to Hermione, "That carriage has horses pulling it. That kind of horse is called a thestral. Only those who have witnessed death can see." Newt nodded when he heard what Ian said, and said to Hermione, "Little Hermione, Ian was right. That is also a very rare dark creature." Hermione shuddered when she heard Ian and Newt's words. Can only those who have witnessed death see it? After a while, Jess pulled the carriage and landed in front of Ian. Jess ran off the carriage, and the saints also got off their brooms, and stood in front of Ian and Grindelwald to salute. "Sir! Your Excellency! Jess Ankar and his subordinates are here to pick you up." Ian nodded, patted Jess' arm, and said, "Thank you, Jess. Let my friends get into the carriage first." Grindelwald also nodded to the surrounding saints. Jess stood up and nodded excitedly. Mr. Just patted his arm. Jess pulled out his wand and waved it, and the door of the carriage opened slightly. A ladder stretches out over the entryway. "Sir and Your Excellency, and Mr.'s friends, please get on board." This was the first time Hermione saw Ian's men. She remembered being called a saint, initiator of the First Wizarding War. But Hermione didn't expect the saints to be so respectful to Ian. Ian was very easygoing at school. Now Hermione has a very unrealistic feeling, and Ian is also a big figure in the wizarding world. This made Hermione start to get a little nervous. Ian felt Hermione's emotions beside him, held Hermione's hand, and said with a smile, "Don't think so much, I'm still me." Hermione felt the warmth of Ian's palm, and she was relieved. "I adore Ian more in my heart, but I also secretly want to work harder." Jess and the saints looked at this scene, and their hearts skipped a beat. This little witch must pay attention in the future. Then Ian led everyone into the carriage. What looks small on the outside is huge inside. And the dark gold decoration is gorgeous. Even the drinking cups are made of silver. After Ian led Hermione to sit down, Jess saluted again and said, "Sir, I'm going to drive the carriage. This evening's banquet is held in the Great Hall of Zarage Castle." Ian nodded and waved his hand. Many wine glasses and a bottle of wine on the wine rack flew towards Ian. Jess poured wine for everyone first, then turned around and drove the carriage. The saints around the carriage also got on their broomsticks. "Drive!" As Jess flicked the reins, the Thestrals roared and flew up with the carriage. The saints also took off to escort around the carriage. Dumbledore laughed and joked, "Unexpectedly, I will also be escorted by a saint one day." Grindelwald gave Dumbledore a blank look. "Just take a good rest and look forward to tomorrow's Christmas gift." Dumbledore heard Grindelwald's words and said, "I think it's wool socks. As you all know, I never have enough wool socks." After finishing speaking, Dumbledore lowered his head a little lonely. "When will you wake up, Ariana? Brother really misses you." Ian, Grindelwald, and Nicole looked at each other. The three of them used magic to spread the word at the same time. "Don't tell anyone in advance." Hermione wanted to ask about Dumbledore, but Ian squeezed her hand lightly. Hermione knew it was Ian signaling her not to ask. So Hermione put the question back in her stomach. On the next trip, Hermione was attracted by the scenery outside the window, and kept asking Ian all the time. Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and the professors had been talking about arrangements for the second half of the term at Hogwarts. The Nicholls, the Newts, and Gregorovitch exchanged some knowledge about magic and fantastic animals. About half an hour later, Hermione saw a brightly lit castle below. Hermione asked Ian in surprise, "Ian, is that Zarage Castle?" Ian nodded. "We're almost there." Soon after the carriage began to land, at the moment it came to a complete stop. The door of the carriage was pulled open by Jace, who lowered the ladder of the carriage. The saints stand in 2 rows. "Welcome sir, go home." Where had Hermione seen this scene before? She was a little at a loss. Ian smiled and said to Hermione, "Take it easy, you'll get used to it later." Hearing Ian's words, Hermione took a deep breath. She's the one to be by Ian's side. Never bother Ian. The Newts had no idea that Ian held such a high place in the hearts of the saints. The Nicholls, Gregovitch, and the professors had already been mentally prepared. When the saints looked at the little witch, they were amazed. At this time, Milan Ankar and other saints and elders walked to the carriage. Milan said excitedly, "Sir! I am Milan Ankar. Just call me Milan. Welcome you and your friends to Zarage." Ian nodded and greeted the saints with a smile. "I've heard the old man say you many times. I'm looking forward to the dinner of home in these few days. Andy, how does it feel to be Minister of Magic Training?" "Me Arthur, the Durmstrang matter troubles you." Homan Doug said excitedly. "Sir, don't worry. Old man, I am absolutely reliable in my work." Andy Brock said a little embarrassedly. "It's still interesting to be around Mr. This Ministry of Magic is really tormenting people." Michael Carroll laughed and said, "It's just a few mice, there's no trouble." Ian smiled and nodded at them. Bathilda Bagshot stepped forward and patted Ian, while looking at Hermione beside him. "Ian, why don't you introduce yourself?" Hermione blushed under Bathilda's scrutiny. Ian looked at Bathilda with a smile and said, "This is Hermione Granger. Hogwarts Genius Little Wizard 3. Chapter 110. Bathilda smiled and nodded to Ian, and said to Hermione, Hi, can I call you Hermione? I'm Bathilda Bagshot. Hermione looked at the woman in front of her and nodded shyly. Hermione suddenly remembered something again, and exclaimed. You are the author of a history of magic. Bathilda smiled and said. Yes, dear, it seems that you really enjoy studying. I thought little wizards didn't like that book. Hermione quickly shook her head and said. How is it possible? I like your book very much. While Hermione and Bathilda chat, Ian looked at Wenda Rozier at the side, and said. Wenda, I think you should talk to the old man first. Grindelwald and Dumbledore's faces darkened instantly. Grindelwald just wanted to give Ian a 227 with his wand. Wenda Rozier heard Ian's words and said with a smile. Sir, I still won't bother Lord Grindelwald and the others. Sir, go to the banquet quickly, because everyone is waiting. The saints brought Ian and the others to the auditorium of Kesseridge Castle. At this time, the auditorium has been decorated in the atmosphere of Christmas. Alchemical oil lamps hung on the surrounding walls. Huge stone statues stand at the four corners, and these stone statues are all gargoyles made by Ian. Hermione saw that the ceiling in the Great Hall was nothing like the one at Hogwarts. There are many huge crystal chandeliers suspended from the ceiling of Zerik's auditorium. On the top of the ceiling is painted a huge mural of magic. Hermione could see that something seemed to depict wizarding history and a legend. Bathilda looked at Hermione curiously at the mural above her head. Bathilda smiled and explained to Hermione. Little Hermione, the frescoes are painted with some hidden history of wizards. Another story is the legend of Grim Reaper. Hermione was stunned by Bathilda's words. Is it the legend of the god of death? Then why are the legends of the Grim Reaper and the history of the wizard drawn together? Ian sensed Hermione's emotion and said with a smile. Don't think about it just yet, Hermione. You will know when you are strong enough. Hermione nodded upon hearing Ian's words, and squeezed Ian's hand even tighter. Bathilda watched this scene with a kind smile on her face. At the front of the auditorium is a large round table. At the back of the auditorium are long tables for the saints. Ian led the crowd and the saints and elders to the round table and sat down. Ian and Grindelwald sat at the main seat. Grindelwald smiled and said to Ian. Ian, are you ready to give a speech? Ian gave Grindelwald a blank look, and said. Get ready, some old man finds himself troublesome. Grindelwald laughed heartily when he heard what Ian said. Ha ha ha, now Ian, you are the leader of the saints. I'm just a retired old man. The saints and elders laughed when they heard Grindelwald's words. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald with a smile and said. Gale, Ian is much better than you were back then. Taking Gringotts and the Norwegian Ministry of Magic in half a year. Ian's reputation is very strong internationally now. Ian looked at Dumbledore sullenly. It's not a good thing you two old men did. Then Ian looked at Milan Ankar. Milan, how long will the banquet start? Milan Ankar said respectfully. Sir. Your Excellency. Now you can notify the saints to enter. Ian nodded when he heard Milan's words, and said. Then let's begin. Immediately, Milan saluted, turned and walked towards the gate. After a while, the door of the auditorium was pushed open again. The saints came in orderly. After the saints took their seats, Milan nodded to Ian. Grindelwald and the saints also looked at Ian. In the surprised eyes of everyone in Hogwarts. Ian stood up slowly, drew out his wand against his cheek, and said loudly. My friends. It's Christmas Eve. We're going to spend time with the family in Zarage. Hopefully the coming year won't be as troublesome as this year. I also wish you all a happy holiday starting tomorrow. Let's drink together. After Ian's voice fell, the saints raised their glasses and cheered. Thank you, sir. Merry Christmas, sir. Sir. Long live. Grindelwald held his head. He didn't expect Ian's speech to be about a holiday. Dumbledore and the professors and Bathilda looked at Ian with a smile, which is Ian's style. Nico and Grigorovich looked at each other. Forget it, anyway, the future is up to Ian whether he is willing or not. Newt and Tina now know Ian's character, but are still very surprised. And the saints and elders burst into tears. They watched as the auditorium was filled with wizards. There are young wizards with fresh blood, as well as old saints like them who have been sticking to their faith. For many years, they have not seen such a brilliant scene of the saints. Also, it's not the same as the first Wizarding War now. Their former enemies also sat with them. Albus Dumbledore, Nicole Mailer, Newt Scamander. Now at this dinner, at Ian and Grindelwald. Most of the legendary wizards in the world have gathered together. Andy and others seem to have seen the future. After the banquet in the evening, Milan arranged rooms for everyone in Hogwarts. Hermione's room was arranged by Milan next to Ian's bedroom. Good night, Ian. See you tomorrow. Good night, Hermione. After greeting Ian, Hermione made up her bed. She felt that today's experience was incomparably dreamy. In Zarage Castle she saw many powerful wizards in the magic department. They are all famous figures, ranging from magic escorts to historians. Although Hermione is usually with Ian, the elder wizards around her are all very powerful wizards. There are also many legendary wizards like Grindelwald 5.2. But after leaving school, Hermione discovered just how terrifying Ian's influence on the wizarding world was. Today those wizards called saints respect Ian very much. Among them, Hermione could see that Ian must be the most central figure. Such Ian usually teaches her very patiently. And he will give her delicious food and promise her some willful requests. In the Muggle world, only her parents would do this. The more Hermione thought about it, the more determined she became. She must not let Ian down. One day she's going to be very, very strong. With a smile on her lips, Hermione murmured. Good night, Bigwood. At this time, the door of Ian's room was pushed open. Ian looked around to see if there was no one there. Ian ran to the laboratory in Zarage Castle. Chapter 111. Ian hurried to the underground laboratory of Zarage Castle. Grindelwald has arrived early. Grindelwald looked at Ian, who had just opened the door, with some disgust. Ian, you are so slow. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ian looked at Grindelwald in the laboratory in surprise, and asked. Old man, why are you so fast? Didn't the old men find you out? Grindelwald sneered. Just in the room. I put a new version of the water of death in Albus's wine. Severus has just successfully researched it. It is colorless and odorless. Ian looked at Grindelwald suspiciously, and said. Severus, can he give you such a good thing? Grindelwald spread his hands and said. When Severus heard that I was going to stun Albus, he gave it to me without hesitation. I have a feeling there must be something between him and Dumbledore. Ian was a little ashamed. It seemed that Snape was also very upset with Dumbledore recently. Ian didn't continue to struggle, and asked Grindelwald. Have you brought anything? Grindelwald took out a black box engraved with mysterious patterns from his robe. Certainly. After speaking, Grindelwald threw the box to Ian. Ian caught the 02 soul box thrown by Grindelwald. Then Ian glanced at Grindelwald and said. You'd better be careful. If old man Deng knew that you lost Ariana's soul like this, I think you will be the next one to be lost. Grindelwald looked at Ian helplessly, and said. If you can't catch it, there is a problem. At this time, the door of the laboratory was opened again, and it was Nico and Pernelli who came. Nick laughed and said to Ian. Looks like I'm not late, Ian, are we witnessing a miracle tonight? Ian nodded and said. Our two calculations cannot be wrong. 1. Nico, get the stuff out. Pernelli knew what a crazy thing her husband and Ian were going to do. Pernelli said with some worry. Nico, Ian, are you really sure? Nico smiled and said to Pernelli. Don't worry, Pernelli, my calculations with Ian will not be wrong. Ian also nodded to Pernelli, turned to Nico and said. Go ahead, Nico. Hearing Ian's words, Nico took out the body of a 10-year-old little wizard from the bag of the untraceable stretching curse. And this body is a little witch, wearing Hogwarts student wizard robes, and the face of that little witch is Ariana. Grindelwald looked at the familiar face in front of him, with memories in his eyes. He accidentally killed her during a fight with Dumbledore and Aberforth. Ariana was 10 years old at the time, and also an apathetic one. This was also the trigger for his break with Dumbledore. Grindelwald asked Ian. Ian, if Ariana is successfully revived, will she still be the Obscure? Ian shook his head and said. No, old man. Moron resides in the little wizard's body, not in his soul. I've read Newt's research notes, and what is silently eroding is the magic circuit on the wizard's body. Obscurity dissipated when you killed Ariana. Then Grindelwald breathed a sigh of relief. Grindelwald looked at Ian and Nico with unprecedented seriousness. Ian, Nico, thank you. Ian looked into Grindelwald's eyes and said with a smile. No thanks, old man. You are my family. Speaking of this, Ian was a little embarrassed. Nico laughed loudly and said. Ian's right, Gellert. Now you just have to wait. Tomorrow we have a big surprise for Dumbledore. Grindelwald nodded solemnly, and Pernelli stepped aside. Ian checked Ariana's body with magic power, and said to Nico. There is no sign of decay, and life characteristics are stable. The magic power circuit is normal, now only the soul is missing. It seems that the flesh and blood of dark creatures can really make a wizard's body. Nico, this is a very important step forward. Nicole laughed loudly when he heard Ian's words. Thanks to your method of making liches in undead magic. Extract the magical flesh and blood of dark creatures and use powerful magic links. Then remove the traces of black magic erosion. Finally, the wizard's body and magic circuit were shaped. There will be another way to eternal life. Ian and Nico looked at each other, and Nico turned to Ian. Ian opened the soul box, and Ariana's soul was sleeping inside. Ian drew out his wand and pointed at Ariana's soul, saying softly, the soul is in control. Immediately, Ariana's soul floated up from the soul box. Ian controls the soul suspended above Ariana's body. Ariana's soul slowly enlarged, becoming the same size as her body. Nico, Grindelwald and Pernelli watched this scene nervously. Ian nodded to them. And then there's the fusion of soul and body. The breathing of the three of Grindelwald was also much quieter, and they were very nervous. After speaking, Ian controlled Ariana's soul to slowly merge with her body. The soul covered Ariana's body bit by bit. Then it gradually merges into the body. Ian controlled the wand very carefully, connecting the body's magic circuit with the soul little by little. After an unknown amount of time, Ian put down his wand, sweating profusely and raised his head. The three of Grindelwald were anxious when they saw Ian put down his wand. Grindelwald said nervously. Ian, what's the matter? 407 Nicole and his wife were also very nervous. Especially Nico, who stared at Ian, waiting for Ian's answer. Ian took a deep breath and said with a smile. Do not disgrace your life. Nico. We made it. There is no magic repulsion. Nicole was ecstatic when he heard Ian's words. Magic has broken down barriers again. The first soul surgery in the wizarding world has been successful. Ian, we did it. Nicole said tremblingly. Ian looked at Nico and said seriously. Yes, Nico. Undead magic now has new possibilities. Pernelli looked at Ariana who was still sleeping, and said worriedly. Nico, Ian, but Ariana isn't awake yet. Ian patted Nico's arm and replied to Pernelli. Now we just need a spell. Ian turned around and said to the equally excited Grindelwald. Old man, you know the magic, a resurrection spell. I think it's up to you to wake her up. Grindelwald took a deep breath and nodded after hearing Ian's words. Take out the wand from the space ring, and point the wand at Ariana with a trembling right hand. Recover quickly. A white light shot out from the Philosopher's Stone at the top of Grindelwald's wand and merged into Ariana's body. Under the nervous gaze of everyone, Ariana's eyelids moved slightly. Chapter 112. Dumbledore had slept deeply last night. When he woke up the next day and saw that Grindelwald was not there, he knew that Grindelwald must have made a move. Thinking back to yesterday's drink, Dumbledore guessed that it must be the water of life and death. So Dumbledore hurriedly checked his body with magic. After a while, Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like Grindelwald didn't use some weird magic on him. I looked around the room and didn't find Grindelwald. When you find Gellert later, you have to reason with him. Dumbledore then looked towards the Christmas tree by the fireplace. As always, Christmas presents filled the corner. Dumbledore picked up the Elder Wand by the bedside and waved it lightly. Many gifts flew to Dumbledore's body, and he put them into the space ring. Only a few presents were left floating in the air. Dumbledore looked around, but there were no presents from Ian, Grindelwald, or Nico. Dumbledore felt a little strange. Nicole would give him presents every year. Grindelwald won't forget, let alone Ian. And yesterday Grindelwald asked him to look forward to the gift. Dumbledore doesn't value gifts, he just wants to receive blessings from people who are important to him. Just when Dumbledore was a little confused, there was a knock on the door of the room. Dumbledore waved his wand again, and put the presents down. Please come in. Then Dumbledore saw Grindelwald's smiling face protruding through the door into the room. Dumbledore's expression darkened immediately, and he said through gritted teeth, "Gellert! You gave me death water." Grindelwald didn't care about Dumbledore's black face, and continued to say with a smile, "Perhaps now is not the time. Me and Ian and the present from Nicole Mailer, do you want to see it?" Dumbledore was puzzled to hear Grindelwald's words. A gift for the three of them together? Dumbledore sighed and said, "Thanks, Gale, I thought you forgot." Grindelwald said with a smile, "I may be able to forget. Ian never forgets the Christmas wishes. He's got a copy for everyone. Ready, Dumbledore?" Dumbledore's premonition that something big was going to happen in his heart from yesterday came back again. Before Dumbledore could speak, Grindelwald pushed the door completely open. Dumbledore froze in place the moment the door opened. The Elder Wand in his hand fell to the ground. Dumbledore trembled all over, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure at the door. Dumbledore had imagined Ariana in her Hogwarts uniform countless times. He was shocked and said with difficulty, "Above Merlin. Al. Anna. Yes, is that you?" Ariana ran to hug Dumbledore the moment she saw Dumbledore. Dumbledore's body stiffened. "Brother Albus, you seem to have slept for a long time. Gellert told me it's been a long, long time. Now you're all grown up." Dumbledore listened to the voice that often appeared in his dreams, and the small figure hugging him tightly. Tears welled up in Dumbledore's eyes instantly. He hugged Ariana, and lost his voice. "Ariana, I'm sorry. Brother didn't protect you well." Ariana patted Dumbledore's back lightly and said, "Brother, I just fell asleep. Look, I'm all right now. How are you and Brother Aberforth?" Dumbledore heard Ariana's words and hugged Ariana even tighter. "Anna, brother will tell you slowly." Grindelwald couldn't help but smile when he saw the scene where the siblings reunited. Grindelwald then quietly exited the room, leaving room for Dumbledore. Now, he loves to gift himself. "Even if I don't know, Ian will prepare a mysterious gift for me." Hermione wakes up to find presents piled under the Christmas tree by the fireplace. She looked at the Christmas tree in amazement, she didn't expect so many presents. Hermione feels very strange, she should have very few friends. Never mind. Now the most important thing is to find Ian's gift. Immediately Hermione began to search, and at the top was a gift from Hogwarts. And the following are the gifts prepared by the saints last night. Only then did Hermione suddenly realize that it was from Ian's subordinates. This made Hermione very embarrassed, and decided to return a gift to the saints. But Hermione never found the gift from Ian. Just when Hermione was running around in a hurry, she saw a little gift box on the top of the Christmas tree. Hermione gently took the gift box off with the levitation charm. There is also a greeting card on it, "Merry Christmas, Hermione. Ian Grindelwald." Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. She carefully unpacked the gift, and under the package was a golden gift box. Hermione opened the gift box with great anticipation, and saw a pendant inside. The slender silver necklace is engraved with delicate patterns. On the necklace is a pendant with a roaring lion's head. The eyes of the lion's head are two red gemstones, and the lion's mane has a pattern inlaid with gold wire. There is also a card under the pendant. This is a Christmas present, and its name is the Lion King's Roar. It is an alchemy item, I think it will protect you at critical moments. By the way, the birthday gift is in the pendant, try entering the magic calendar into the pendant. Hermione blushed with joy, she didn't tell Ian when her birthday was at first. Because she doesn't have the habit of celebrating birthdays with friends, Hermione, who has no friends since she was a child, can only celebrate her birthday with her parents. Not long ago Ian suddenly remembered this incident, and Hermione told Ian that it was over. Ian said he would make it up for her at Christmas, but she didn't expect Ian to remember. Hermione carefully hung the pendant around her neck. Then Hermione injected a touch of magic into the pendant. Hermione saw a 3-meter-long small bone dragon flying out of the pendant. This made Hermione open her mouth in surprise. For the money, if it wasn't for the huge room Milan arranged for Hermione, she would have been pushed aside. Hermione looked at the bone dragon excitedly. Bone armor and wings of purple flames. The fire of the soul dances in the eyes. And the bone armor structure of the bone dragon is very similar to that of the Nascandi dragon. The skeletal dragon nudged Hermione's arm affectionately with his head. Hermione recovered from the shock and let out a scream. Then Hermione hugged the little bone dragon's head. This is the best Christmas present ever. Hermione next saw the words on the card in her hand change. Hermione, you just need to attach the necklace to the bone dragon. Inject a little magic power to take it back. It can understand you talking to it. I hope you will like this belated birthday gift. Hermione blushed, gently put the card into the gift box and dragged it. She wants to keep these two greeting cards well. Chapter 113. On Christmas morning, Hermione's parents, Wendell and Monica Granger, were waiting in the living room for the wizard to pick them up. The Grangers were invited by Grindelwald to spend Christmas together this year at Ian's honorary ceremony last time. Wendell and Monica are very much looking forward to seeing their daughter Hermione. They are also very curious about how wizards spend Christmas. Just when the Grangers were thinking about it, there was a knock on the door of the house. The Grangers hurried to open the door, and they knew that the person who picked them up was coming. Wendell and Monica opened the door and saw a carriage parked in front of their house. Although there are no horses, there is a coachman in wizard robes in the cart. And the carriage felt a little strange to the two of them. There was also a young wizard in a black trench coat and top hat at the door. Jess Anchor looked at the Granger couple in front of him, took off his top hat and saluted and said, "Hello, I'm Jess Anchor, and it's my husband who asked me to pick you up. Mr. Wendell Granger and Mrs. Monica Granger." The Grangers looked at the courteous movements and noble demeanor of the wizard in front of them. Wendell and Monica felt like he was a nobleman. Wendell said nervously, "Yes, Mr. Anchor, we are. May I ask who you are talking about, sir?" Jess replied with a look of admiration. 533 My husband is Mr. Ian Grindelwald. After speaking, Jess pulled out his wand and waved it. The carriage door opened and a flight of steps slid down to the ground. "Mr. and Mrs. Granger, please get into the carriage. I'll take you to Zarage Castle. Miss Granger has arrived." Wendell and Monica were a little dizzy. Wendell asked with some doubts. "Mr. Anchor, Hermione told me that you wizards can't cast spells outside." Jess smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Granger, as long as you don't get caught. There are charms such as confusion and disillusionment on the carriage. Because I lifted the influence of the curse for you. No muggles can see what's going on here except you." Wendell nodded after Jess' explanation. Then Jess invited the Grangers into the carriage after they brought a suitcase of Christmas presents. After the Granger couple boarded the carriage and saw the environment inside, they immediately exclaimed, "Anne, Mr. Anchor! Is this really the inside of a carriage?" Wendell and Monica only saw that the space in the car was amazing. The black and gold trim just looks very expensive. Snacks and tea are ready on the table in front of the central sofa. The teapot flew up by itself to pour tea into the cup, and then flew back to its original position. Jess looked at the shocked Grangers and said, "Yes, this is the inside of the carriage. This carriage is for the exclusive use of Mr. So everything inside is the best in the wizarding world. Sir and madam, please sit down first, the train is about to start." Wendell and Monica walked stiffly to the sofa in the middle and sat down. Jess saw that the Grangers had already sat down, so he knocked on the door frame of the carriage with his left hand. "Mokard, let's go." Then Jess waved his wand, and the door of the carriage closed automatically. The saint sitting in the driving seat grabbed the reins, and the thestral took off immediately. The Grangers watched the scenery outside the window rising rapidly, and asked Jess nervously, "Mr. Anchor, are we flying?" Jess smiled and said, "Yes, Mr. Granger, we will fly to Zarage Castle." "Wait, what did this Mr. Anchor just say? It seems that he also said something about the castle when he was at the door of the house." Monica asked nervously. "Mr. Anchor, what castle do you think we are going to?" Hearing Monica's question, Jess replied, "We're going to Castle Zarage, Granger. It's a castle with a lot of history. Now it belongs to the Grindelwald family." Wendell and Monica swallowed. Wendell asked curiously. Do you wizards all live in castles? Jess smiled and said. How is it possible? Even the wizards of the 28 sacred clans don't have many castles. Not to mention a large, castle like Zarage. Although the Grangers don't know what the Holy 28 is. But this title sounds like a nobleman, right? Now the Grangers remembered what Grindelwald told them that day. Ian is the richest wizard. The two obviously felt that their imaginations were still too weak. But if that's the case, Hermione shouldn't be bullied in the wizarding world. After all, when they were in Diagon Alley, they could feel that wizards were more repulsive to them. This was a relief to the Grangers. Wendell suddenly remembered that this carriage seemed very weird. It also gave him an uncomfortable feeling when he was at the door of the house just now. Wendell continued to ask Jess. Mr. Anchor, this carriage obviously has no horses, so why does it need a driver? Jess nodded. There are actually horses, and they're called thestrals. Only those who have witnessed death can see. Of course, there is also a prerequisite that you must be a wizard. Windway and Monica shuddered when they heard Jess' explanation. Both he and his wife are doctors. Although they are dentists, they both work in hospitals. The two must have seen patients die. The Grangers couldn't help thinking, are all things in the wizarding world so evil and mysterious? Just as the Grangers were thinking wildly, the carriage was almost at Zarage Castle. Jess said to the Grangers. We'll be there soon. The Grangers heard Jess's words and looked out of the window. A huge castle appeared in the sight of the two of them. The two people in the carriage were shocked by this scene. This is Zarage Castle. Jess nodded with a smile and said. Isn't it spectacular? This is where Mr. Now lives. Soon, the carriage landed amidst the excitement of the Grangers. Jess greeted the two of them off the carriage and said. Mr. Granger, ma'am. Miss Hermione should be just waking up by now. I thought I could take the two of you to Miss Hermione's room first. Wendell hadn't recovered from the magnificence of Kesserage Castle. Monica tugged at her husband's sleeve and said. Please, Mr. Anchor. Wendell also recovered and nodded quickly. They can't wait to meet their daughter. Led by Jess, the Grangers entered the castle. The two were once again shocked by the luxury in the castle. Then Wendell and Monica came outside Hermione's room. Jess quit after bringing the two together. Wendell and Monica looked at the door in front of them, feeling very excited. See Hermione soon. Wendell slowly raised his hand and knocked lightly on the door of the room. After a while, Hermione opened the door from the inside. Dad! Mom! Hermione exclaimed in surprise. But Wendell and Monica are scared out of their wits. Because there is a dragon behind Hermione. A dragon with purple flames on her body. Chapter 114. Wendell and Monica looked palely at the dragon behind Hermione. Wendell rushed forward and blocked Hermione behind him, he couldn't let Hermione get hurt. Bone Dragon thought that Wendell was going to hurt Hermione, but felt Wendell and Monica's soul breath similar to Hermione. Bone Dragon didn't do it right away. Instead, he roared, and the soul fire in his eyes stared at Wendell. It'll pounce on the living man and tear it apart if Hermione orders it to. Wendell and Monica were trembling, the dragon was staring at them. And the roar just now should be threatening them. At this time Hermione glared at the bone dragon and said. Luck, sit down. Don't kill them. When the bone dragon heard Hermione's words, he reluctantly gave a woohoo twice. Then sat down under the shocked eyes of the Grangers. Monica stammered and asked. Hey, Hermione, is that? Hermione happily said to Monica. That's my new pet. I named it Rack. Wendell and Monica felt incredible hearing Hermione's words. Use a dragon as a pet? Are they crazy or has the world changed? Wendell said to Hermione worriedly. Hermione, then you're. Lurk, I think it's dangerous. Rucker roared when he heard Wendell's words. Wendell was so frightened that his face turned pale, the dragon seemed to understand what they said. Hermione glared at Lurk again. Seeing the look in Hermione's eyes, Rucker stopped screaming and passed on the ground. Look, Dad, Rucker is very obedient. It's from Ian, it won't hurt us. Wendell and Monica looked at each other. Wendell sighed. Well, Hermione, we really don't know anything about wizards. But my mother and I will always protect you. Hermione was very moved to hear Wendell's words. Hugging Wendell and Monica, said, "Thank you Mom and Dad, I won't be in danger." And Ian. Hermione blushed a little at this point. A word appeared in the hearts of the Grangers. Girls don't want to stay. After confirming that Lark was not in danger, Wendell opened the suitcase. Take 2 presents from it and hand them to Hermione. Merry Christmas, baby. This is a Christmas present from your mother and me. Hermione took the gift with great surprise. Thank you. I have a gift for you too. After speaking, Hermione ran back to the room, took out 2 presents and handed them to her parents. Wendell and Monica had smiles on their faces. Thank you, quality. Let's open the present and have a look. Hermione nodded, opening the present with some excitement. Monica gave her a gold and red woolen sweater. Wendell's gift was an up-to-date Muggle encyclopedia. And Hermione gave the Grangers 2 potions. It's all her own refreshing potion. The magic potion specially used to treat colds is very effective, but after drinking it, the head will smoke for several hours. Just after the Hermione family finished exchanging gifts, a house elf appeared in front of the 3. Bilal is here to invite the 3 of you to the auditorium for dinner. The Grangers were taken aback by the sudden appearance of an elf. Hermione hurriedly explained Billa's identity to her parents. Hermione knew and saw Ian's nubby from time to time, and was familiar with elves. Zaraj's house elves all wear house elves at Ian's request. After all, a layer of rotten sacks Ian feels affects the appearance. Then Hermione nodded to Billa. In the eyes of Wendell and Monica, he used the pendant to put away Carrot. Wendell asked Hermione in shock. Oh! God! Hermione, did you put that dragon in that necklace? Hermione heard Wendell's words and said happily. Yes Dad, this Ian made. It was a Christmas present. Wendell and Monica gasped. Then Hermione ran to Ian's room. At this time Ian was opening his Christmas presents. Ian's Christmas presents filled half the room. Most of the gifts for little Hogwarts wizards are candy or prank props. But the magic is that the head of the pure blood family such as Lucius also gave Ian a gift. Ian was very puzzled when he saw the gift. He remembered that he and the pure blood family didn't seem to have any intersection. After examining the gift with magic, Ian found no trace of black magic. It's just that what Ian didn't expect was that now his legend in the pure blood family has scared them out of their wits. This gift is also a simple gesture of goodwill to Ian. And Ian received the most gifts are magic books. Newt and Snape want Ian to like Fantastic Beasts and Potions. The 2 gave Ian a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and Advanced Potions Encyclopedia. Among them are the research notes of 2 people. Ian sent each of the young wizards at Hogwarts a badge with the iron armor charm engraved on it. His friends received Ian's alchemy products, McGonagall and Flitwick. Ian sent a whole set of gargoyle wizard chess. Among them, Hermione gave Ian a wizard robe. It can be seen that the craftsmanship in it is extremely rough, and it should be made by the little witch herself. And Dumbledore and Grindelwald sent Ian a bunch of woolen socks and piles of cockroaches. Ian puts on the cloak made by the little witch. Then there was a knock on the door of Ian's room. Ian went to open the door and saw Hermione, with the Grangers behind her. Hermione saw the wizard robe on Ian and immediately realized that it was the one she made herself. Hermione said happily. Merry Christmas, Ian. Thank you for the gift. Ian responded with a smile. Merry Christmas Hermione, I like your present too. Then Ian looked up at the Grangers, smiled and said. Merry Christmas, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. I have Christmas presents for you too. After speaking, Ian took out 2 beautifully wrapped gifts from the space ring and handed them to the 2. The Grangers took the presents, and Wendell smiled and handed the 2 presents just out of the suitcase to Ian. Ian, thank you for looking after Hermione. This is a present from Monica and I to you. Merry Christmas, ELO. Ian thanked him and took the gift, and was about to put it into the interspatial ring first. Monica hurriedly said to Ian. Ian, take a look at the presents first. Chapter 115. Ian nodded when he heard Monica's words, but he was a little puzzled. Ian unwrapped the gift and found a blue and silver woolen sweater inside. There was also a Muggle history book. Hermione looked at the woolen sweater in Ian's hand, and found that it was exactly the same as hers except for the color. Hermione could not help but lower her head shyly. Ian smiled and said to the Grangers. Thank you, I am very happy. Monica heard Ian's words and said very happily. Glad Ian you can like. I heard from Hermione that her house has red and gold coats of arms. Then I specifically asked Hermione about the colors of your house by letter. Ian nodded with a smile and said. Then let's go to the auditorium now. I think the Christmas event should start soon. 607 Ian took the Granger family to the auditorium. On the way, Ian introduced the Wizarding World to the Granger couple. After the three arrived at the auditorium, Wendell and Monica looked at the huge mural and the floating crystal lamp, and fell into shock again. At this time Nicole and the others had already arrived at the auditorium. Bathilda smiled and greeted Ian and others. You guys are finally here. Merry Christmas! The Grangers were a little stiff, but still greeted Bathilda very politely. Ian took the Grangers to their seats and sat down. Wendell and Monica looked around, but they didn't find Grindelwald. Wendell secretly asked Hermione. Hermione, is that Professor Rozier there? When Hermione heard her father's words, she remembered that her father was talking about Grindelwald, so she said. Father, the professor hasn't come yet, but he will come later. Then Ian introduced the Granger couple to the people present. Nicole and the professors had met the Grangers at the investiture ceremony. It was the first time for Newt and some of the saints to meet them. Just now, they were curious about how Muggles would come to Zarek today, but Mr. Zaleki received them. Now we know it's Hermione's parents. Tina smiled and said to the Grangers. Hermione is a wonderful little witch, we all love her. The Grangers were very proud to hear Tina praise their daughter. Hermione introduced everyone present to Wendell and Monica with some embarrassment. The more Wendell and Monica listened to Hermione's introduction, the more frightened they became. Professor at Hogwarts, Minister of Magic, Zoologist and Historian, head of a wizarding family. Each seems to be a famous figure in the wizarding world. Wendell and Monica feel that they have never been more surprised than today. Just when the Grangers were fidgeting a little, Dumbledore came in through the Great Hall door, holding Ariana's hand with a big smile on his face. But at this time Grindelwald was still standing in front of Ariana. He was going to scare everyone present. Ian felt Grindelwald's emotions and looked over at him. Seeing Ian staring at him, Grindelwald quickly made a silent gesture to Ian. Newt saw Dumbledore approaching and said. Dumbledore, the dinner is waiting for you. I can tell you're happy today. Like a happy dragon. Ian at the table wanted to complain about Newt's description a long time ago. No matter what kind of compliment, it can be connected with magical animals. Hearing Newt's words, Dumbledore smiled and said. Newt, today was the best Christmas of my life. I got the best gift ever. Newt thought Dumbledore was talking about wool socks, and said with a stiff smile. Then congratulations Dumbledore, you are holding the hand, behind Grindelwald is that the new little master. Newt and the professors present felt a little strange that today was Christmas. They remembered that the Dumbledore family had no more children. Which family of little wizards can come here? Looks like he's still wearing a Hogwarts uniform. Hearing Newt's words, Grindelwald moved his feet aside. See for yourself. Grindelwald reveals Ariana Dumbledore behind him. The moment Newt and Tina saw Ariana, they stood up in shock. The Newts are old friends of Dumbledore and Aberforth. How could they not know about Ariana Dumbledore? And Newt and Tina also saw Ariana's portrait at the Hog's Head in Aberforth. The professors also looked at the resurrected Ariana in disbelief. The unchanging eyes of Snape were replaced by horror. Then a fiery light came on. Now that Dumbledore's sisters are all resurrected, so. Grigorovich knew about Ian and Nico's plans though. But seeing Ian and Nico's plan succeed, Grigorovich was still speechless. At this moment, only Hermione and the Grangers looked blank. How did these famous wizards see that little girl become like this? Newt tremblingly pointed at Ariana and asked. Dumbledore, how did you do it? Ariana is dead. And now appearing alive before them again. And Ariana doesn't have any aura of black magic on her body. Dumbledore laughed and said. That's what Ian and Nico did. They have created a true miracle in the wizarding world. Wendell and Monica didn't understand Dumbledore's words, and Hermione was puzzled too. She hadn't seen the little wizard Dumbledore was leading either. But then Grindelwald's words completely shattered their cognition. Grindelwald laughed loudly. It was Ian and Nico who brought Ariana back to life using alchemy and magic. Total resurrection. No soul-eroding black magic. The Granger's jaws are about to drop. They are talking about resurrection on 5.9? Isn't this really a fairy tale? Hermione also covered her mouth with her pupils trembling. Everyone in the room was staring at Ian and Nico with fiery eyes. They're waiting for answers from Ian and Nico. Ian looked at the crowd and nodded. That's right, Ariana is resurrected. Now she is a 10-year-old wizard. Ian's words made everyone explode. Oh! Merlin's magic! Is it real? Ian! Is this magic still available? My Merlin! This is no longer the domain of wizards. The elders of the saints looked at Ian enthusiastically. Their husband can even resurrect the dead. Is there anything you can't do, sir? Under the leadership of Mr., they will surely go to glory. Chapter 116. Ian listened to everyone's words and made a stop gesture with his hand. The auditorium fell silent for a moment. Seeing the silence, Ian said slowly. The only thing we can do now is bring Ariana Dumbledore back to life. After all, that space is now hidden from me. I haven't found a way to crack it yet. Hearing Ian's words, Newt and Snape were incomparably in love with each other. Leta Lestrange, fiancée of Newt's brother Theseus Scamander, was killed during the First Wizarding War. This is the regret of Newt and Theseus' life. Snape was preoccupied with Lily. But once Ian can get Lily's soul, he, Snape, will help Ian no matter what price he pays. The Saints also guessed that Ian must have paid a great price. They can't make such a request to Mr. Mr.'s power should be used for a greater purpose. The Grangers now felt that Ian was no longer a wizard. Resurrection of the dead, this is what death can do, right? That's when Hermione thought about the legend about Reaper 02 on the ceiling. Does death really exist? Wendell and Monica took a deep breath. This was something they couldn't even imagine. Ian felt that everyone's emotions calmed down a little, and said with a smile. Wait for the day when I find a way to crack it. I will help everyone resolve their regrets. What we need now is for magic to progress again. When everyone heard Ian's words, the elders of the saints wildly cheered for Ian. Thanks, Merlin. No. It should be thanks, sir. Merlin can't do that, sir. That's right. Swear allegiance to Mr. Everyone in Hogwarts also looked at Ian very moved. They know that what Ian says can definitely come true. They believe in Ian. Dumbledore and Grindelwald watched the scene. The ideal in my heart emerged again. For the greater good. At this moment, Newt remembered something and asked Ian. Ian, now Ariana is alive. Then will the silence in her body recover? Dumbledore tensed up instantly. He couldn't afford to lose his sister again. Ian looked at Newt and shook his head. Now Ariana's body is a new body. Of course the magic power circuit is also new. As long as the magic power is channeled in time, there will be no silence. After hearing Ian's words, Newt and Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. Then Ian and Nicole looked at Ariana with a smile. Ariana hid behind Dumbledore a little timidly. Although she had already seen the two of them after waking up yesterday. But Ariana was still a little afraid of the two of them. After all, she had been hurt too much before. Nicole looked up to Dumbledore and said. Albus, it's Christmas, I think we should welcome Anna. Dumbledore nodded with a smile, and said to Ariana. Anna, let's sit down. They are all my brother's family. No one will hurt you. Ariana poked her head out a little bit. Dumbledore encouraged him to sit in his seat. Grindelwald came and sat down beside the Grangers, and said with a smile. Merry Christmas, Wendell, Monica. The Grangers quickly responded to Grindelwald. Merry Christmas. Professor Rozier. Grindelwald patted Wendell on the shoulder and said. Actually, my name is not Rozier, I am Gellert Grindelwald. It's just the name that's going to cause a lot of trouble. So it's better to call me Rozier on announcement occasions. The Grangers didn't know what the name Gellert stood for. Just very surprised, after all Ian's last name is Grindelwald. Wendell said helplessly. It seems that you are really Ian's guardian. I thought you were Ian's relative. Grindelwald laughed loudly. No way, after all, my name is not suitable for appearing in public. Ian won't be happy if I get into big trouble." Hearing Grindelwald's words, the Grangers were very curious. Meanwhile Hermione explained to them what Grindelwald represented. Wendell and Monica fell into confusion after hearing Hermione's words. Initiator of the First Wizarding War? One of the most influential wizards of modern times? Former leader of the Saints? Wendell and Monica feel more and more familiar with the wizarding world and Ian. The faster their three views will be refreshed. Plus those wizards introduced by Hermione earlier. And when these stomp and change wizarding moguls are spending Christmas with them. You can't even write a novel like that. Wendell said with some bitterness. Hermione, is there anything else you're hiding from us? It is better to ask more clearly now, he is afraid that his heart will not be able to bear it. Hermione thought about Wendell's words and shook her head. Just when Wendell breathed a sigh of relief, Hermione remembered something again. By the way, Dad. Ian also has a dragon farm. We can travel. Wendell felt that his breathing was half a beat slow. Monica watched this scene with a chuckle, and turned to look at Ian who was sitting in the main seat. Hermione really became a lot happier having him around. Grindelwald said to the Grangers with a smile at this time. Don't talk about what happened today. Especially Ian's magic. And here's a Christmas present. Grindelwald handed the Grangers 2 bracelets. Then Grindelwald continued. This is a wizard's alchemy product. There are warning spells and defensive spells stored in it. If you have a fever, it means someone wants to harm you 380. When you are in danger, the nearby saints will rush to you immediately. Wendell and Monica looked at the exquisite pattern on the bracelet and wanted to refuse, but there was no way, it was too precious. They saw the prices of those simple alchemy commodities in Diagon Alley. Even if their family is a middle class like a doctor, it is not affordable. Gringotts for Wizards also has exchange restrictions on Muggle money. Not to mention that the bracelet also has a function of calling wizard bodyguards. Grindelwald saw what the two of them meant, and said with a smile. Take it, it's also for your safety. Hermione certainly doesn't want to see you guys have anything to do. And it's not worth a few galleons to us. Hearing this, the Granger couple reluctantly accepted the bracelet. They really didn't want Hermione to worry. Hermione said to Grindelwald seriously. Thank you, Professor. Grindelwald laughed out loud. It's okay, it should be like this. The safety of your parents is very important. I don't want to see Ian lose his temper. Little Hermione, do you still call me Professor? How many times have I said that? Hermione blushed and lowered her head when she heard Grindelwald's words, and whispered. Grandpa Grindelwald. That's right. On the other hand, Wendell's face darkened instantly. Is this the daughter who found him a father? Chapter 117. At this time, Ian didn't pay attention to Grindelwald's affairs. He was talking to the professors and Dumbledore about Ariana's schooling. Dumbledore laughed and said. Anna will be able to enter Hogwarts next year. Ian, can you arrange an identity for Anna? Ian thought for a while, looked at Andy and said. And thus, the Dumbledore blood was discovered in Norway. Be named by Albus Dumbledore after his late sister. Andy, do you have a problem over there? Andy shook his head when he heard Ian's words. Don't worry, sir, we can arrange it right away. After speaking, Andy took out a piece of parchment from the space ring and began to write a letter. Dumbledore looked at Ian and said seriously. Thank you, Ian. I don't know how to thank you. If needed. Ian interrupted Dumbledore. Old man, don't be hypocritical. I snatched the soul back from the god of death not for you to thank me with your life. Don't you talk about your family all day. Now I'm not. Dumbledore's eyes moistened when he heard Ian's words. Dumbledore wiped the corners of his eyes and said. Ian, you're right. But if you need help, don't be polite to the old man. Ian smiled and said. Of course. Dumbledore said to Ariana. Anna, did you thank Ian and Nicole? Without Ian and Nico we don't know when we will be reunited. Ariana heard Dumbledore's words, raised her head and said to Ian and Nicole. Thank you, thank you. Nico smiled and said to Ariana. You're welcome, we are satisfied to see you all so happy. Ian also nodded, and then Ian said to Dumbledore. Have you figured out which academy Ariana will go to? Hearing this question, all the changes turned their heads and looked over. The wizarding talents of the Dumbledore family must not be bad. If you can enter your own academy, you will definitely have some achievements. Seeing Dumbledore start to think, Ian joked. Old man, you don't want the Sorting Hat to operate secretly, do you? Hearing Ian's words, the professors looked at Dumbledore warily. Especially Flitwick. Ian's branch has such behavior. The one who knows you best is always your opponent. Dumbledore's face darkened when he heard Ian's words. Although he has such an idea, you can't say it in public. Just when Dumbledore was about to quibble, Ariana whispered. I want to go to Gryffindor. I want to go to Brother Albus Academy. Dumbledore smiled when he heard Ariana's words. Sure enough, Ariana wasn't that sensible. The professors were a little disappointed to hear what Ariana said. It's just that McGonagall isn't here, otherwise she must be the happiest right now. Ian looked at Dumbledore's expression, and felt that the current Dumbledore was a bit like a word he used before time travel, as if it was called sister control. Dumbledore saw Ian's strange expression and said. I get the feeling you're thinking something really bad. Ian quickly shook his head and started talking. I remember you had a brother, Aberforth. You didn't invite him this Christmas. Dumbledore shook his head, sighed, and said. I haven't seen him for a long time. Since our chaos. Having said that, Dumbledore took a distressed look at Ariana, and continued. Aberforth broke with me. I even told him that Ariana's soul is with me. He'll just think I'm crazy. I hope we can reconcile when we go back this time. Ariana looked at the fallen Dumbledore, and comforted. Brother Albus, Brother Aberforth will forgive you. Dumbledore wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes when he heard Ariana's words. I'm sorry, Anna. Ian sensed the feelings of Dumbledore and Ariana, and couldn't help thinking of his own affairs. No, my feelings for Hermione are not like a brother caring about a sister. There are still some differences. Ian couldn't help but look at Hermione. At this moment Hermione was listening to Grindelwald and Wendell chatting. Sneak a little from time to time. Ian shook his head, feeling a little strange looking at Grindelwald. The old man usually didn't like to see muggles that much. How did you have such a good time chatting with the Grangers at this time? And it was the same at the Ministry of Magic. Ian thinks it's a little weird to be with Hermione. Andy had finished writing the letter by this time, and said to Ian. Sir, is there any business besides Miss Bledow's business? Ian's thoughts were interrupted by Andy. Hearing what Andy said, Ian said. No, Andy, thanks. Hearing Ian thank him, Andy replied excitedly. You are welcome, sir. We saints are the weapons in the hands of the sir. Ian smiled and shook his head. You are my friends. Weapons I have undead. I will trouble you more in the future. Andy and others looked at Ian even more frantically. Then Ian checked the time. To Holmes dug. Today's banquet can begin. Hearing what Ian said, Holmes smiled and said. Yes sir. Today's dishes are definitely beyond your expectations. Then Holmes drew out his wand and waved it. Many dishes suddenly appeared on the table. The Grangers were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the dishes. Hermione looked at the exquisite food with bright eyes. Mom and Dad. Ian's food is delicious. Gran, Get Zhao, Ji and his wife looked at these exquisite food very curiously. What kind of food can make my daughter so excited? At this time, I only listened to Hallman's introduction of one dish after another. Spicy stewed dragon meat, using the tenderloin of the Norwegian ridgeback. Christmas salad using biting kale and the tenderest cut of a bird snake. Grilled cheese fillet, a large magic fish from the north. The more people at the dinner table listened to Hallman's introduction, the more they got greedy. The Grangers stared at the dishes with wide eyes. They seemed to have heard the word dragon. But Newt and Snape were getting darker and darker. After Hallman's introduction, everyone looked at Ian. Dumbledore laughed and said. Go ahead, Anne. We are all brought together because of you. Ian looked around at the people around, smiled and raised his glass. Merry Christmas! Chapter 118. In the evening Hermione's parents returned to the room Milan had given them. Today's information has left the two of them in a state of information overload. Luxurious castle, Ian's huge wealth, and those big people who follow Ian. What shocked them most was the resurrected wizard. Wendell looked at Monica and said worriedly. Monica, I'm still worried about Hermione. Monica knew what Wendell wanted to say, so she gave Wendell a blank look and said. Did you forget that we grew up too? You were only 12 years old when you chased me. Wendell heard Monica's new talk about old things, and said with some embarrassment. You didn't reject me back then. Monica ignored Wendell and said. I can tell Ian cares about Hermione. And Hermione is already into Ian. If you think about it, when you were a child, there was an extremely good person. Whether it's appearance or strength, they are all objects of your worship. Then will you refrain from approaching him? Wendell fell silent when he heard Monica's words. Monica continued. Honey, we're not wizards. Hermione's world is different from ours. Now I am very relieved to have Ian protecting her. And you saw it around Ian. 360 are some big names in the wizarding world. Ian has no reason to lie to Hermione. Wendell sighed, he knew his wife was right. In the wizarding world they have no ability to protect Hermione. Wendell decided that she didn't want to think about these things anymore, she was not in charge of her daughter's expenses. Then Wendell remembered the gift Ian gave them during the day. Monica, look at what Ian gave us for Christmas. When Monica heard Wendell's words, she quickly took out the gift from Ian from the suitcase. When the two couldn't wait to open the gift, Wendell and Monique found 2 keys inside. Monica picked up a key, looked at it, and said happily. The pendant of these 2 keys that Ian gave is really nice. But Wendell stared at the 2 keys in a daze. Isn't this the key to the vault held by the wizard he saw when he went to Gringotts to exchange galleons? Wendell stammered and said. Monica, that's not a pendant. That's the key to the wizard's vault. When Monica, heard Wendell's words, she was so shocked that she almost threw the key out. Monica said anxiously. Honey, I think we'd better give the key back to Ian. Wendell nodded solemnly, and then the two got up to go to Ian's room. At this moment, the opened gift package turned into a card and flew in front of the two of them. Wendell took the card in doubt, and some words appeared on it. Merry Christmas! Mr. Granger and Mrs. Granger, these 2 keys are the keys to the Gringotts vault. The old man told me that he will take you to the magic world for Christmas, so please don't refuse these 2 keys. If you return it to me, I think the old man will definitely be unhappy. Wendell and Monica smiled wryly at the words on the card. Ian has predicted the psychology of both of them. Monica said to Wendell helplessly. Ian is a good boy, but it's too expensive. Wendell smiled bitterly and said. Maybe it doesn't matter to Ian. After all, this castle is. Then the two fell silent. Ian's wealth is indeed beyond their imagination. Then the Grangers started talking about Grindelwald today and said that tomorrow he will accompany Wendell and Monica to play Demon Soul. The Grangers are still looking forward to it. They also want to know more about the magic world. In this way, the Grangers felt that they could be closer to Hermione. On the second day, the Grangers went to Gringotts to withdraw money at Grindelwald's request to prepare for the next tour. Just arrived at Gringotts. The Grangers found that there are many more working wizards in Gringotts. And whether it is a wizard or a goblin, this time I am extremely respectful to them. And they didn't have to queue at all, a group of people took them directly to start the business. Wendell and Monica were not like this last time they came, basically no one paid any attention to them. Wendell asked Grindelwald. Geller, Jack, why do I feel like they all seem to be very, well, respect us? Grindelwald looked at Wendell in surprise, and said. Didn't little Hermione tell you that Gringotts is now Ian's property too? Wendell and Monica felt their hearts go into cardiac arrest. Hermione! What on earth have you not told us? The moment Wendell and Monica opened the vault, the two were almost dazzled by the golden light in front of them. Those piles of gold galleons are so dazzling. The Grangers immediately offered to return the key to the vault to Ian. Grindelwald laughed loudly. I don't need this one, galleons are the most useless thing for Ian. The Philosopher's Stone can turn stones into gold and the wealth of several wizarding families. Ownership of Gringotts, and the other world property in Ian's space ring. Nobody knows exactly how rich Ian is. Grindelwald spends the rest of the holiday with Hermione's parents in the wizarding world. 1% G at. After all, there are 28 days of annual leave in Europe. Ian was back in his day in the lab with Nico and Gregorovitch. It is worth mentioning that after receiving Ian's Christmas gift, McGonagall excitedly wrote back to Ian overnight. McGonagall feels that Ian's gargoyles are much better than Hogwarts stone blocks. And still only obey her orders. The McGonagall happy charm wasn't called for nothing. During the holidays, Hermione is learning about magical animals with the Newts. This matter is still Newt trying to change Ian's habit of eating magical animals. So he turned his mind on Hermione. Newt doesn't think little wizards can resist the charms of fantastic beasts. But in the end he found out in desperation that after Hermione learned about some magical animals, Ian's table became more magical animals. Dumbledore was with Ariana every day. In Ian's opinion, Dumbledore is completely a sister-in-law. Dumbledore hadn't told Aberforth about Ariana's resurrection. Looks like Dumbledore wants to surprise his brother. Chapter 119. In the last days of the holiday, Dumbledore finds Ian. Ian, I want to take Ariana to Aberforth first. I'm sure Aberforth will be very happy when he finds out. Ian gave Dumbledore a blank look. You just wanted to be alone with Ariana these few days and you deliberately pushed it so long. The Christmas holiday is almost over. Dumbledore pretended not to see Ian's expression, blinked and continued. Anna is also looking forward to meeting Aberforth. When the vacation is over, you and Gale will go back to Hogwarts together. Ian looked at Dumbledore helplessly, and said. The old man doesn't even know where he is hanging out with the Grangers now. Not a single holiday letter came more or less. Dumbledore laughed when he heard Ian's words. Gal has never taken anyone on a tour before. Now he has changed a lot. Ian spread his hands, acquiescing to Dumbledore's words. Then Ian said to Dumbledore. Then you take Ariana back. In the past few days, Ariana's body and soul have not shown any problems. Dumbledore nodded, looking at Ian seriously. Thank you Ian, see you at Hogwarts then. Goodbye, old man. Dumbledore used polymorph to change himself into an old age. Then Fawkes took Dumbledore and Ariana into a ball of fire. Dumbledore and Ariana reappeared outside Hogsmeade. The wizards walking around were very surprised to see Dumbledore appearing and holding a little witch. The wizards curiously discussed the origin of the little witch. Ariana hid behind Dumbledore in some fear. Dumbledore said comfortingly to Ariana. Anna, it's okay, let's go find Aberforth now. At Dumbledore's words, Ariana's emotions turned to excitement and joy. But he still held Dumbledore's hand tightly and looked timidly at the wizards around him. Dumbledore smiled slightly, and just led Ariana towards the Hogshead bar. Dumbledore and Ariana arrive at the door of the Hogshead pub. Looking at the signboard and gate of the Pig's Head bar, Dumbledore found himself a little nervous. He and his brother Aberforth have not seen each other for a long time. The family reunion time has become a memory. Brother Albus, is Brother Aberforth here? Ariana was a little intimidated by the darkness of the Hogshead and the door decorated with pig's head. Dumbledore took a deep breath and said to Ariana. Yes Anna, Aberforth is inside. Our siblings can finally be reunited. Ariana took courage when she heard Dumbledore's words. Dumbledore led Ariana and slowly pushed open the door of the Pig's Head bar. At this time, Aberforth Dumbledore was cleaning the table in the bar. This Christmas he is still alone. If it weren't for him and that Gellert Grindelwald, Ariana wouldn't have died either. Aberforth's son Aurelius Dumbledore, also known as Credence, also died in the First Wizarding War and the Erosion of Obscurity. Now he is an intelligence officer of the Order of the Phoenix secretly in the Pig's Head bar. But Aberforth still didn't forgive Dumbledore in his heart. And the dragon that showed up at Hogsmeade that day. He later heard that it was a pet of the descendants of Grindelwald. Aberforth was so angry that he smashed several wine glasses. He was going to seek revenge on the descendants of Grindelwald. Aberforth also wanted Grindelwald to experience the loss of a loved one. But when Aberforth picked up his wand, his momentum suddenly relaxed. Aberforth remembered that the newspaper said that Grindelwald was dead, and even if he killed Ariana, the descendant of Grindelwald, he could not be resurrected. Then he heard that old guy Albus recruited that Ian Grindelwald to Hogwarts. This leaves Aberforth completely ignorant of what Dumbledore is up to. Thinking of this, Aberforth put down the cup in his hand, looked up at Ariana's portrait, and sighed. Anna, if you were alive, would you forgive Albus? At this time, the door of the tavern was pushed open. Aberforth's thoughts were interrupted. He shouted angrily towards the door of the tavern. "Asshole, don't you know that the tavern is not open today?" Ariana was taken aback by Aberforth's roar, and quickly hid behind Dumbledore. Dumbledore said helplessly. "Aberforth, long time no see. You're still so grumpy." Dumbledore's voice reached Aberforth's ears. Aberforth frowned, lowered his head and continued with the cup. "Albus, what are you doing today? If you have nothing to do, get out." Dumbledore shook his head helplessly. Aberforth didn't dislike him very much. Dumbledore spoke up and said. "After so many years, you still haven't come out." Aberforth slammed his wine glass on the table. "Albus! You and I both know. And now you have recruited the descendants of Grindelwald to Hogwarts. What exactly are you trying to do?" Dumbledore felt a little headache, and continued. "Aberforth, Aberforth interrupted Dumbledore. "I don't want to hear about your plans. I promised you to fight the Death Eaters and I did it. Voldemort hasn't returned yet. You shouldn't have come to me either." Dumbledore rubbed his sore temple and said. "Aberforth, I think you can listen to me one thing first. If you still want to drive me away after listening, then I will leave immediately." Aberforth raised his head and stared at Bulido. After a while Aberforth sighed and said. "Say it, you only have one chance." Dumbledore turned his head and said to Ariana. "Anna, meet your brother Aberforth. He just misses you very much, and he hasn't come out of sadness." That's when Aberforth realized that there was a wizard behind Dumbledore. "Does Dumbledore want me to babysit this kid?" Ariana nodded and stepped cautiously from behind Dumbledore. The moment Ariana walked out, Aberforth froze in place for an instant. The cup in his hand slipped to the ground, and the tortured cup was smashed to pieces. Dumbledore looked at the stunned Aberforth with a smile and said. "Aberforth, I thought you could see who this is." Chapter 120. Aberforth didn't feel the cup slipping from his hand at all. Tears welled up in Aberforth's eyes instantly. Aberforth trembled and asked in disbelief. Anna. Ariana looked at the tearful Aberforth, feeling a little pain in her heart. Ariana looked at Aberforth and said. "Brother Aberforth." Aberforth heard Ariana's voice, the voice he had been dreaming about for 92 years. After Ariana's death, how much Aberforth wanted to hear Ariana call him brother again. The one that will help him feed the goat little girl. The little girl who accompanied him to dream about the future every day. Killed in their chaos. And now the living Ariana appeared in front of him like this. 107 Aberforth rushed towards Ariana after hearing Ariana's call. He didn't care that his hand was cut by shards of glass. Now he just wants to go up and hug his sister. Aberforth rushed to Ariana, looking at the familiar face. Aberforth began to fidget, unable to speak a word. He didn't know if his younger sister would be afraid of him now. Will they be hated by their sister for accidentally killing Ariana? Ariana looked at the panicked Aberforth in front of her, quickly stepped forward and took Aberforth's hand, and said anxiously. "Brother Aberforth, your hand is hurt." Aberforth quickly withdrew his hand when he heard Ariana's words. He was afraid of getting blood on Ariana's hands. "Me." Dumbledore drew the Elder Wand and grabbed Aberforth's hand. Aberforth instinctively wanted to pull his hand away. But he found that Dumbledore was so powerful that he couldn't draw it at all. Dumbledore glanced at Aberforth. "Be honest, you don't want the wound to scare Anna, do you?" Only then did Aberforth calm down. Then Dumbledore pointed at the wound on Aberforth's hand with the Elder Wand. "Quick healing." A white light flashed, and the wound on Aberforth's hand healed quickly. Ariana felt relieved after watching this scene. "Reach out and hug Aberforth." "Brother Aberforth, I'm back." Ariana's words completely collapsed the defense line in Aberforth's heart. Aberforth also hugged Ariana, crying and saying. "It's really you. Ariana. Anna. Thanks Merlin. For having you back." Dumbledore looked at the two, a scene he had seen in the Mirror of Erist. Now it's finally a reality. Dumbledore couldn't help wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. It was Ian's arrival that changed all that. If it weren't for Ian, he might still be alone now. Ariana slowly reassured in Aberforth's arms. "Brother Aberforth, you are getting old." Aberforth choked and said. "Yes, Ariana, you've been away for 92 years. Ariana looked up into Aberforth's eyes and said. Brother Aberforth, I'm sorry. Aberforth quickly shook his head, not daring to look Ariana in the eye. I'm sorry for you, we failed to protect you. Even. Ariana looked at Aberforth, who was avoiding his eyes, and said. It's okay, I'm back now. Just when Aberforth was about to continue speaking, Dumbledore smiled and said. Aberforth, aren't you going to let me and Ariana go in first? Aberforth looked up at Dumbledore. He had a lot of questions for Dumbledore now. So Aberforth nodded to Dumbledore, looked at Ariana and said. Anna, let's go and sit down inside. My brother will make you what you like to drink. Ariana looked happily at Aberforth. She also has a lot of things she wants to ask Aberforth. Then Aberforth took Ariana to a place in the bar and sat down. Dumbledore followed the two to their positions. Aberforth said after setting up Ariana. Anna, wait a moment, I'll make Snowgrass Timengkon for you. Dumbledore also turned to Aberforth with a smile at this moment and said. Give me a glass of fire whiskey. Remember to add a little more sugar. Dumbledore now shared Ian's fondness for hard liquor. It's just that his old bee habit still hasn't changed. Aberforth glanced at Dumbledore and said. Don't drink when you're old. Besides, when did you like drinking hard liquor? After speaking, Aberforth walked into the bar, picked up a cup, and began to wipe it seriously. He couldn't let his sister drink from dirty cups like those damn dark wizards. Dumbledore sighed when he heard Aberforth's words. This was the first time his younger brother cared about him in these years. But Dumbledore shook his head. It's okay, Aberforth, people's habits will always change. Ariana smiled and said at this time. Brother Aberforth, Brother Albus is not old. When Aberforth heard Ariana's words, he stopped working. Suddenly Aberforth had a bad premonition in his heart. He looked up at the two of them and asked. Anna, what are you talking about? Dumbledore laughed and said. Anna was right. After speaking, Dumbledore lifted the polymorph on his body. From the appearance of an old man to a middle-aged man. Aberforth looked at the changed Dumbledore, and the cup slipped from his hand again. With a sound of ding-dong 2.8, the carefully wiped cup was smashed to pieces again. If it weren't for the familiar magical aura on Dumbledore's body, now he would suspect that someone killed Albus and pretended to be him. Well, Aberforth, I'm not as old as you. Dumbledore blinked and looked at the stunned Aberforth. Aberforth would have drawn his wand if he hadn't thought of Ariana's presence. The life-restoring magic is black magic. In order to renew Ariana's life when he was young, he studied a lot of this kind of magic. And he knows that this kind of black magic is extremely corrosive to the soul. Dumbledore guessed what Aberforth was thinking. Don't worry about Aberforth. I am not corrupted by dark magic. I'll tell you all about it later. Chapter 121. After Aberforth made snowgrass lemonade for Ariana, he took an unopened bottle of flame whiskey and sat down next to Dumbledore. Trembling, he poured Dumbledore and himself a glass of fire whiskey. Dumbledore looked at the wine in his glass and said regretfully. It seems that you still haven't added any sugar here, Aberforth. Aberforth stared at Dumbledore and said. I never drink sugar here. Sugar water is available at the Three Broomsticks. Hearing what Aberforth said, Dumbledore shook his head, waved his hand and sealed the pig's head bar with magic. Aberforth saw Dumbledore doing this and moved closer to Ariana. Right now he wasn't sure if Dumbledore had been corrupted by the dark arts. In case, he wants to protect Ariana. Dumbledore paid no attention to Aberforth's movements and said. It all started when I started talking about that day in Nurmengard. Aberforth grew more and more frightened as he listened to Dumbledore's story. Ian's powerful power, the ability to resurrect the dead, Grindelwald is not dead yet, Gringotts has changed hands, the legend of the god of death is true, the saints rise again, Newt Nicole and other existing legendary wizards gathered in Hogwarts. Albus, are you crazy? Do you have any idea how big of an impact you're going to have? That Voldemort is just an inconspicuous mouse in front of this power. Dumbledore took a slow sip of his wine. Of course I know, Aberforth. Ian is our chance. It's also an opportunity for wizards. Aberforth said furiously. Albus Dumbledore. You said you would no longer be involved in the wizarding world. I only joined the Order of the Phoenix when I promised you to protect the magic world. Do you want the tragedy to happen again? Dumbledore looked at Aberforth calmly. Aberforth, now is your chance. And times are different. You just read the prophecy. We protect Ion's growth, that is to protect. Aberforth didn't listen to Dumbledore's words at all, and then said angrily. Yes, you are the patron saint of the magic world. I just want to protect Anna. And now you're all rekindled with that Gellert Grindelwald. Then tell me. Albus. What on earth do you want? Dumbledore looked into Aberforth's angry eyes and said seriously. Aberforth, Ian, and Gale are now my family too. You and Anna are also the family I want to protect. Now the magic of the two worlds has begun to merge. I think this is an opportunity to change the future. Wizards shall live in the sun. Aberforth knew that changing the wizarding world and breaking the secrecy laws had been Dumbledore's childhood dream. It's just Ariana's death and the shattering of the family that lead Dumbledore, a gifted wizard, to put himself in a cage called Hogwarts. Now Dumbledore's blood was rekindled because of that Ian. And this time the power around him is not something any wizard can stop. One Grindelwald almost ruined the entire magical world in Europe back then. Not to mention the support of legendary wizards such as Dumbledore now. Dumbledore looked at the silent Aberforth, and continued. Aberforth, I want to create a more suitable environment for Ariana. Muggles don't bully her anymore. Wizards are no longer feared. Aberforth's face turned pale. Back then, a few Muggle children saw Ariana using magic and abused her, causing silence to appear in her body. And their father, Percival Dumbledore, brutally killed the Muggle children in revenge. This resulted in their father being imprisoned in Azkaban for life. And their mother, Kendra Dumbledore, was also killed when Ariana's silence erupted. Dumbledore didn't intend to stop now, and continued. And Ian is so powerful, you can't stop him. It should be said that none of us can stop him. If he wants to destroy the world, can you and Anna escape? Aberforth Dumbledore. Dumbledore's words severely shattered Aberforth's original psychology. Aberforth's face turned pale, he knew that Dumbledore was right. Ariana looked at the pale and silent Aberforth, and reached out to grab his big old hand. Brother Aberforth, I'm cured. We can live together well. Me, Brother Albus, Brother Aberforth. Father, they will come back like me one day. Hearing what Ariana said, Aberforth made a decision in his heart. Trembling, Aberforth picked up the bottle beside him. Then he aimed at the mouth of the bottle and took a big gulp. Then Aberforth put the wine bottle on the table vigorously, and there was a firm light in his eyes. Albus, let me join you. Your plan is too big. I'm at least somewhat useful. I can't put Anna in danger again. Speaking of this, a Mufusy seems to have aged instantly. I can't lose Anna again. You too, Albus, brother. On the other hand, Harry and Ronald, who stayed at school for Christmas, were very happy this holiday. Harry got the real Christmas gift of his life. A flute made by Hagrid himself, a sweater and toffee made by Mrs. Weasley. And the penny the Vernons gave him. Ronald is very interested in this penny coin. That's Muggle currency. What makes Harry most happy is that he has two special gifts. One was the invisibility cloak sent anonymously, and the Deathly Hallows one, but Harry didn't know it yet. Harry and Ronald often go on night tours together wearing an invisibility cloak. They think it's exciting. Harry tried to walk to the restricted section, but he couldn't get in anyway. Now that Voldemort's threat was gone, Dumbledore had sealed the restricted section with magic. It will only be opened with the approval slip from the professor. But this time Harry didn't find the Mirror of Erist. Now that there was no need to test Harry's character, Dumbledore put the Mirror of Erist in the space ring and took it away. The other is the Gryffindor badge that Professor Grindelwald gave him. There is said to be a protective spell suit inside. But when Harry learned from Ronald that every little wizard had received a badge from Professor Grindelwald, he was still a little disappointed. Looks like he's not Professor Grindelwald's most valued student. Chapter 122. What the Weasley twins received was a magic book. This made Harry envious. What he wants most is Professor Grindelwald's magic. Ronald said with a snort, there is no smell. But Ronald was laughed at by the Weasley twins. Ronald, you must know that the most important thing for wizards is knowledge. That's right, George. A wizard without knowledge is worse than a troll. That's what Ian said. Ronald blushed from the ridicule of the two. But George and Fred don't have time for Ronald. That book is called Elementary Alchemy Introduction. It also contains Ian's notes. This drives George and Fred completely insane. They know that Ian is also a master alchemist. And quite possibly one of the most powerful master alchemists. George and Fred's dream is to open a joke shop. Here they will need the knowledge of alchemy and potions. But besides groping for this knowledge by oneself, others have long been monopolized by the wizard family. Except for the Hogwarts library, it is very difficult to see so many magic books outside. And Ian also felt that the two were indeed alchemy geniuses. In the future, the Weasley magic trick shop opened by the two people who were only 18 years old directly became the hottest store selling prank products in Diagon Alley. And most of the products inside are from the hands of George and Fred. Ian 427 wouldn't mind giving George and Fred a hand. Besides, George and Fred are also friends with Ian. At the end of the holiday, Ronald, who was playing crazy, remembered what Ian said in the last defense against the dark arts class, and learned that there is a test. Ronald looked at Harry with a sad face, and said, "Harry, I can't believe I forgot to review." Harry looked at the dark arts, self-defense guide in Ronald's hand and said helplessly, "Ronald, you should calm down. Don't you really want to learn Professor Grindelwald's magic quickly?" Ronald hesitated a bit when he heard Harry's words. "Me, I also want to play for a while. I didn't expect the result to be forgotten." Ronald's voice was getting quieter. Harry looked at his good friend with some headaches. He actually didn't want Ronald to be dragged to the legendary Hell Cram School. The shadow of that failed checkpoint still hangs over Harry's heart. Harry took Ronald's textbook and looked at the missing notes. Harry said to Ronald seriously, "Ronald, I think you should go to the library and look up information. You didn't memorize some of the knowledge the professor said." Ronald said shyly. "Professor lost his mind during class. Harry, can I borrow your textbook to look at your notes?" Seeing Ronald's pitiful look, Harry still gave Ronald his textbook. Ronald took Harry's textbook and said excitedly, "Harry, you are my best buddy." Harry said to Ronald seriously, "Ronald, I think you need to work harder." I sneaked a look at Malfoy's textbook. He is also very serious. Ronald said indignantly when he heard Harry's words. "Malfoy is an evil Slytherin." "Harry, you don't know Malfoy's evil in the wizarding world. He just wants to learn the professor's magic to use against us." Harry looked at Ronald somewhat helplessly, and said, "Ronald, in this case, shouldn't we learn faster?" Ronald's expression stiffened immediately. Harry seemed to be right. Harry continued, "Come on, review, Ronald, I don't want you to fail the exam. And if your mother finds out that you failed the exam and were tutored, what will you do?" Ronald couldn't help shivering. He seemed to see Emma Weasley chasing him all over the shabby house with a wand. "I think I'm going to get killed by my mother." Ronald's face turned pale. "Then listen to me, I'm going to review too." Harry patted Ronald on the shoulder, then picked up the parchment and walked towards the library. For the next few days, both Harry and Ronald were reviewing their knowledge. Dumbledore and his younger siblings, Advt, had spent the past few days in Hogsmeade. Grindelwald and the Grangers also returned to Zarage Castle. The 2-day tour gave the Grangers a general understanding of the wizarding world. The two also realized more and more how much influence Ian had. Hermione was saying goodbye to her parents, and the Grangers were going back to the Muggles. Monica rubbed Hermione's hair and said with a smile, "Baby, listen to Ian and Gellert at school. Write to me and your dad if you need anything. Don't do dangerous things, understand?" Hermione blushed when she heard her mother's words and said, "Okay, Mom, take care of yourselves too." Wendell looked at the two with a wry smile. His vault key has been captured by Monica. Most of what he wanted to buy along the way was turned down. Monica said that the money should not be spent indiscriminately, it will be given to Hermione and Ian in the future. And Ian and Grindelwald are preparing to go back to Hogwarts. Ian looked at my Arthur and the others in front of him, and said, "Andy from the Norwegian Ministry of Magic has gone back. The rest will be left to you. If there is anything you can't solve, write to me." My Arthur and others saluted Ian respectfully and said, "Okay sir, we will not disappoint Sir's trust. Ian patted Milan's arm. Milan, Zarek will be handed over to you. Milan looked up at Ian seriously and said. Don't worry, sir. Ian nodded and walked over to the Grangers. Ian took out an envelope from the space ring and handed it to the Grangers. Mr. Granger, madam, here is the contact envelope from Zarek. If you want to travel in the magic world, you can contact Milan at any time. Wendell and Monica smiled and took the envelope from Ian. Monica looked at Ian with a smile and said. Ian, don't call us so strangely from now on. Just call us uncle, aunt, or name. Hearing Monica's words, Ian was a little puzzled, but then Hermione tugged on Ian's sleeve. Ian looked at the little witch, and Hermione blushed like an apple. He also felt that Grindelwald was staring at him at this time. Ian sensed their emotions and made Ian agree. Ian nodded to Monica and said. Monica. Auntie. Monica nodded in satisfaction, and said to Ian. Hermione gave it to you when she was at school. I hope you can come to our house as a guest during the summer vacation. Hermione is sure to be welcome too. Hermione felt steam rising from her head when she heard her mother's words. Chapter 123. Ian kept thinking about what had just happened on the carriage back to Hogwarts. Why both Grindelwald and Hermione wanted him to say yes to Monica. Hermione was blushing and sitting next to Ian. Ian looked at Hermione at this time, and put his hand on Hermione's forehead. Strange, you don't have a fever, why are you so red? Hermione froze for a moment when she heard Ian's words, her eyes gradually became fierce. Hermione grabbed Ian's hand and immediately bit down on it. Hiss, it hurts, let go. Hermione let go when she heard Ian cry out in pain. The little witch snorted coldly, looking at Ian like looking at a log. Ian looked at the tooth marks on his hand and said. Hermione, are you a swallowtail? Hermione looked at Ian again with unkind eyes when she heard Ian's words. Grindelwald laughed loudly at this moment. Ian, stop talking. Hermione is going to be pissed off at you. Hermione blushed when she heard Grindelwald's words. Ian was at a loss. Grindelwald came over and patted Ian on the shoulder, saying. Ian, I'm from here. Hermione to you. Before Grindelwald finished speaking, Hermione who hurried over covered her mouth. Ian looked at the two with some doubts, what's the matter? Hermione glared at Ian, then walked to the sofa on the other side of the carriage with Grindelwald on his feet. Ian looked at Grindelwald and Hermione who were whispering over there, and spread their hands. Don't worry about it, the midterm exam will be right after the school starts. Ian is still looking forward to the results of the little wizards. After all, Ian has been teaching them for half a year, even if it is a troll, they will not fail. Just like that, the carriage has almost reached the sky above Hogwarts. The little wizard who stayed in school found a carriage flying over the Black Lake. George and Fred, wandering outside, yelled. Look! That's a flying carriage. Cool. George. Who do you say is here? I guess it must be a big shot. Harry and Ronald, who were beside them at this time, also saw the carriage. But the difference was that Harry saw some black-winged horses pulling the cart in front of the carriage. Harry curiously asked George and Fred. George, Fred, what are those flying horses in front of that carriage? The three of Weasley looked at Harry suspiciously when they heard Harry's words. George said to Harry. Harry, that carriage is flying by itself. Ronald also nodded and said. Harry, George was right. There is no horse pulling the cart as you said. Did you read it wrong? Hearing what George and Ronald said, Harry looked at the carriage again. Harry was sure that he was right, that those black horses existed. Harry said to the Weasley trio. I did see, those horses were black. And it has bat-like wings. Ronald said again. Harry, there really isn't. If you don't believe it. Fred interrupted Ronald, and said to Harry seriously. Harry, did you really see it? It's not a good thing in the wizarding world to be able to see what others can't see. Harry and Ronald turned pale with fright at Fred's words. But Harry nodded firmly. Fred and George looked at each other and said. Then the horses you mentioned, Harry, do exist. I think we can ask Ian when he gets back. If it's a curse, Ian can easily fix it. Harry relaxed a little at what George and Fred had said. They all have strong faith in Ian. Ronald looked at Harry worriedly, and said, Harry, it's all right, Professor Grindelwald will definitely help you. Harry nodded and continued to look at the carriage. After a while, the carriage got closer and closer. Harry also got a good look at the horses. Black skinny body, bat-like wings. And their head portraits are like the dragon heads drawn in books. The carriage came over the Hogwarts courtyard and began to descend. Curious little wizards also gathered and looked curiously at this gorgeous carriage. McGonagall also came to the atrium. The carriage stopped slowly and the door was pushed open. Flitwick and the others stepped out of the carriage. Then came Ian and Hermione. McGonagall stepped forward and looked at the crowd with a smile and said, Welcome back. The little wizards cheered when they saw that the professors had returned. This is so cool. Is that Hermione? I envy her. I guess it's Professor Grindelwald's carriage. Ian and McGonagall say. I'm sorry, Minerva. McGonagall said with a laugh. It's okay, next year someone can guard Hogwarts. Everyone had a good Christmas this year, Dumbledore told me. And, Ian, your Christmas present was the best present I've ever received. Ian smiled and said. As long as you like it. Then McGonagall said. I suppose we'll talk first in the castle. I already miss your supper very much. Ian nodded, and said to Jess in the carriage. Jess, you should send them back first. Jess stood up and saluted Ian. Immediately waving the reins of the carriage, Yemen pulled the carriage and flew into the air. Now Nico and the others are still in the car, so it is not convenient to show up at Hogwarts. After all, causing a commotion is not what they want. Watching Jess' actions and the carriage taking off, the little wizards exclaimed again. Is that person under Professor Grindelwald? Sure. When will I be Professor Grindelwald's girlfriend? Don't even think about it. Professor Grindelwald has Granger by his side. In the car, Tina looked at the scene outside and said to Newt. Newt, it seems the little wizards at Hogwarts like Ian too. Newt nodded and said. It's the best way, it's good for Ian's growth. When Ian was about to return to the castle with McGonagall, the four of Harry rushed up. Professor! Professor Grindelwald! Harry called to Ian hastily. Ian and the others heard shouts behind them and looked back. I saw Harry, Ronald, George, and Fred running towards him. Harry ran up to Ian, panting. Ian spoke first and said. Mr. Potter, what do you want? Harry gasped and replied. Yes, I just saw a black horse in front of the carriage. Professor, may I be cursed for doing this? The three of Weasley also looked at Ian, waiting for Ian's answer. 5. Chapter 124. Hermione's heart twisted when she heard Harry's words. She remembered Ian saying that thestrals can only be seen by those who have witnessed death. That Harry. The professors behind Ian looked at each other when they heard Harry's question. Of course they could see thestrals, and that was because they had all fought in the Wizarding Wars. And Harry probably witnessed the death of his parents as a child. Ian patted Harry on the shoulder. Harry, you are not cursed. It's thestrals, and only wizards who have witnessed death can see them. Harry and the others relaxed after hearing Ian's words. But what followed made Harry and Weasley's hearts freeze. Ronald looked at Harry a little at a loss. Harry! George interrupted Ronald by patting Ronald on the shoulder. Harry looked into Ian's eyes. 803 said. Thank you, Professor Grindelwald. Harry thought of his dead parents. And it was Voldemort who killed his parents. But now Harry was filled with anger at Voldemort because of what Ian had said before. Thinking of this, Harry continued. Professor Grindelwald, can I have the power of revenge? Ian looked into Harry's eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Harry, you can have that strength. But now you are too weak. When you don't have enough foundation. I hope you don't blindly pursue power. If you don't want to be a lunatic like Voldemort. Harry fell into thought when he heard Ian's words. Ian patted Harry on the shoulder again, then turned and walked towards Hogwarts Castle. McGonagall just heard the conversation between Ian and Harry, and asked with some concern. Ian, is Harry getting caught up in thoughts of revenge? Ian nodded and shook his head. I think Harry will decide his own path. And Harry isn't some idiot like Voldemort. McGonagall laughed when he heard what Ian said. Ian, it seems you really know little wizards well. Ian shook his head and said. They respect me, and I don't want anyone bothering Hogwarts. Harry's revenge on Voldemort is just a small matter. Ian looked at these little wizards who respected him very much, and he felt that it was possible to help them at a critical time. Although Ian regards the enemy as a bug, he will not hesitate to kill. But Ian now considers Hogwarts his home. If someone wants to hurt the people of Hogwarts, Ian doesn't mind bringing the scourge back to that world again. Harry thought about Ian's words after Ian was gone. Although he felt that he could not understand many of Professor Grindelwald's words. But there's definitely nothing wrong with listening to Professor Grindelwald. George and Fred came up and put their arms around Harry, saying, Harry, are you okay? Harry came back to his senses when he heard George and Fred's inquiry. Harry looked at the two and said, It's all right, I'll listen to Professor Grindelwald. One day, I will personally claim Voldemort's share. Harry had seen Ian feed Voldemort's remnant soul as fodder to the undead. And those undead rubbed Voldemort against the ground. Harry felt that Professor Grindelwald was right. That Voldemort is a weak lunatic. On the other side, after Ian and McGonagall entered the castle, Ian and Hermione returned to the professor's lounge of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. The two just sat down on the sofa. Hermione said to Ian with some fear. Ian, the Harry thing. Ian sensed Hermione's emotions and said comfortingly. Harry should have seen his parents die when he was a child. That's why he sees thestrals. Hermione heard Ian's words, stepped forward and looked into Ian's eyes. Ian, I'm a little worried. Ian reached out and rubbed Hermione's little head, and said. The old man has arranged for the saints to protect Gran, Auntie and Uncle. I won't let you have an accident, have you forgotten about Ariana? Hermione relaxed now. At this moment, Hermione felt that she had to take the initiative, otherwise he would not know how long it would take to understand. So Hermione put her head on Ian's shoulder. Thank you, Ian. Ian smiled and said. We are friends and I don't want to lose any of them. Hermione made another decision after hearing Ian's words, she had to be more proactive. Hermione took Ian's hand gently. She doesn't want to be friends with Ian. Ian is a big block. But Hermione was tired from today's rush and getting up early to say goodbye to her parents. After a while, Hermione fell asleep after relaxing. Ian checked the time and gently placed Hermione on the sofa. It's time to prepare the supper tonight. It wasn't long before the sound of professors knocking on the door woke Hermione from her sleep. When Hermione woke up, the table was already full of Ian's cooking. And it has her favorite dishes. Hermione looked at Ian who was still cooking, his eyes were full of Ian. Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts the day before term started. Ian saw that Dumbledore was not with Ariana when he came for supper. Ian looked at Dumbledore a little puzzled. This sister-in-law didn't bring her own sister? Ian asked Dumbledore. Old man Deng, you didn't bring Ariana with you. Dumbledore's face darkened when he heard Ian's words. Ariana is in Hogsmeade now. It's not time for Anna to enter school yet. Grindelwald dismantled the stage aside. Ian, don't trust him. If Aberforth hadn't drawn his wand and was ready to punch him, Ariana must have been brought over by him at 1.5. Dumbledore's face darkened even more at Grindelwald's words. The clenched fist in his hand seemed to be hitting Grindelwald's face at any moment. Ian nodded with a smile and said. I'd say it's definitely not that simple. Andy's certificate has been processed. It depends on when you plan to announce it. Hearing Ian's words, Dumbledore thought for a while and said. Wait until the summer when Anna enters school. Let Anna take a rest now. Dumbledore's tone was sour when he said this. Ian didn't wear Dumbledore, turned to Grindelwald and said. Old man, I think you have to do me a favor when school starts. What's the matter? Help me get some Muggle metal, me and Nico have a new idea. Chapter 125. The little wizards all returned to Hogwarts after the Christmas holidays. But they didn't expect that the first class of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class was the exam. Professor Grindelwald didn't lie to them. There are real exams. Those little wizards who played too much and didn't review were trembling nervously. Because the first Defense Against the Dark Arts class was for Slytherin and Ravenclaw in 5th year. It is said that the Slytherin scumbag Marcus Flint was once again caught by Professor Grindelwald and sent to the cram school. The reason was that Marcus Flint forgot to bring his textbooks home during the holidays. Even so, finding a copy of the Dark Arts, a guide to self-defense was easy for Marcus. It's a pity that many parts of Ian's exam are about knowledge of notes. The new book has no notes. Since then, the young wizards at Hogwarts who haven't taken the Defense Against the Dark Arts class have started a wave of reviewing again. This made the professors of other subjects consider whether to study Ian's examination arrangement. Ronald's cramming still had some effect. But when it came time for their first-year Defense Against the Dark Arts class, he was still very nervous. 03 Harry and Ronald sat down in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Ronald said nervously to Harry. "Harry, do you think this test will be difficult? I don't remember everything." Harry heard Ronald's words and said. "Probably not, we are only first graders. There shouldn't be many places to take the exam." Ronald was relieved to hear Harry's words. At this moment Draco looked at Harry and Ronald, mockingly said. "Pote, red-haired boy. Have you reviewed it? I think there must be you in the cram school." When Harry and Ronald heard Draco's words, they immediately wanted to turn back. "But I saw Ian coming out of the lounge on the second floor." Only then did he hold back the words. After Ian came out, the little wizards fell silent for a moment. The pressure of the exam hangs over their heads. Ian walked to the podium and saw that the little wizards were all here, and said. "Okay, since we're all here, I don't want to talk nonsense. I hope you all have a review during the holidays. Then let's start the exam now." After speaking, Ian waved his hand. The test papers on the table flew up and began to be distributed automatically. Hermione was sitting in the front row, and she was also very nervous now. He was still reciting knowledge points silently in his mouth. When Hermione got the test paper, she glanced at the questions first, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Ian looked amused and helpless at Hermione's performance. Obviously now Hermione is starting to learn the knowledge of the second year. But still very nervous about the exam. Harry also breathed a sigh of relief after getting the test paper and reading the questions. He must get a good grade in this exam. To prove it to Professor Grindelwald. Ronald looked at the questions on the test paper with some excitement. He has reviewed most of them. This time it is stable. But when it was time to do the questions, Ronald realized that he clearly remembered some of the questions. "That's when I can't remember." Ronald's expression alternated between distress and excitement. But no little wizard dared to cheat. After all, at the beginning of the exam, Ian released 2 skeletons to inspect the little wizard. This will definitely increase the psychological pressure on the little wizards. But Ian thinks that since he is a wizard, he must overcome this fear. Neville's hands were shaking with nervousness now. But Neville remembered his goal of becoming stronger, so he suppressed his fear and continued to answer the question. As for things like quills that automatically answer questions. Little wizards who don't know that Ian is a master alchemist. They were also given alchemy badges for Christmas. Cheating with a quill that automatically answers questions is a dead end. As time goes by, the final emotions of the little wizards vary. But to Ian's relief, he felt that the little wizard was basically not in despair. So Ian looked at the time on the clock. "The time is up, now roll up." Ian waved his hand again, and the little wizards saw the test paper levitate by itself. Then they piled up in the air and flew to Ian's podium. Ian picked up a test paper and said. "Now you read the book first. The results will come out soon." A few little wizards who went crazy during the holidays are the most worried at this time. Ian silently corrected the test papers on the podium. The little wizards were discussing quietly below. "Ronald, how was your answer?" Ronald said uneasy. "Harry, I feel like I'm screwed. Obviously I've read the book, but I just can't remember some problems." Draco glanced at Harry and Ronald disdainfully. He said to Gower and Crabbe. "Goyle, Crabbe, look at that Weasley troll." Such a simple test question actually made him so nervous. Goyle and Crabbe smiled when they heard Draco's words. Because they are nervous too. Draco immediately understood the expressions on the two of them. Draco covered his face and asked. "You two don't have any questions that you didn't answer?" Goyle and Crabbe nodded awkwardly at Draco's words. Draco had forgotten that the two of them also belonged to the troll class characters of 083. Draco said helplessly. I hope you don't fail. Otherwise, you all know what will happen to Marcus. Goyle and Crabbe turned pale when they heard Marcus' name. Marcus stayed at Professor Grindelwald's side for 3 consecutive afternoons from the first day of school this time. Every day, the little wizards could regularly find screams coming from the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Now Marcus has suffered a lot, and he will wake up at night when he sleeps. Hear his roommate yell every night in the break room. Don't come here. And so on. In severe cases, Marcus should be supplemented with faintly. It was not uncommon for Marcus to write home, he had done so on the first day. But what came back to him was a roaring letter. Old Flint was no fool, and now he was terrified of Dumbledore and Ian. But teaching his own children magic is what old Flint could only wish for. How dare you write a letter to complain? This makes Marcus famous again in the Slytherin lounge. Of course, such an embarrassing thing, Slytherin would not say it. So the other colleges didn't know about Marcus' tragic situation. But now in Slytherin House, the word tutoring has become taboo. Chapter 126. It didn't take long for Ian to finish grading the test papers for the little wizards. Ian raised his head and looked around the little wizards in the classroom. The little wizards were already very nervous at this moment. Ronald even swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The little wizards knew that it was time to meet the judgment. At this time Ian laughed and said, all the exams passed. The little wizards immediately cheered. Ronald, Goyle, and Crabbe breathed a sigh of relief. Ian continued. Miss Granger got a perfect score on this exam. Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy second. Hermione relaxed after hearing Ian's words. She must be number 1. Never disgrace Ian. Harry and Draco looked at each other, neither of them convinced. Ronald glanced at Draco and said disapprovingly. Harry, Malfoy is just lucky. Harry shook his head and said. Ronald, Malfoy is serious too. It's not his luck. Although Harry hated Malfoy, his serious attitude towards Malfoy was recognized by everyone. Ronald pursed his lips, just about to speak. Just listen to Ian on the podium say. Just this exam, Mr. Weasley. I think you need to give me an explanation. Ronald stiffened when he heard Ian's words. Ian took out Ronald's test paper and continued. I remember telling you a long time ago that the ghoul's answer was a banishing spell. But why do you still remember wrongly now? The way to expel a ghoul is to fight him. Mr. Weasley, is your wand a baboon's stick? Ronald blushed and lowered his head. The little wizards let out a burst of laughter. Ian pressed his hand, looked at the little wizards and said. You are not much better. I don't think you have any right to laugh at Mr. Weasley. Mr. Finnegan, what you thought of when you faced the imp was the banishing curse. I think the little devil might just smash your head off. Mr. Gower and Mr. Crabbe, you just passed your exam. Not even baboons. The little wizards bowed their heads when they heard Ian's words. Ian looked at the little wizards who stopped talking, and said. Don't make fun of others. Reflect on your own problems. Wizards without knowledge are worse than trolls. I don't want you to die at the hands of dark creatures one day. Ronald looked at Ian with emotion, although Ian did scold him. But he didn't let others laugh at him either. Ian looked at Ronald next and said. Mr. Weasley, I hope there will be no such low-level mistakes in the final exam. Ronald nodded quickly, he didn't dare. Okay, so Miss Granger scores 10 points for Gryffindor. Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy earn 5 points for their respective houses. The homework is to write papers on the wrong topics for you. Not less than 3 inches each. When the little wizards heard Ian's words, they howled all over the place. Don't look at the small base of each article, but it can't hold up. That's a lot of homework for them. But those little wizards who do well in the exam are happy. This proves that they have basically no homework. Ian returned the papers to the little wizards and said. Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy stay after class. Get out of class is over now. Hearing the news that Ian said that the get out of class was over, the little wizards all dispersed. Ronald said to Ian in puzzlement. Professor, may I stay? Ian shook his head and said. I don't think so right now, you can ask Harry later. Ronald nodded in disappointment, then said to Harry. I'll wait for you at the door. Harry nodded to Ronald. Then Harry and Draco came to the podium. Ian looked at the two with a smile and said, "Harry, Draco, are you interested in joining my club?" The idea of starting a club was what McGonagall told Ian yesterday. This will make it easier for him to train talented young wizards. And judging from this situation, the young wizards of these clubs are likely to be Ian's core personnel when they grow up. Ian thought about it, and it was true. If it weren't for the fact that wizards are too weak now, Ian would choose to break the secrecy law. Now he is no longer the lonely man he used to be. Ian needs to think about everyone at Hogwarts. Harry and Draco were dumbfounded at what Ian said. Draco asked excitedly, "Professor, can I learn your magic by joining your club?" Harry also looked at Ian expectantly, he also wanted to ask this question. Ian nodded and said, "Students in the club can learn my magic in advance. And I will teach you some magic that is not in the magic world. But there is one thing, you have to help me with my magic research." Harry and Draco suddenly became excited. They have been waiting for a long time and finally today. Harry quickly said, "I do, Professor." Draco also kept nodding. "Willing. Willing." Ian looked at the two with a smile and said, "Then it's decided. I will notify you of the meeting time of the club. You guys get ready. If you have any questions you don't understand, you can ask me at the party." Ian doesn't want to be disturbed by little wizards in normal times. Harry and Draco walked out of the classroom door with excitement. For a moment, the two forgot to fight each other. Harry had just stepped out of the classroom door when he saw Ronald, who had been waiting. Draco glanced at Ronald, and said to Harry, "Harry Potter, we are all top students now. I think, Zhao Zhao, it would be better for you to be friends with me. Don't hang out with this red-haired poor boy." Harry was a little annoyed at Draco's words, and said, "Malfoy, I don't need your consent to whom I want to be friends with. And Ronald is also very good." Draco twitched the corner of his mouth disdainfully. "Whatever you want, Pot. I will prove to Professor Grindelwald that I am better than you." After speaking, Draco left with Goyle and Crabbe, who were waiting for him. Ronald glanced at Draco's back indignantly. "Harry. Malfoy is so defiant." Harry sighed and said, "Ronald, do you know what the professor just said to us?" Ronald's attention was diverted instantly, and he asked Han curiously, "What did Professor Grindelwald say?" "The professor invited me and Malfoy into his club." "What?" Chapter 127. Hermione, who stayed in the defense against the dark arts professor, asked Ian, puzzled after Harry and Draco left. "Ian, can you really teach them magic?" Ian nodded and said, "Yes, Harry and Draco are good little wizards." Hermione pursed her lips and said, "Ian, your magical knowledge will get out." Ian heard Hermione's words, smiled and said, "Isn't knowledge the need for someone to learn to make progress? And I am confident that there is no way they will surpass me. Because I am also constantly improving." Hermione couldn't help but blushed when she saw the confident Ian, and said, "Then I'll be with you." Ian nodded with a smile and continued, "Hermione, the wizarding world has sat on its laurels for too long. The pure blood family has a monopoly on magical knowledge. Only Hogwarts has the living environment of ordinary little wizards." Having said that, Ian looked seriously into Hermione's eyes and said, "And Hermione, you're from the Muggle world. You know, Ma's progress is too fast. The wizard is still there. When Muggles discovered the powerful abilities of wizards, at that time, the power of Muggles had already surpassed that of wizards. What happens when the two sides are unequal in power?" Hermione thought about it, and looked at Ian with some unease in her heart. "I'm not sure," Ian said seriously. "War. Until one side dies. Just like the demons and humans in my world." Hermione turned pale when she heard Ian's words. Ian continued, "And now the base number of wizards is really too small. Can't stand the wear and tear of the Muggle war." Hermione turned pale and asked Ian, "Can't you stop the war?" Ian nodded and shook his head, and said, "Muggles with power will not tolerate a group of people who threaten them on their heads. So, wizards either become stronger, or wait for future wars. War can only be avoided if the forces on both sides are balanced." Hermione was very conflicted, her parents were Muggles. And she doesn't want to stand against her parents one day. But Ian's last words made Hermione's eyes light up. That's right. Ian said that as long as there is balance, then war can be avoided. That's when Hermione thought, Agsy, of all the conversations Ian had with Dumbledore. Plus remembering the first time I met Ian. Ian and Grindelwald are in the Muggle world. Were Ian and Grindelwald watching the Muggles at that time? And Hermione has read History of Magic. The goal of the Saints in the First Wizarding War is to break the law of secrecy. In this way, Ian and the others should be preparing for this event. Hermione asked Ian seriously. Then can I join your program? Ian looked at Hermione with some surprise. Had she noticed it? That will wait until you are strong enough. I will work hard. Professor Grindelwald's club spread throughout Hogwarts in an instant from Ronald's mouth. Ronald envied Harry very much, but it was hard for him to accept that Malfoy had also received the invitation. But Ronald became depressed when he thought about his test results. Why don't you study more? But regret is useless. Harry and Draco are now sweet potatoes too. Every day little wizards ask him how to join Professor Grindelwald's club. Draco brags in the auditorium every day that he has long been valued by the professor. Maybe he can replace Hermione as the professor's first wizard in the future. After Hermione heard Draco's words, she said that she was not Ian's wizard. And you can't take the position she wants, Draco. At this moment, Harry looked at Percy Weasley helplessly with a wry smile, and said, Percy, I really don't know how to quickly join Professor Grindelwald's club. And this is the 5th time you've asked me. Hearing Harry's words, Percy sighed. Sorry Harry, I was too anxious. Percy is a power freak, and he takes his reputation and status very seriously. One of his favorite books now is called How Prefects Gain Power. Percy is getting ready for next year's prefect election. Percy thinks that joining Professor Grindelwald's club will give him early access to some connections. And isn't Professor Grindelwald the biggest contact? Percy knows it, and now Ian's reputation in the world is very loud. Their father, Arthur Weasley, admired Ian Grindelwald very much. And how could Percy, who is a top student, not know what Grindelwald represents? Harry said helplessly. It's all right Percy, maybe you can ask Professor Grindelwald. Percy also showed a wry smile when he heard Harry's words. But before Percy could speak, George and Fred approached. Hey! Check it out! Weasley's big shot! Oh! Dear Patsy Prefect! You've come to ask Harry about joining the club again. Percy looked at George and Fred angrily, and said. Why are you two everywhere? Be careful I tell Mom about your night tour. George picked out his ear. We don't use night tours, you have no proof. Fred ignored Percy, smiled at Harry and said. Harry, you didn't know Percy asked Ian. Guess what, Ian rejected it directly. Someone was as anxious as a fire crab. Percy roared angrily. Enough. George. Fred. George and Fred didn't care about the angry Percy, they set up Harry. Come on, Harry. I think you should come and see our new invention. That's right. Harry. Fred whispered in Harry's ear. That's made out of Ian's book. Super cool. Harry also became interested in what the two of them said. Harry turned to Percy sheepishly and said. Sorry Percy, I really can't help you with this. Percy also knew Harry's difficulty, and said. Fine then, but Harry, if you can, put in a nice word for Professor Grindelwald. Harry nodded perfunctorily, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Ronald looked at Harry who was sandwiched between George and Fred. He seems to be forgotten again. Wait for me. Harry. George. Fred. Chapter 128. How soon are we in the Muggle, Metal Works? Grindelwald in a Muggle limousine. Moth was driving at this time, and Mogard Carroll looked at the magic map in his hand and said. Lord Grindelwald, 32 miles to go. This time because Ian said it would take a lot of different kinds of Muggle-made metals. So Grindelwald didn't drive out the magic carriage with much fanfare. Decided to travel the Muggle way. In order to acquire these metals, Moss contacted Roger's Squib who lived in the Muggle world overnight. Get them to register a Muggle company. Try not to attract the attention of Muggles. Grindelwald has a headache now. Ian actually left this troublesome thing to him. But there is no way, Grindelwald still knows that Ian is worried about handing it over to others. I don't know what shocking things Ian and Nico are planning to do this time. Forget it, let the two of them toss. Anyway, every time something new appears, it is an improvement in the magic world. In this way, their power to break the secrecy law will be stronger. Grindelwald looked at the purchase list in his hand, and it was filled with nouns he couldn't understand. What titanium alloys, aluminum steel alloys, nickel copper alloys, etc., what the hell are these? And the price is not cheap. So Ian and Nick used the sorcerer's stone to make a lot of gold and gave it to Grindelwald. It didn't take long for Grindelwald and the others to arrive at their destination, the Cross Skin Processing Factory. Cross heard that a big customer was coming to buy metal today. So he took the company's executives early and waited in front of the gate of the metal processing factory. And the other party said that the amount of metal needed is huge. Cross, he must not lose this opportunity. Just when Cross looked up to the stars and the moon, he saw a limousine coming up the road. Cross and others thought, it seems that people have arrived. After the car stopped, Cross was about to step forward to help the other party open the car door. But at this moment the front door of the limousine was opened. The driver and a young man got off. Si Luo feels very strange, isn't it a big customer? In Si Luo's mind, the big client should be the kind of middle-aged business elite. A company executive close to asked. Boss, is that young man a big client? Yes, how is it a young man? Si Luo regarded Morkard as his client this time. But although Si Luo had some doubts in his heart, he still had to test it before he knew. Just when he was about to say hello, the two young men walked to the back seat and opened the car door. Then the two saluted respectfully and signaled Grindelwald to get out of the car. When Si Luo saw this scene, he immediately understood. The real big customers are behind. Si Luo and the others saw a blonde middle-aged man in a black windbreaker get out of the car. His temperament is very noble. Plus those two young attendants. Si Luo suspects that the other party is a nobleman. Thinking of this, Si Luo hurriedly stepped forward to greet Grindelwald. Hello, are you the president of St. Anne's Company? I'm the boss of my Claws Metal Works. My name is Cross. You can call me Thro. Thro held out his hand to Grindelwald. Si Luo is very excited now. To be able to do business with powerful nobles. As long as this business is done, then this time it will be released. This St. Anne's Company is very mysterious, even if he investigates, it is useless to come out with any news. Now that it's related to nobles, it makes sense. And the connections of nobles are no joke. Klaus may also enter the senior circle directly. Grindelwald looked at Klaus in front of him, reached out and shook his hand. Grindelwald smiled and said. I'm just an agent this time. Jack Rozier. Hearing Grindelwald's words, Thro thought carefully, this surname sounded like a surname from France. But it seems that I have never heard of this noble surname. Without waiting for Si Luo to continue thinking, Grindelwald said directly to Si Luo. Mr. Claus, I think we can quickly discuss this purchase. I don't have much time to waste after all. Si Luo quickly pulled back his own thoughts. Even if Grindelwald said that he was an agent, Si Luo did not dare to neglect. After all, no one has trouble with money. Yes, Mr. Rozier. Do you think we can go to the reception room to talk now? Grindelwald nodded, and said to UNSI and Unkid beside him. You go and get your things and follow me. Moth and Morkard heard Grindelwald's words, walked again and walked to the trunk of the car. Although everything is in the interspatial ring, it is not appropriate to take it out in front of muggles. Seeing the reactions of Moth and Morkard, everyone in Thro and Claws Metal Processing Factory once again affirmed that Mr. Rozier is definitely a nobleman. Because apart from nobles, it is impossible for the bosses of those big companies to have such subordinates. Thinking of this, Thro became more enthusiastic about Grindelwald. Si Luo excitedly said to Grindelwald. Mr. Rozier. Please come with me. Grindelwald looked at Moth and Morkard, who were returning with 2 suitcases each. So Grindelwald nodded to Thro. Along the way, Si Luo first took Grindelwald and others to visit the processing workshop of the factory. Mr. Rozier, you see, this is our most advanced processing machine. Our machinery is one of the most advanced in the world. You can trust us with your metal orders. Thro also demonstrated the process of making the alloy to Grindelwald. Grindelwald looked at the working machinery with interest. Although Grindelwald doesn't understand Muggle stuff, but the efficiency of those machines and huge furnaces to produce things is simply too fast. At this point, the wizard has been left far behind. The alchemy of wizards, until Ian came, was in constant decline. The Muggles did exactly as he predicted 50 years ago, their progress was too fast. The thoughts of Moth and Morkard changed from disdain at the beginning to shock, but now they turned into worry. Only now did the two truly see the Muggle alchemy miracle. Both of them have a lot of alchemy items, so they naturally know the importance of alchemy. Perhaps wizards have truly been resting on their laurels for too long. But then the two thought of their husband. Mr. has started making magic progress. Especially Moth, who has been with Ian for a long time. Moth was more aware of the speed at which magic was advancing in the laboratories of Mr. and Nicole Mailer. Thinking of this, the eyes of Moth and Morkard exuded fanatical light. It shouldn't be too long before wizards catch up with Muggles. Chapter 129. After S.I. Luo accompanied Grindelwald to visit the production line. S.I. Luo brought the three of Grindelwald and some company executives to the reception room. Mr. Rozier, what do you think of our production line? Grindelwald said with a smile. I think it's okay. After all, you guys know more about these professional things than I do. S.I. Luo laughed loudly and said. And what metal do you need, Mr. Rozier? I hear from you that a lot of synthetic metal is needed. Grindelwald nodded, and took the parchment Ian had given him from his pocket. Grindelwald handed the parchment to Thro. Look at it, the number is also on it. S.I. Luo took the parchment excitedly. Just as he got the parchment, S.I. Luo felt that the paper was not made of plants through the touch of his hand. S.I. Luo sighed in his heart, 573. These nobles are different, even the paper they usually use is so high grade. Thro then began to examine the writing on the parchment. S.I. Luo looked at the titanium alloy on the first row, and immediately realized what a deal. But when S.I. Luo saw the counting unit after the word, he couldn't help wiping his eyes with his hand. Are you sure the unit behind this is correct? The string of zeros followed the titanium alloy. S.I. Luo was dumbfounded. Thro tremblingly said to Grindelwald. Mr. Rozier, are you sure about the following counting units? Grindelwald also wanted to complain about this, and didn't know what Ian and Nico were going to do, which required so much Muggle synthetic metal. But Ian's request still needs to be fulfilled, maybe Ian and Nico will bring him some surprises. Grindelwald looked at S.I. Luo with a smile. You read that right, and if our experiment is successful, there will be additional orders. Grindelwald's words made Thro ecstatic. Just so many titanium alloys, this is really big business. Big business. Okay, Mr. Rozier, then I'll wait and see. With excitement, S.I. Luo continued to look down at the requirements on the parchment. But S.I. Luo gradually turned from palpitations to fright. Because many metals in it are restricted. S.I. Luo put down the parchment and looked at Grindelwald with a wry smile. Mr. Rozier, there are some materials that we may not be able to obtain. These materials are restricted. Grindelwald looked at S.I. Luo suspiciously. Restricted? What do you mean? S.I. Luo smiled wryly and said. It's just that without approval, it is not allowed to sell to the outside world. What's more, your company is from France. Hearing S.I. Luo's explanation, Grindelwald understood. Grindelwald turned to Moth and said. Moss, contact Ma Shengan Company, you go and talk. Give me the so-called approval as soon as possible. Moss saluted upon hearing Grindelwald's words and said. Yes, my lord. Then Moss turned and walked out. Because Dumbledore is the president of the International Federation of Wizards and has contacts with the prime ministers of Muggle countries. Preserve the delicate balance between Muggles and wizards and hide the traces of wizards. But occasionally a wizard will make some earth-shattering events. Therefore, Dumbledore has some documents from Muggle countries, so that he can deal with the problems caused by wizards in a timely manner. When the Rozier family established the Muggle Company, Grindelwald secretly took some of these documents and placed them in St. Anne's Company. This is also convenient for Grindelwald and the others to do things. Moth was going back to get the documents at this time. It's just that it's not easy to say directly about wizards and muggles in front of S.I. Luo. Thro asked Grindelwald curiously. Mr. Rozier, who are these two? Si Luo also glanced at Morkard, who was with Grindelwald. Grindelwald said with a smile. Junior in the family, come out this time to do something with me. When Si Luo heard Grindelwald's words, he immediately felt that his guess was absolutely right. And as long as Grindelwald can get the approval, Thro is 100% going to catch up with Grindelwald and the others. This way his company can definitely go one step further. Then Si Luo introduced the city of Manchester to Grindelwald. He wanted to get closer to Grindelwald, at least to make the other party feel good about him. Although Grindelwald's replies were very perfunctory, Si Luo was still looking for topics tirelessly. Seeing that Grindelwald is not willing to enter, Si Luo can only use the last resort. So Si Luo smiled brightly and asked. If Mr. Rozier doesn't dislike it, you can stay here first. I think it will take a while to wait for the approval. It just so happens that I can also introduce you to the scenery of Manchester. As long as he stays, Wei Luo is sure to take care of him. Grindelwald shook his head and said. It won't be long, it will be fine in a while. Si Luo was very puzzled when he heard Grindelwald's words. What does it mean that it won't be long? This kind of approval is not easy to get, and it requires the permission of the royal family and the parliament. At this time, a company executive beside Si Luo whispered to Si Luo. Boss, I feel that these three people may be liars. Look at their haughty faces, they don't look like they're talking about business. Si Luo glanced at the executive, but did not speak. The executive thought he had reached Si Luo's heart. So he continued. And wasn't the number on their note a joke? It takes 3 people to negotiate such a big list. And never even heard of approval. As soon as the executive's voice fell, he saw Moth come back. The executive looked at Mosi, who came back with disdain. Now let me see how you put it on. But I saw Moth's paper bag, took out a document from it and handed it to Grindelwald 5.1. Moth said respectfully. My lord, the approval has been taken back. See if it's this one. Grindelwald took the file and took a quick look. Very good. After finishing speaking, Grindelwald handed the document to Si Luo. Mr. Claus, do you see if this is the right? At this moment, Si Luo believed the executive's words a little bit. How could it be done in such a short time? But after Si Luo took the file, he still read it. Not long after, Si Luo stared wide-eyed at the signature and content on the document. The executive next to Si Luo looked excitedly at his boss. Judging by the boss's expression, did he realize that those people are liars? In this way, he has made a lot of credit in front of the boss. Chapter 130. It didn't take long for Silo to finish reading the document. Si Luo looked up at Grindelwald in disbelief. This approval is real. How did you do it? He was out for such a short time just now. Grindelwald said with a smile. It's just some small things. I guess I can keep some secrets. After all, I know it's not good for you. Now can we have a proper talk? Si Luo nodded quickly. The Queen's signature and the parliamentary assent on the document are not fake. And the secrets of nobles are not something he can inquire about. Grindelwald glanced at the executive. I think some people shouldn't be here, what do you think? Hearing Grindelwald's words, the executive's face instantly turned pale. How could he notice himself? Although Grindelwald can't perceive emotions in the same way as Ian. But Grindelwald's ability to sense words and emotions is not bad. He can guess what the executive said in Si Luo's ear. Thro knew what Grindelwald meant. It seems that this person's behavior just now has been seen. Si-06 Luo turned his head and said seriously to the executive. Mr. Smith, you're fired. Smith yelled in a panic. No. Boss, how can you do this? He can't lose this high-paying job. Thrall looked at Smith indifferently. Now, get the hell out of here and find the financial settlement of wages and compensation by yourself. Smith wanted to say something more. Si Luo interrupted him directly. If you don't leave, I will call the security guards to catch you and leave. When Smith heard Si Luo's words, he knew that he was done for today. When leaving, Smith looked back at Grindelwald and the others. There was hatred in his eyes. Morkard lowered his head and asked Grindelwald. My lord, can I handle it? Grindelwald nodded and said. Go again at night, remember to clean up. Morkard nodded immediately and continued to guard Grindelwald. Morkard moved his fingers behind him and cast a tracking charm on Smith. There is no need for muggles who are malicious to adults and Sir to continue to live. Luo looked at Grindelwald and immediately changed his face, and said with a smile. Mr. Rozier, the person who got in the way has left. I think we can talk about the deal in detail. Grindelwald nodded to Thro, and said. Mr. Claus, we don't want to pay in currency if we can. How risky, I almost said muggle again. Luo is very confused. How do you plan to pay if you don't want to pay in currency? Do you pay with your company's products? Then he looked at Grindelwald thoughtfully, and asked. And what payment is Mr. Rozier going to use? Grindelwald waved to Moth and Morkard then lifted the 4 boxes to the table. Under Luo's puzzled eyes, Grindelwald said with a smile. Use this. Then Moth and Morkard opened the box, and inside the box was a piece of gold. Luo and the people behind him almost stared out of their eyes. Is that gold? Luo stammered and asked. Mr. Rozier, is this gold? Luo thought of those 2 men just now carrying the box lightly. It can't be fake, can it? Seeing Luo's expression, Grindelwald said with a smile. Yes, you can verify it. Luo picked up a gold bar suspiciously, but his hand almost slipped. It was so heavy. Thrall looked at Moth and Morkard suspiciously, and said. Just now, the 2 gentlemen were able to carry such a heavy thing without difficulty. It seems that Mr. Rozier's subordinates are not ordinary. Moth and Morkard ignored Thro. It's impossible for them to tell about their use of the floating spell, right? Grindelwald looked at Thro with a smile and said. Mr. Claus, is it okay to pay in gold? Luo was so excited that he immediately jumped up. Yes. Of course. Grindelwald smiled and stretched out his hand and said. Then wish us cooperation and fast. Luo stepped forward and held Luo's hand tightly. Of course. Happy cooperation. After negotiating with Klaus Metal Works, Kodkai signed a contract with Silo. The future affairs of the Muggle world are the responsibility of the Caro family. After hearing the news, Michael Caro grinned from ear to ear. It's finally time for the Caro family to flex their muscles. It's just that Ian still doesn't know that St. Anne's company in the Muggle world will be a sharp knife for him to subvert the world in the future. At Hogwarts, Harry finally got his long-awaited defense against the Dark Arts Club party. A black, skinny, dead bat undead flew into Harry's lounge with a note in its mouth. Throwing the note in front of Harry, it turned into a green flame and disappeared. Harry was taken aback by the burning of the bat. But he had seen this bat at Halloween. They are the undead of Professor Grindelwald. So this note is from the professor? Then Harry picked up the note and read it. Mr. Potter, the meeting at the Defense Against the Dark Arts Club at 7 o'clock tonight will be held in Professor 857 of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. I hope you will be there on time. Ian Grindelwald. Ronald looked at the note in Harry's hand and said enviously. Harry. Make sure you tell me how your party was when you get back tonight. Harry smiled and said. Ronald, in 2nd grade you can definitely join if you work hard. Ronald lowered his head in disappointment and said. I should have reviewed it for Christmas. And you can still have Professor Grindelwald's meal tonight. Ronald has become obsessed with Ian since he ate a midnight snack. He swears it was the best food he has ever eaten. When Harry heard Ronald talking about Ian's food, he couldn't help but spit from his mouth. But thinking of Ronald not being able to go, Harry thought it was better to comfort his good friend first. Harry looked at Ronald helplessly, and patted him on the shoulder. Ronald, maybe you can try to get a good grade at the end of the term. Then maybe the professor will invite you. Ronald's eyes lit up when he heard Harry's words. That's right. Just work hard for the latter period of time. Ronald, he swears. He definitely didn't make a decision just to eat. Learning the magic of Professor Grindelwald is the main goal. Meals are just incidental. Chapter 131. It was not yet 7 o'clock in the evening, and Harry couldn't wait to arrive at the door of the classroom of Defense Against the Dark Arts class. With excitement, Harry pushed open the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Harry pushed open the door and saw a classroom that was completely different from usual. At this time, the decoration of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class has changed from the usual black-purple to golden-red. And the obsidian tables and chairs used in the classroom are gone. There is only a large round table in the middle. There is a row of chairs around the table, and each chair looks very expensive. A cloud of smoke floated from the ceiling in the classroom. From time to time, some images would appear in the smoke, and Harry felt like a Muggle TV. Seeing someone push the door open, Fred and George greeted Harry. "Harry! You're so early!" Harry looked at the two in surprise, and said, "Fred! George! Are you in the club too?" George smiled and replied, "That's right. Harry. Ian invited us after class this afternoon." Fred continued, "We haven't had time to tell everyone. Percy and Ronald must be envious of us this time." George continued, "Fred was right. Harry, come and sit down." Harry nodded when he heard what the two said, and after sitting down next to them, Harry asked George and Fred, "George, Fred, is Gryffindor College just us?" George and Fred laughed and said, "No, Harry. And Min." George was right. Hermione is a true Gryffindor genius. However, the decoration of the classroom today is really gorgeous. Come on George, it's not like you haven't seen Ian's lounge. He's really rich." Harry nodded with emotion when he heard George and Fred's words. While the three were chatting, a few little wizards came over. George and Fred see an acquaintance among them. "Hey! Cedric! I knew you were there. Come on Cedric." Cedric looked at the cheerful two and said with a smile, "I guessed that there must be you." Then Cedric said to Harry, "Mr. Potter, I've heard of you for a long time. Nice to meet you." Harry looked at Cedric somewhat unnaturally. Harry didn't like the strange stares everyone gave him. He knew that he was just an ordinary little wizard. "Excuse me." That's when George and Fred interrupted Harry. "Harry, this is Cedric Diggory. Also Hufflepuff's genius wizard. He is very nice. Harry, trust me and Fred. Cedric is a friend of ours and Ian's." "Professor Grindelwald's friend?" Only then did Harry relax a bit, and said to Condrick, "Hello, Mr. Diggory. Nice to meet you." Cedric smiled and said, "Just call me Cedric, can I call you Harry? It can be seen that you have a good relationship with George and the others." Harry nodded quickly. "Sure." At this time, the classroom door was pushed open again. It was 3 of Slytherin's students who came, and Harry saw Draco among them. Draco also spotted Harry, and sneered. "Pot! Isn't your red-haired valet here?" "Oh, sorry. I forgot he wasn't eligible." Harry and the others looked at Draco unkindly when they heard Draco's words. George and Fred said eccentrically. "It turned out to be the young master of the Malfoy family. Aren't you going back to find your father today? Maybe your father is calling for you." Draco blushed at the words of the two. The Slytherin students heard what George and Fred had to say. He immediately drew out his wand and pointed it at the two of them. The people on George and Fred's side were not to be outdone, and they drew out their wands and confronted each other. Hufflepuff's young wizard, who had come with Cedric, also sided with Harry. Only the 2 little wizards of Ravenclaw were at the show, but they still supported Harry's side. Slytherin students are so annoying after all. Just when the little wizards were about to cast the spell in their hands broke free uncontrollably. The spell was suspended in the air, just out of their reach. Ian came out from the lounge on the 2nd floor at this time. "Can't you find a vent for your magic power? Do you want me to have a duel with you today?" Hearing Ian's words, the little wizards shuddered. Harry and Draco lowered their heads. It was the 2 of them who started the matter. Seeing that the little wizards were all quiet, Ian continued. "Since you are all so energetic, then I will arrange a duel opportunity for you next semester. After all, you know too few spells now. There is nothing to watch in a duel." The eyes of George and Fred lit up instantly. George said excitedly. "Ian, is it really okay?" Fred also added. "We've seen Slytherins upset. This is a good opportunity to settle the grievances agreed by the professor." The 3 of Slytherin also looked up at them with unfriendly eyes. Ian nodded with a smile and said, "Since you need a way to vent, you should use a more formal way. It's not just a few praying spells, that's not called it. Hearing this, Harry looked up at Draco. Draco looked at Harry at the same time. Draco saw Harry looking at him, and gave Harry a thumbs down gesture. Harry gritted his teeth and looked at Draco. At that time, your father will definitely not even recognize you. Cedric, nope, looked worriedly at the cheering George and Fred, as well as the Slytherin who looked like a poisonous snake. These people have been complaining for a long time. By the way, you can persuade Ian. Cedric looked at Ian, only to see Ian in the hospital. He almost forgot that Ian was also a troublemaker. It's just that most of the things Ian does are big things. Hufflepuff's other two little wizards also looked worried, and Ravenclaw's two little wizards all had expressions of watching the excitement. Then, Ian continued. By the way, the champions of each grade in the duel will also be rewarded with alchemy items. I hope you can work hard to learn the spell. Now, the little wizards of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are excited to buy. Professor Grindelwald is full of good things. Only Hermione behind Ian looked at Ian with a headache. She knows, this is Ian's bad taste coming up again. Chapter 132. Ian, can you disclose the rewards of the alchemy items you mentioned in advance? George looked at Ian on the second floor and yelled. The little wizards heard George's question and looked at Ian holding their breath. Ian pondered for a moment, then smiled and said. How about I craft an alchemy item specifically at the victor's request? Now, there was a huge cheer in the classroom. Looking at the excited little wizards below, Ian smiled and said to Hermione. Hermione, look, isn't there interest in learning here? Hermione looked at Ian with a headache and said. That's not because you promised them a reward. Hermione suddenly thought of Dumbledore and looked at Ian worriedly. Ian, will Professor Dumbledore stop you if you do this? Ian shook his head and said. The old man wishes the little wizards could be stronger. After hearing Ian's words, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want Ian to be difficult. Hermione continued asking. So Ian, can I join? Ian nodded with a smile. Of course, your theoretical knowledge is already very good now. The rest is spellcasting techniques and combat awareness. All of them can make rapid progress through 450 actual combat. Hermione whispered. Then you don't teach me that. Ian looked at Hermione a little funny. Wait a while, now you need to learn to be more proficient. Hermione then happily said. Then it's settled. Then Ian and Hermione walked down the stairs and came to the head of the round table in the classroom. Ian took the main seat, and Hermione sat next to Ian. Harry and Draco looked at Hermione next to Ian, envious. If only that was them. Ian said to the little wizards who were still standing. Stop standing, sit down first. Only then did the little wizards react. But when I saw the remaining position on Ian's left, they all scrambled to grab it. Hey! Don't pull me! Who put a stumbling spell on me? George, don't go too far. Hermione smiled slightly at this scene. Sure enough, Ian is very popular. Hermione lifted her chin proudly. But when Hermione saw three senior girls looking at Ian, suddenly became vigilant. They have nothing against Ian. Looks like she still can't let her guard down. In the end, Cedric managed to grab the position next to Ian by virtue of his superb magic level. Ian naturally saw the scene of the little wizards scrambling for positions, but Ian thought it was a good thing. Wizards are inherently superior in strength, and those who are capable can naturally get a better position. And naturally, no hurtful things would happen under his nose. Ian's ability to sense souls is no joke. Ian can detect who has too much malice before casting the spell. Harry and Draco looked indignantly at Cedric beside Ian. They were little wizards in the first grade, so they were naturally the first to be eliminated. And George and Fred pinched each other's hands under the table. Both of them cast curses on each other for the first time, and they are still angry now. The only three witches looked enviously at Hermione beside Ian. Hermione raised her chin and snorted softly when she noticed the eyes of the three. Ian looked at the crowd with different expressions and said. It seems that today's winner is Cedric. You are not wronged. The little wizards looked at Ian, and Ian continued. Cedric is the strongest among you. So he can get where he wants to be. At this moment Draco raised his right hand and said. Professor. I have a question. Ian looked at Draco and said. Here you can call me Ian, don't call me Professor. I'll just call you by your first names. Draco, is there a problem? Draco glanced at Harry and said, Agb. Teach, Ian, I would like to ask. If I have power, what can I gain? Ian sensed Draco's emotions and said with a smile. There's so much you can get. Fame, honor, wealth, etc., it's all right. The little wizard of Slytherin was excited when he heard Ian's words. This is what they want most. Hufflepuff's little wizard didn't make much sense. The little wizards of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor were a little dazed. But then Ian's words poured cold water on them. But people who only have strength but don't know how to protect them will never be able to gain the affection of others. The most typical example, the Voldemort you are afraid of. Hearing Voldemort's name, the little wizards shuddered. Even Cedric turned pale and murmured. But he's dead. But Harry raised his hand at this moment, and Ian felt that Harry had little fear, and it seemed that the seed in his heart had begun to germinate. All that remains is for him to guide the seedling to blossom and bear fruit. The path of magic would be boring without fresh blood. Ian looked at Harry, smiled and asked. Harry, what do you want to say? Harry stood up and said with firm eyes. Ian. I'm not afraid of Voldemort. Your undead can kill him on Halloween. I can do it someday. The little wizards turned pale when they heard Harry's words, but Harry dared to call that name directly. Should he be called the Savior? But after hearing Harry's next words, the faces of the little wizards were full of disbelief. Those undead that I usually see can be so strong. The little wizards looked at Ian in unison. Ian didn't deny it, but said. That's a trace of his remnant soul, so the undead can easily deal with him. Hearing little Ian's words, the little teachers were immediately terrified. George looked at Fred stiffly. Fred, did Harry and Ian just say they killed you know who? Fred also swallowed, and said. That's what I heard too. Hermione also realized at this time that the rat Ian said on Halloween was Voldemort. That is the scariest dark wizard in England. After hearing what Harry said, he was killed by Ian's undead? How many things did Ian not tell her? But this kind of Ian is like a vortex, and she looks forward to the day when she stands by Ian's side more and more. So she can know more of Ian's secrets. The two senior wizards of Slytherin turned pale with fright. They were old enough to touch on family affairs, and their parents were Death Eaters, followers of Voldemort. If Professor Grindelwald intends to settle accounts, does their family have a chance of survival? Voldemort, their father's master, can't beat Professor Grindelwald's undead. Chapter 133. Draco looked at the two senior Slytherins, watching the sweat dripping from their brows. Draco asked puzzledly. Nas, Candle, what's wrong with you? But Nas and Candle didn't have time to answer Draco's words. The two stared at Ian, afraid that Ian would kill them in the next second. Ian sensed the emotions of the two and turned to look at the two. Nas and Candle instantly turned even paler. Ian watched the reaction of the two, shook his head and said. Nas, Candle, your family's affairs are chosen by your family members. You all have only one identity at Hogwarts, and that is a student. But if you do something beyond the scope of the students, then I will not show mercy. Hearing Ian's words, Nas and Candle softened instantly. Nas, she even slid off the table. Candle said nervously. Professor. I haven't done it. I promise. Nas also quickly got up and said in fear. Professor, me. Me too. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately understood. Looks like the two have family members with Death Eater ties. Draco looked blank, he hadn't been in touch with the affairs of the Malfoy family, and he still didn't know that his father was also a Death Eater. Ian waved his hand and magically stabilized them. Nas and Candle gradually calmed down. Ian then said. I won't shoot you if you didn't hurt Hogwarts. Also, call me Ian at the party. I still value you too. Nurse and Candleton were excited. Nas said excitedly. Green. Ian, thank you. I swear to Merlin that I will never harm anyone at Hogwarts. Candle also quickly said. Yes, yes, yes. Me neither. I swear. Ian nodded when he heard the words of the two, and said. Then just remember what you said. Nas and Candle instantly became ecstatic. Thanks, Thanks. Don't die now. Ian let them go. But the two of them held a grudge against Voldemort in their hearts. If there was no Voldemort, then the two of them would not have to worry so much. People used to say he was dead. But after Ian's verification, then Voldemort must be back. Nas and Kendall are shrewd Slytherins. They know that a wizard like Ian has no intention of cheating them. Ian heard the two thank you repeatedly, and interrupted them with a wave of his hand. George and Fred said to Ian. Ian, do you really want to trust them? Their family are Death Eaters. Hearing the questions from George and Fred, Ian smiled and said to them. At Hogwarts, there is only one identity, and that is a student. And what happens to parents can't decide what will happen to a person in the future. I believe Nurse and Kendall will make the right choice. And I don't even have parents. It's not that strong now, right? When George and Fred heard Ian's words, they felt their throats being choked. The two of them usually love to play tricks, but George and Fred's feelings are actually more sensitive than most people. Ian's words stopped them from speaking again. They didn't want to remind Ian of bad things. When Hermione heard Ian's last words, her heart ached. Ian felt everyone's emotions and said indifferently. Well, I think that's all for now on the subject. Then Ian looked at the little wizards, looked around, and said. The purpose of my establishment of this club is to train some talented wizards. First of all, congratulations on successfully joining the club through your own efforts. I hope you can love magic more in the future. Now you are still in the learning stage. Maybe one day we can study magic together. Draco held up his hands now. Ian, when will you teach us your magic? Ian looked at Draco, thought for a while and said. Undead magic must be above the 4th grade. And you also need to have a very solid magic foundation. The little wizards in the lower grades were a little disappointed when they heard Ian's words. But the senior little wizards are very excited. They are in the 4th grade. Doesn't this prove that they can learn Ian's mysterious magic very quickly? Before they were happy, Ian continued. But now you can't learn it even if you are a 5th grade little wizard. The foundation is simply too weak. You are not ready to learn the dark arts. Now the senior little wizards are not happy anymore. The most disappointed one is Cedric. Is he still too weak? Ian looked at the lost little wizards and said. Don't be disappointed, I don't only have undead magic here. After speaking, Ian took out a book of elemental magic from the space ring. The little wizards looked curiously at the book in Ian's hand. Harry asked first. Professor, is that your spell book? Ian nodded and replied to Harry. It's some elemental magic that doesn't exist outside. Although it's not very mysterious. But the destructive power is indeed top-notch. Your Professor Flitwick is fond of such magic. The little wizards looked at the book in Ian's hand with bright eyes. Among them, Harry and Draco are the most excited. Harry, who has always longed to become stronger, knows that now is his chance. Draco seemed to see fame and glory beckoning to him. Seeing that the mood of the little wizards is almost the same, Ian went on to say. I will teach you simple elemental magic in the future gatherings. The Defense Against the Dark Arts Club will focus on actual combat. There is a meeting every Friday at a fixed time, and other times at irregular times. I'll let the dead bat deliver the message to you. I hope you can give me some surprises then. Then, under the fiery eyes of the little wizards, Ian took back the space ring. Harry then asked Ian expectantly. Ian, can we learn those magics today? Ian shook his head, and the teachers said with a smile. Today is the first meeting, and I think we won't talk about magic anymore. Relax yourself, you will learn magic at the beginning of the next party. Then let's have a party. The little wizards immediately cheered when they heard Ian's words. Harry, Fred, and George have been looking forward to this meal for a long time. And the other little wizards heard the legend that the food Ian cooks is very delicious. Chapter 134. Harry was preparing to return to the common room with George and Fred after the party. On the way, George and Fred said to Harry. Harry, you are Ronald's best friend. We thought you could help him. Harry looked at the two in puzzlement, and said. George, Fred, does Ronald need my help? George and Fred nodded. Ronald is usually too lazy. And now Ian's magic will widen the gap between everyone. Even the book Ian sent us has amazing ideas in it. If Ronald doesn't study, he may really be finished. In George and Fred's eyes, their younger brother really didn't have much merit. If he can't even study well, it will be very difficult for Ronald in the future. Harry heard what George and Fred said, and nodded 820. He also didn't want Ronald to go on like this. Seeing Harry agree, George and Fred breathed a sigh of relief. Then George and Freddie walked Harry with them discussing the meal for the day. Even the ingredients of those dishes today need a lot of galleons. And Ian showed them some simple elemental magic. This made the three of them envious. But not for long. Wait until next week to learn. The three of Harry, who were still savoring the dishes, walked to the entrance of the lounge, gave the password to open the painted door, and saw Ronald waiting for the three of them as soon as they entered the door. Ronald saw the three of Harry coming in from the lounge entrance. Ronald couldn't wait to step up to Harry and asked them. Harry! You are finally back. Tell me, how was your party today? When the three of Harry heard Ronald's words, their minds were full of those delicate and delicious dishes today. Even now Harry, George, and Fred can't believe they get to eat so many amazing animals. Harry said to Ronald. Ronald, today's gathering is mainly because Professor Grindelwald invited us to dinner. Ronald said enviously. That must be delicious. George and Fred said to Ronald with a smile. Oh! My poor brother! You have no idea what you missed today. Poor little Ronnie can only listen to our description. Ronald blushed with anger when he heard what George and Fred said. George! Fred! I will definitely join the Defense Against the Dark Arts Club next semester. And don't call me little Ronnie. George picked his ears and said to Ronald. Ha! It's just the situation where you feel like you're about to collapse after reading a book for 2 minutes. Mom doesn't know how many times I've told you. Fred continued. Looks like little Ronnie won't be able to eat that delicious dragon meat. Oh! That's right. Ian doesn't just have dragon meat. The two then said in unison. And new magic. Ronald felt even more regretful when he heard what the two said. George and Fred looked at each other, and their goal was achieved. As long as it motivates Ronald to learn, that's a good thing. Then George and Fred said to Harry. Harry, let's go first then. Tell little Ronnie about today's story. I guess he will be very envious. Just after George and Fred said goodbye to Harry, George and Fred walked to their dormitories. Suddenly Percy came out of the dormitory angrily. George! Fred! Why didn't you tell me? I just found out that you guys joined the Defense Against the Dark Arts Club. Fred teased Percy, saying. Yo! Master Weasley is here to question us. George continued. That's Lord Weasley. Watch out, Fred, he'll tell Mother. I bet he wouldn't dare tell Mom about that. After all, he was rejected all the time. Percy was so angry that he blushed and his neck was thick. He thought his talent was much better than Fred and George. And his grades are definitely not bad. But no matter what, he didn't get Ian's consent to join the club. This made him very envious of the two of them, and at the same time a little angry. But he was most annoyed that Fred and George didn't tell him. Percy looked at Fred and George and said angrily. I am your brother. And you tell me, I'll be proud of you too. But it was clear that George and Fred didn't trust Percy very much. George looked at Percy and said. Then you won't ask us the same way you asked Harry. Hearing George's question, Percy dodged George's gaze. Fred stepped forward and patted Percy on the shoulder, saying. Today at Ian's banquet. George and I asked for you. Percy froze at Fred's words. George also stepped forward and said helplessly. We're brothers after all, but you're just too serious, Percy. Fred nodded and said to Percy. Ian said your mind is too complicated. You don't have the kind of mind to devote yourself to magic research. You know, what Ian said was right. Percy felt a strange emotion spread in his heart. He has indeed been pursuing a higher position. Percy also wants to join Ian's club for networking. But Percy didn't expect Ian to see through his mind. Percy looked at the two with a wry smile. Thanks, Fred, George. I think I probably know why. Hearing Percy's words, George and Fred nodded to Percy and continued walking towards the dormitory. On the side of Harry and Ronald, it was Harry who said to Ronald. Ronald, you have to study faster. And I'll tell you something in secret. Seeing Harry's furtive look, Ronald said puzzledly. Harry, is there another secret? Harry approached Ronald's ear with 5.7 and said. Professor Grindelwald will hold a duel next semester. We can beat Malfoy. Ronald suddenly turned his head to look at Harry dumbfounded. Harry, are you telling the truth? Harry nodded and continued. And Professor Grindelwald will teach us new magic later. Malfoy will definitely trouble us if he learns. Ronald broke out in a cold sweat instantly. The new method? If so, wouldn't he be beaten? Ronald looked anxiously into Harry's eyes. Harry! You must save me! Looking at the impatient Ronald, Harry thought to himself that this has fulfilled George and Fred's request, right? Then Harry said seriously to Ronald. Then you will start tutoring tomorrow. Chapter 135. The next day, Ian's decision to hold a duel next term blew up at Hogwarts. Have you heard? Professor Grindelwald will hold a duel next semester. I also heard that the winner of each grade can get an alchemy item rewarded by Professor Grindelwald. That's right. Let's make a bet and see who wins. At the Slytherin table, Draco was describing his confidence to the young wizards. I'll beat those lions of Gryffindor into sick cats. Especially Pot and his red-haired sidekick. Pansy Parkinson next to Draco looked at him adoringly. The Slytherin students are also cheering on Draco. Students from other colleges felt very uncomfortable listening to Draco's words. Especially the people of Gryffindor. George and Fred yelled to the Slytherins. Malfoy, you can't beat Harry. He's the savior. You are your father's little baby. The words of George and Fred caused roars of laughter in the auditorium. Harry looked at the man looking at him with some embarrassment. D06 Laco yelled angrily. Poor kid from the Weasleys. Wait for the next semester and I will definitely show you guys a good look. The people of Gryffindor responded. Come on. Let's see who is afraid of whom. You are just a bunch of stinky snakes who only know how to attack. Don't pee your pants on the duel ring. The little wizard of Slytherin cursed back not to be outdone. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff's little wizards are caught in the middle, but they still support Gryffindor. Just as the young wizards of Slytherin and Gryffindor were about to draw their wands, McGonagall and Snape entered the Great Hall. Looking at the chaotic scene, both McGonagall and Snape were dumbfounded. Since when did the Hogwarts Great Hall become a place for cursing? After reacting, McGonagall drew his wand and held it to his waist, and Stop! The little wizards fell silent when they saw Professor McGonagall and Snape. Seeing that the students were honest, McGonagall continued seriously. Mr. Oliver, what's the matter? Wood Oliver stood up quickly and ran to McGonagall. In Wood's hurried explanation, McGonagall knew what happened. Snape also approached the Slytherin prefects to inquire about the situation. Snape got roughly the same information as McGonagall. It's just that the explanations of the two colleges have poured a lot of dirty water on each other. Snape asked McGonagall darkly. Minerva, what do you say about this matter? McGonagall was blue with anger. After all, it was her house that was blaming her. McGonagall was silent for a moment, then said. 50 points each from Gryffindor and Slytherin. Mr. Oliver, I hope you can manage the academy well as a senior class. Wood nodded quickly, but breathed a sigh of relief. Such punishment proves that nothing else matters. Snape frowned, but said nothing. That 50 board penalty meant McGonagall didn't want to pursue the matter. Then, Snape asked McGonagall. Minerva, what do you think about the scheduled duel? Hearing Snape's words, McGonagall thought for a while and said. Let's go ask Professor Dumbledore first. McGonagall turned to the little wizards and said. I don't want to see this happen again. The prefects of each college manage the students of each college well. After speaking, McGonagall and Snape went to the headmaster's office. At this time, Dumbledore was watching the Daily Prophet, lamenting the recent leisurely life. Grindelwald was also called into the Muggle world by Ian. Dumbledore was finally quiet now. In the afternoon he planned to sneak away to see his sister Ariana. Such an easy day. Just as Dumbledore was making arrangements, McGonagall and Snape arrived at the office. Dumbledore looked at the two suspiciously, and asked. Minerva, Severus, what's the matter? McGonagall told Dumbledore solemnly what had just happened in the Great Hall. After listening to McGonagall's words, Dumbledore just said with a smile. It's okay, Minerva. It's okay to let the little wizards relax. Little wizards dueling, Ian can see that there will be no problems. McGonagall pursed his lips at Dumbledore's words. But Dumbledore interrupted McGonagall with a smile, saying, "The young wizards now have very little combat experience. This is a great opportunity. We don't have much time to wait for the little wizards to grow up slowly. Maybe the little wizards will study more seriously." Snape also said at this point. "I agree too. Minerva, don't forget our plan." Snape was worried that Harry would be too weak, and now was the time to strengthen Harry. And Ian will definitely need a lot of help in the future. The stronger Ian's strength and influence, the greater his chance of rescuing Lily. McGonagall looked at the two, sighed, and said, "Then I'll make an announcement." When the little wizards returned to the lounge, they saw that the duel was confirmed on the bulletin board. The Gryffindor and Slytherin students cheered. Next semester finally has a chance to beat up those stinky snakes, stupid lions. Flitwick became excited after seeing the announcement. He, Flitwick, is a dueling champion. 233 Flitwick decides to secretly teach the students of Ravenclaw. So Roger Davis and others were out of luck. As Flitwick's most valued young wizards, they naturally received more attention. If they don't get a good grade next semester, Flitwick will give them tutoring. Next, the professors also obviously felt that the little wizards' interest in learning was much higher. Especially the students of Gryffindor and Slytherin. As long as it is magic that can be used in a duel, they will study it very seriously. This made McGonagall wonder if the rule of dueling should be derived. In this way, in the enthusiastic learning atmosphere of the little wizards, the end of Hogwarts is coming soon. Although Ian is a necromancer, he also knows a lot of elemental magic, but he is not proficient in it. The little wizards in the club, Ian, also taught them a lot of basic elemental magic. Among them, apart from Hermione, the fastest learners were Cedric, Harry and Draco. Now the little wizards in the club have become addicted to elemental magic. Although it is not practical, it is powerful. This makes little wizards very fond of it. Who didn't have a blasting dream as a child? On this day, Harry received another note from a dead bat. Tonight at 8 o'clock, gather in the restricted area on the 4th floor. Don't tell anyone about it. Chapter 136. Restricted area on the 4th floor? Why go there? Suddenly Harry remembered that Dumbledore had said that at the end of the term, he hoped they would go again. Is it tonight? This time Harry is very confident. The elemental magic learned in the past 6 months is not for nothing. Excitedly, Harry came to the restricted area on the 4th floor at 8 o'clock in the evening. When Harry arrived, he saw that all the young wizards from the club had gathered here. Seeing that Harry had also arrived, Ian said, "Let's go, today is the last activity of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Club this semester. Your task is to break through the restricted area." Except for the little wizards of Gryffindor, the students of the other 3 colleges were shocked when they heard what Ian said. Harry and the others let out a cheer. "George! We can do it this time." "Of course, Fred. We've been preparing for a long time." At this time, a Ravenclaw witch said with some fear. "Ian, is this going to be bad?" Headmaster Dumbledore said it was dangerous here. Ian heard the witch's words and said, "Marlena, you can't die without me. It's okay to be seriously injured, I will rescue it. So take it easy." Ian's words did not comfort the little wizards, but made them even more nervous. What does it mean to be seriously injured? Draco looked at Ian nervously, trembling a little. Harry saw Draco, and he wouldn't miss the chance to laugh at Draco. Harry said to Draco, "Malfoy, if you are afraid, then go back early." When Draco heard Harry's words, he immediately became angry. "Pot! If you are not afraid of me, Draco Malfoy will not be afraid." The two looked at each other, and turned their heads with a cold snort at the same time. Ian then asked, "It's too late to return now. Anyone want to leave?" The young wizards of the 3 colleges looked at each other in blank dismay. Then a little wizard of Hufflepuff stood up and said loudly, "Ian! We believe in you. We Hufflepuff will not quit." The little wizard of Ravenclaw Academy hears the words of the little wizard Hufflepuff. They also strengthened their confidence and said, "Ian! Let's go too." Slytherin see that Gryffindor hasn't left and they certainly won't. Ian nodded with a smile and said. I'm glad you guys didn't quit. Now divide up the team. Little wizards in the 3rd grade and below form a team of 3. Everyone from the 3rd grade and above is in a team. Harry and the others are a little strange, there is a wizard chess level below. It should be possible to collaborate with multiple people. Why do you have to pass alone? But because of the sealing spell, Harry and the others couldn't find out. We can only see Ian's arrangement when the time comes. At this time, Ian seemed to think of something again, and said to Hermione. Hermione, you are alone. Hermione nodded at Ian's words. I am very happy. This is Ian's recognition of her. Hermione thought she must not embarrass Ian. She wants to finish this exam beautifully. The little wizards looked at Hermione in great surprise. So it seems that Hermione has at least the 3rd grade level in Ian's mind? Draco looked at Hermione a little unconvinced, and said to Ian. Ian, since Hermione can be alone, then I can too. Ian shook his head when he heard Draco's words. Draco, Hermione has surpassed you by so much. Now is not the time to be brave. Draco was still a little unconvinced when he heard Ian's words. But he didn't contradict Ian's words. Draco thought he would prove it later. And Harry and others were shocked by Ian's recognition of Hermione. They know how difficult the following levels are. Ian glanced at the little wizards, smiled and said. Then let's get started. After speaking, Yi pulled out her wand and cast a spell to hide this area on the 4th floor. At this moment, George and Fred excitedly said first. Let's start first. Ian nodded, stepping out of the way of the blocking door. George and Fred went to the gate, and George went to the gate, pointing at the lock with his wand. Allahu hole is open. The door lock opened instantly. George and Fred pushed the door open gently. The little wizards passed through the gate and saw what was going on inside. They saw the 6 eyes of a big dog with 3 heads staring at them. Many little wizards were scared and screamed. The screaming apparently enraged the 3-headed dog. The 3-headed dog rushed to the door, but was caught by a chain. The 3-headed dog, unable to move forward, kept barking on the spot. Several young wizards were so frightened that they sat on the ground. Ian smiled and said. This is the 1st level. You have to avoid Hagrid's 3-headed dog Fluffy. Through the trapdoor under it. The faces of the little wizards turned pale immediately. Is this the 1st level? Is this something they can pass? George and Fred looked at Lu Wei with a smile. Standing at a safe distance from the 3-headed dog, George said to Fred. Then I'll start first, Fred. As soon as George finished speaking, the wand pointed at Lu Wei. Fire explosion. A ball of fire shot out from the front of George's wand, hit Lu Wei's middle head, and exploded instantly. Lu Wei cried out in pain, and there was a scorched mark on the head in the middle, but Lu Wei recovered quickly. George looked at the damage caused by the magic just now, and said. As expected of the elemental magic taught by Ian. This power is really powerful. The magic resistance of the 3-headed dog is not small. With George's 3rd-year magic power, this spell can hurt the 3-headed dog, which is already very good. Then George used elemental magic such as flame explosion again. Lu Wei kept suffering from pain, and the feeling of pain made it gradually recede. Seeing that Lu Wei kept stepping back, George was also walking forward tentatively. Once something goes wrong, George will immediately back away. Goodbye Li. Just as George was slowly approaching the trapdoor, a fierce light flashed in Lu Wei's eyes. Immediately pounce on George. The little wizards screamed in fright. Harry and Draco were also pale. Only Hermione was relatively calm, and she believed that Ian would not let anything happen to them. And Hagrid had told her about the big dog. Hermione has a way of dealing with it. Just when Lu Wei was about to pounce on George, George waved his wand and cast an elemental magic wind pressure diffusion on his feet, pushing his body away immediately. George narrowly escaped Lu Wei's pounce. Push your body into a safe position. George smiled and said to Ian. Hey! Ian! This tactic you taught me really works. Fred exclaimed, son. Don't forget who practiced with you. Ian looked at the two and smiled. Go on, George. You haven't cleared the level yet. Chapter 137. George ignored Fred, and after hearing Ian's words, George looked at the three-headed dog seriously again. Ian was right. The battle isn't over yet. Seeing that George was safe and sound, the little wizards breathed a sigh of relief. Draco's calf trembled a little. He was a first-year little wizard. Even if he formed a team, it was still a district. Can they really handle this big dog? Although Hermione's face is a little pale, she has confidence in herself. Ian had taught himself so long, if not even these little wizards. Then she really let Ian down. George continued to face Lu Wei, and used the method just now again. Lu Wei didn't dare to step forward this time, but just looked at George wolfishly. If it can't catch the wizard, it might as well let him go. Otherwise it will hurt again. Ian. Then I'll go down first. George opened the trapdoor and said to Ian. Ian nodded and said. Go, remember to help me take care of the little wizards who will go down later. George nodded and jumped down. Then Ian stepped forward, and he had to help Lu Wei heal his injuries first, otherwise the little wizard behind would have the possibility of cheating. The little wizards saw that Ian went straight to the three-headed dog. They were frightened. Harry and Draco yelled in horror. Ian! Come back! It's dangerous! Ian, hurry up and come to 220. At this moment Hermione walked up to the two of them and said. Ian will be safe, we have to trust him. Draco said angrily. How do you know? Harry opened his mouth too, but didn't say anything. Hermione pursed her lips and said. Because I trust and know Ian better than you do. Hermione believed that Ian would not take any chances. Draco wanted to say something more, but Nas and Kendall stopped him. Nas winked at Draco and said in a low voice. Malfoy, listen to Granger, she's the one next to Ian. Kendall nodded to Draco as well. Draco closed his mouth, but still looked nervously at Ian's position. Ian smiled when he heard the conversation behind him. Then Ian looked at Lu Wei and said. I'll help you heal your injuries. Just help me stop these little wizards today. The three-headed dog looked at the white-haired wizard who was approaching him without even holding a wand. Come and talk to it. And that wizard just hit it really hard. Now you, Asai, dare to come here. How dare you? Immediately, he rushed towards Ian. It will take revenge by tearing this wizard apart today. The moment Lu Wei pounced on Ian, black mist spewed out from his body. Lu Wei blew up when the black mist gushed out from Ian's body. But the body was already on Ian, and it was too late to stop. It was also the first time for the little wizards to see Ian's black mist. Hermione felt relieved when she saw the black mist. She knew it was a mist of black magic on Ian. Next, the little wizards saw a scene that shocked them. The moment the three-headed dog came into contact with the black mist, its flying movement was stopped. The black mist wrapped around Lu Wei's body, and Lu Wei's three huge mouths let out screams. The sound of psitsiza sounded at the place where the black mist and Lu Wei's body came into contact. This sound and Lu Wei's screams made the little wizards' scalps go numb. None of the elemental magic that George used just now made the three-headed dog scream so miserable. And the black mist is still covering Lu Wei. The little wizards swallowed. Professor Grindelwald's magic is really not ordinary evil. Some sharp-eyed little wizards noticed that some places on Lu Wei's body that were covered by the black mist could faintly see bones. This made those little wizards a little bit unbearable. Among them, Malena of Ravenclaw is the most afraid. It was so painful for her to see the three-headed dog. Just when Marlena was about to pluck up the courage to persuade Ian to let Lu Wei go, Ian had already controlled Heiji and slowly let Lu Wei go. Lu Wei no longer has the strength to stand up, and his body is covered with horrible corrosion wounds. Ian stepped forward to look at the dying Lu Wei, and said indifferently. Now can you agree to the conditions I just said? Although I don't eat dog meat, I don't mind slaughtering you and turning you into dog meat hot pot. Lu Wei's 6 eyes looked at Ian in horror. At this time, Ian's aura felt that even if he was a top predator, he was not as dangerous as the wizard in front of him. Although it doesn't know what dog meat hot pot is, it's definitely not a good thing for him. Lu Wei exerted his last strength to control the three big heads and kept nodding, begging for mercy. Seeing that Lu Wei had calmed down, Ian took out a soul from the interspatial ring, crushed it and threw it at Lu Wei. The wound on Lu Wei began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ian said again. You are not allowed to release water when blocking. Lu Wei's three heads nodded again and again. The little wizards watched this scene dumbfounded again. Professor Grindelwald can heal magic. Nas and Kendall of Slytherin watched the whole thing just now. At this time, cold sweat had already wet the clothes of the two of them. Ion's dangerousness kicks up another notch in their minds. I am not afraid of black wizards torturing people, but I am afraid that this black wizard can use healing magic. Nurse and Kendall took another step up in their fear of Ian. Now the two only beg the people in the family not to follow Voldemort foolishly in the future. And Professor Grindelwald also despised Voldemort's pure blood theory. Unlike the two, Draco looked at Ian with bright eyes. Professor! I want to learn this. After Lu Wei recovered, he jumped up immediately. But when Lu Wei looked down and saw Ian, he immediately fell down again. Ian watched Lu Wei's behavior with satisfaction. It seemed that the big dog was quite smart and knew what to do. Ian just felt that the little wizard felt pity for Lu Wei. Then he walked in front of Marlena and the others and said, "Did you just think I was cruel to Lu Wei?" Marlena and the others didn't expect that Ian would know their thoughts. Ian interrupted Malena's explanation and said seriously. "Mark my words, have mercy on your enemies and it will be yourselves that will die. No more next time. I don't want to see your dead bodies one day." Hearing Ion's words, Malena and the others lowered their heads in shame. Harry and Draco began to think about Ion's words. Then Ian looked at the little wizards and said, "Now you can continue." Chapter 138. Fred came out with a look of excitement, and said, "I'm coming. It's me. Ian." Ian nodded to Fred. Fred drew out his wand and pointed it at Lu Wei. Fire explosion. Without any surprise, Fred also passed. Fred and George pass the level in exactly the same way. It seems that the two of them have already figured out how to pass this level. After Fred went down, Ian looked at the remaining little wizards. "How about it, is it simple? Who's coming next?" When the little wizards heard Ion's words, they reluctantly nodded with ugly faces. This big dog is still too oppressive. Cedric took a deep breath, walked out of the team and said, "I'll be next." Cedric's strength is not bad, and it is very easy to pass the level. This is also within Ion's expectations. With Cedric's beginning, the senior little wizards all passed Lu Wei smoothly. Only the unlucky Kendall was careless and Lu Wei took a bite. There are 2 rows of clear teeth marks on the bloody arm. The little wizards looked dizzy for a while. At first, the little wizards saw that George and the others passed easily, and thought that the giant dog would not hurt them. But what happened to Kendall taught them a lesson. If it weren't for the restrictive spell that Dumbledore put on Lu Wei, Kendall would have lost his arm. "Ian! Help me! Help me!" Ian looked at Kendall, who was screaming in pain on the ground, and said with an ugly face, "Kendall, what did I teach you in class? Don't retract your wand until you're sure your opponent is down." But how can Kendall listen to it now? The severe pain was uploaded from his arm to his mind, and the constant flow of fresh water made him very scared. Ian ignored the screaming Kendall and cast a silencing spell on him. Ian said to the remaining little wizards, "Okay, let's continue. Let that pompous fool hurt for a while." Hearing Ion's words, Draco asked tremblingly, "Ian, don't we save Kendall first?" Ian glanced at Draco and said, "It's okay, I can't die. Teach him a lesson this time." The little wizards shuddered again. Professor Grindelwald is really hard-hearted. Ian sensed the emotions of the little wizards and said, "It's better to shed some blood now than die in danger." Seeing that the little wizards flinched a bit, Ian said to Hermione, "Hermione, you'll be next." Hermione suppressed the tension in her heart when she heard Ian calling her name, and nodded to Ian. Hermione stepped forward and glanced at Kendall, who was still bleeding and screaming in pain, and reminded herself not to be bitten. Although Hermione was seeing blood for the first time, among the undead she usually saw were wraiths. Hermione had developed a strong heart now too. It would be a disgrace to Ian if she was like Kendall. Hermione walked slowly in front of the 3-headed dog. Just when Hermione clenched her wand and was about to give the 3-headed dog a hard time, Ion's rumors reached her ears. "Hermione, you use the method Hagrid taught you for this level. Otherwise it would be difficult for Harry and the others." Hermione heard Ion's rumor, turned her head to look at Ian and pursed her lips. Of course Ian knows that the little witch wants to show her strength. Ian laughed and said again. There will be a chance to vent later. And it's so much fun. Seeing what Ian said, Hermione nodded to Ian. So the little wizards saw Hermione take out a harp from the untraceable stretch spell pocket at her waist. This harp was prepared by Ian in advance for Hermione. The little wizard was very puzzled when he saw this scene. Harry casually asked. What it is? Looks like a harp. Is Hermione going to use this thing to clear the level? I don't know, what's the secret? Only then did Harry realize that Ronald was not beside him at this time. Then who can answer himself? And the voice is still familiar? Harry turned his head and saw that it was the platinum blonde Malfoy. Harry immediately distanced himself from Draco and asked. Malfoy. What are you doing here? Draco looked at Harry and said impatiently. It's just me and you from the first year, and Hufflepuff from the second year. Only the three of us can form a team. Otherwise, what do you think I'm here for? Pote. Harry heard Draco's words and looked around, feeling a little embarrassed. It's like what Draco said. Harry scratched his head in embarrassment, and said. Malfoy, cut the bullshit. Look at Granger. Malfoy interrupted Harry, who also looked at Hermione quickly. After Hermione put down the harp, she aimed her wand at the harp. Play the harp. After Hermione cast a spell on the harp began to play automatically. Harry waited for the little wizard to look at it in a daze. What is Granger doing here? At this time Harry noticed Lu Wei, and Lu Wei's 6 eyes began to twitch their eyelids. Fell asleep in no time. Then Hermione stepped forward and used the levitate charm to move Fluffy's claws away. Pull open the trapdoor and jump in. Harry and other little wizards stared at Lu Wei dumbfounded. That's okay too? Ian looked at the little wizards with a smile and said. Remember, when the strength is not enough. Intelligence is also part of strength. Lu Wei will fall asleep when he hears music. Draco asked puzzledly. Ian, how did Hermione know that this dog listens to music to sleep? Ian looked at Draco and said. If you think about it, the three-headed dog that appeared at Hogwarts, who is most likely to know? Harry was shocked when he heard Ian's words. It's Hagrid. He likes fantastic beasts best. Draco unconsciously blurted out. How stupid is that half-blood giant? Harry heard Draco call Hagrid an idiot, and looked at Draco angrily. Draco was about to taunt Harry, but he felt like he was being targeted. Draco turned his head stiffly to look in the direction of the gaze, and saw Ian staring at him. Ian looked at Draco indifferently and said. Draco, Hagrid is my friend too. I don't want a next time. You may not remember what I said. Maybe you need to change how you address people. Draco was sweating profusely in anxiety, and stammered. Ian, I didn't mean to. Yes, sorry. Ian continued. It's not me you should be apologizing to. You should apologize to Hagrid yourself. Draco blushed, but he didn't dare not listen to Ian's words. I will. Ian smiled and nodded. Draco, Hagrid is a nice guy. Don't look at other people's blood, what you need to look at is whether they treat you sincerely. Ian's words made Draco fall into thought again. His father told him that blood is the most important thing. But now after contacting Ian, Granger and others are all better than him. And Granger is a muggle wizard. When he was in the club, Harry's talent Draco was also very clear, definitely not weaker than him. Is what Dad said about pure blood supremacy really wrong? Draco fell into a deep confusion. Chapter 139. Seeing Draco in a daze, Ian said. Draco, Voldemort's belief is the supremacy of pure blood. Your father Lucius Malfoy was one of his followers. Draco turned pale when he heard Ian's words. Harry looked at Draco even more vigilantly. He knew Malfoy was not a good man. He suddenly thought of why Nas and Kendall became like that day. Draco tried to explain. Ian interrupted Draco, saying. Draco, Harry, let me tell you one more secret. Voldemort is not pure blood, he is a half-blood wizard. Ian's words shocked Draco and Harry. Even Kendall on the ground stopped barking. Also looking at Ian in shock. Ian then laughed and said. A mixed race branded himself 823 as a pure blood. And he doesn't even want his old name. Do you think this is sad? And this half-blood wizard leads a group of pure blood wizards. What do you think now, Draco? Ian's words hit Draco's heart like a hammer. Draco was silent for a long time. He knew Ian didn't have to lie to him. He thought of what his father taught him, and then thought of what Ian said. Draco smiled wryly. Sorry, Ian, I know I was wrong. Ian sensed Draco's emotion that he really understood, and said with a smile. It's not too late to know now. We are wizards, what you should pursue is knowledge and power. Use these powers to protect those around you. Hearing what Ian said, Draco wanted to tell Ian what he thought. What he wants to pursue is glory and fame. But before Draco could speak, Anne said again. By the way, Voldemort is still a lunatic. When he came back I thought it might not be so good for the Death Eaters who followed him. After Voldemort disappeared, those Death Eaters betrayed him too. Draco, do you want to protect your parents? Draco raised his head sharply and said in horror. Ian. Are my parents in danger? Ian thought for a moment and said. Probably not, the influence of the Malfoy family is what Voldemort needs. Before Draco could heave a sigh of relief, the following words made Draco feel cold. But there are no absolutes, especially for a lunatic like Voldemort. You may also become a weakness in Voldemort's control over your parents. Draco felt hopeless. His parents doted on him very much, and Draco couldn't watch his parents be in danger. At this moment, Draco remembered that Ian in front of him was the one who could defeat Voldemort. Draco asked Ian eagerly. Ian, what should I do? Ian smiled and said. I think you can first find a few friends who are willing to help you. With their help, I think you can accomplish your goal. And you can protect your parents. Finally defeat the one you fear now. Reap your glory and fame. Draco's eyes lit up when he heard Ian's words. That's right. With Ian's help, he can definitely defeat Voldemort too. He will also become stronger. As for the other friends, Draco sneaked a sideways glance at Harry. Harry looked at Draco in front of him, wondering if it was his illusion. He felt that Draco was different. But Harry still said to Draco. Malfoy, sooner or later I will seek revenge on Voldemort. If you stop me, I won't show mercy. Draco stopped taunting Harry this time. Instead Draco said seriously to Harry. Broken. Potter, I will definitely kill the mysterious Voldemort. I'm going to protect my parents. Draco finally dared to say the name Voldemort. Harry looked at Draco in surprise. Was this the same Malfoy he knew? But Harry shook his head and said seriously. No. Malfoy. It's me who will kill Voldemort for revenge. Then let's compare. I'm definitely better than you. Potter. Candle on the ground listened to Ian and their conversation. My whole body is shaking. Did he hear a lot of things he shouldn't have heard? The little wizard of Hufflepuff was also looking at Harry and Draco in horror. Two first-year wizards vying for the position to kill Voldemort? Is he still awake today? Ian watched this scene with a smile, and Draco finally realized what he meant. The wizarding world needs more powerful wizards in the future. Then Ian said to the two. Now let's continue to break through. Harry, Draco. Harry and Draco stopped arguing after hearing Ian's words. Ian went on to say to the little Hufflepuff second-year wizard. Jin, you go through the level with the two of them. Jean came to his senses after hearing Ian's words. Hastily nodded again and again. He was afraid that if he continued to listen, he would not be able to sleep today. Ian then woke up Lu Wei who was asleep. After Lu Wei woke up, he stared at the three of Harry. It has been tortured enough today. It wants to get out of the trapdoor right now. Be wounded and healed before being beaten. Dogs have dignity too. But the thought of that demon wizard exuding the breath of death. Lu Wei was scared in an instant, so let's listen to him and be your own guard. It doesn't want to become dog meat hot pot. The little wizard just now has magical morality, but he just hypnotized it and didn't beat it. Hope these three little wizards can also speak magic morals. Seeing the three-headed dog staring at them, Harry said to Draco. Malfoy, don't hold me back. Draco looked at Harry disdainfully, and said. It should be that you don't get in the way. Jean was caught between the two, feeling a lot of pressure on himself. 5.1 At this time, Harry said. Whatever you say, now we're going to fight like Cedric. Malfoy, you are responsible for covering me. Draco said in disbelief. No. You should be the one to cover me. Potter. I'm the stronger one. Harry heard Draco's words, so he said. Malfoy, you are weaker than me. You're weak. Potter. Jen watched the two arguing, and quietly cast a spell on Hermione's harp. He doesn't want to take risks. After all, there are too few magics that they can use in the first and second grades. Then Lu Wei heard the sound of the harp, and gradually fell asleep again. Seeing that Lu Wei was asleep, Jean stepped forward and pulled the two people who were arguing away. Jean looked at the two of them and said. Maybe we can just go straight through. Chapter 140. What did you say? We still. Draco was about to refute Jean's words, but seeing the sleeping Lu Wei fell silent. Harry also had the same expression as Draco. Their plan fell apart before it even started. In Harry's and Draco's silence, the three walked cautiously towards the trapdoor. They don't want to be bitten by a three-headed dog like Candle. Harry used his hand to remove the three-headed dog's paw. But before Harry touched the three-headed dog, Draco slapped his hand. Harry glared at Draco and whispered. Why did you hit me? Della scientifically followed Ian's tone and said. Is your wand a troll's club? Hearing Draco's words, Harry's face turned black right now. Having said that, Draco drew out his wand. Wingardim Leviosa. Although it was very difficult for Draco to move Lu Wei's claws with the levitation spell. But still moved away a little bit. The three of them didn't notice that the playing of the harp had stopped at this time. Ian watched with interest to see what the three of them would do. Candle on the ground also looked nervously at the three people and the three-headed dog. By this time Ian had been exposed to his silencing spell. Professor, will they 07? Ian shook his head and said. It's okay, if something happens, you will lose at least one arm just now. Candle shut his mouth quickly when he heard Ian's words. In front of the trap door, Jean opened the trap door, looked at Harry, the two laughed and said. Let's go, I think. Before Jean could finish speaking, Harry felt a warm exhalation behind him. Seeing this familiar feeling made Harry instantly shudder. Last time they entered here it felt like that with the three-headed dog behind them. Harry didn't have time to think, grabbed Jean and Draco, and quickly pushed them down. Then Harry quickly jumped down too. The three-headed dog's mouth just barely missed Harry's pants. Draco was suddenly pushed down, and he was taken aback. Draco, who fell into the devil's web, opened his mouth and was about to scold Harry who fell next to him in the next step. But when Draco saw the huge dog's head at the trapdoor's entrance, Draco swallowed everything he wanted to say. Then Draco looked at Harry beside him with complicated eyes. Was it Harry who saved him just now? Just as Draco was about to get up, Harry yelled. Hold on! Malfoy! Jean! This is the devil's net! Draco and Jean froze. But then I felt the nets on my body begin to tighten. What a devil's net! Just when Draco and Jean were stunned, Harry had already pulled out his wand. Flame spread. A web of fire erupted from Harry's wand. The devil's net felt the temperature of the flame and quickly shrank back. After the devil's net was retracted, the three of Harry fell to the ground. Ouch! Draco exclaimed. Then Draco stood up on the ground. Harry came next to George and Fred. George and Fred looked at Harry and laughed. You're not hurt, are you? Harry. Harry shook his head and said. Almost got bitten by that three-headed dog. George laughed and said. It's Candle who is unlucky. Fred continued. He himself kept Ian's caution. You deserve it if you get bitten. At this moment Draco walked towards Harry and the others. George and Fred saw Draco and guarded Harry behind him. Draco ignored George and Fred, looked at Harry with a complicated expression and said. Thanks. Potter. George and Fred froze for a moment when they heard Draco's words. Harry didn't expect Draco to thank him either. Harry shook his head and said. It's all right, Malfoy. Draco nodded, then turned and walked towards Nas, but didn't look back at Harry when he was almost there. George and Fred read Harry in surprise after Malfoy left. Harry, did someone else switch Malfoy? He actually said thank you. Harry also said with a complicated expression. I saved him up there, maybe he came to thank me. George and Fred looked at each other. Only Ian and Kendall are on it now. Kendall clutched his arm and looked at Ian. Ian, is what you told Malfoy just now true? Ian nodded and said. It's true, I don't need to lie to you. Kendall smiled wryly when he heard Ian's words. Is such a person their family follows? Ian took out a bottle of healing potion and poured it on Kendall's wound. Be patient, the three-headed dog's saliva is poisonous. Spells alone don't cure well. The potion touched Kendall's wound, and Kendall took a breath. Hiss. Then Ian took out his wand and pointed it at Kendall's arm. Quick healing. The wound on Kendall's arm healed. Ian patted Kendall's arm and said. Come on, let's go down too. Don't fail in the next level. After speaking, Ian has already walked towards the trapdoor. Lu Wei retreated consciously, it can finally be liberated. Kendall looked at Ian's figure and made a decision in his heart. Then Kendall ran up and said. Ian, no, Master. Can I follow you? Ian looked at Kendall with some surprise, and said. Kendall, have you decided? Kendall looked into Ian's eyes and said. My family followed the mysterious Voldemort. But I believe that the Master is right. I also know a lot about you. I very much agree with your thoughts. And your strength is incomparably powerful. I think only you can bring the future to the wizarding world. Ian rubbed his forehead and said. This way your family may cause you a lot of trouble. Kendall looked at Ian firmly. Kendall fully swears that he will follow the Master in the future. I will take the position of Patriarch. Master, please accept me. After speaking, Kendall half kneeled in front of Ian. Ian looked at Kendall in front of him, but he didn't expect that the first follower at Hogwarts was actually a Slytherin. Ian helped Kendall up and said. Then follow me, I will tell you about some things later. Also, just call me Mr. I'm not Voldemort. Seeing that Ian agreed to his allegiance, Kendall said excitedly. Yes, sir. I will not let you down. Then Kendall followed behind Ian. He had a hunch. This would be the best decision he ever made. Chapter 141. Ian and Kendall jump off the trapdoor. The black mist on Ian's body dissipated, and the two of them were supported on the black mist. Kendall looked at Ian's black mist curiously. What kind of magic is this? Sensing Kendall's emotions, Ian explained. These black mist are the aggregation of black magic and undead breath. You could be considered a dark magic creature. Kendall heard Ian's explanation and bowed to Ian. Thank you, sir, for your answer. Ian nodded and said. It's better to be natural at school. Now I am your classmate and teacher. Understood, sir. Ian and Kendall fly above the devil's web. Ian snapped his fingers, and a circle of dark blue fiend fire spread from Ian's side. The devil's net began to shrink at an extremely fast speed, and fiend fire couldn't bear it. Kendall watched Ian's fiend fire. In my eyes, I reconfirmed that I was right to follow Ian. Unleash fiend fire without a staff or spell. And it can accurately control fiend fire. Even those elite Wu Aurors couldn't do it. The little wizards watched the devil's net unravel, revealing Ian and Kendall on the black mist. Ian's magic blows them away again. And Nas looked at Kendall and Ian even more shocked. Because Kendall stood behind Ian with his arms behind his back. This is the behavior of those who are loyal and pure blood. Nas murmured. Has Kendall Flynn pledged allegiance to the Grindelwald family? Draco looked excitedly at the blue fiend fire and the black mist beneath Ian. Hermione was also relieved to see Ian come down. George and Fred exclaimed excitedly. Ian! We're going to learn this. That blue flame is so cool. Ian fell to the ground and dispersed the mist and fiend fire. Looking at George and Fred, he smiled and said. Yes, as long as you keep your grades and your current progress, I will teach you the fiend fire curse in 5th grade. George and Fred cheered at Ian's words. Sure. Ian, you are the best professor. The little wizards became excited when they heard Ian's words. Ian just said fiend fire. This is a very famous black magic. And this is the first time Ian has agreed to teach the little wizard the dark arts. Ian looked at the excited little wizards and said, "As long as you meet my requirements, I can teach you the magic you want to learn. But don't be too impatient, let's continue." The little wizards suppressed their excitement when they heard Ian's words. But still looking at Ian with fiery eyes. Hermione snorted, "And let these little wizards see later, the magic Ian taught her is the best. Show them who's the one to be around Ian." George and Fred lead the little wizards further down the corridor. At this time, Ian said to Candle beside him, "Go to the student team. After all, you still have to take the exam." Upon hearing Ian's words, Candle bowed his head slightly and walked towards Nas and Draco. On the way Harry remembered that the next room was the room full of keys. Harry made up his mind, this time he must take the first place. After all, Quidditch was his forte. Coming to the door of the key room, Ian said to the little wizards, "You just need to find the key in the next level. Very simple." The little wizards who didn't know read the letters suspiciously. "It's that simple?" Harry and the others almost burst out laughing. "You'll find out later." Hermione saw the smirk on Ian's mouth, she knew it. Cedric had a bad feeling and asked Ian, "Ian, what's that rustling sound in that room?" Ian smiled and said, "You'll find out later." After speaking, Ian opened the door of the room and entered the room first. After the little wizards came into the room, the little wizards stared dumbfounded at the group of flying keys above. And there are a lot of keys. And the speed is very fast. You call this simple? Hermione looked at the key and the broom in the corner with a dark face. This is aimed at her free-range chicken. While the little wizards were still doubting their lives, George, Fred, and Harry had already started grabbing brooms. "Harry! Last time you came first." "That's right. This time it's my turn." "George, you fart." "It's me." "George, Fred. I have experience. I'll be quick." The little wizards were attracted by the quarrel between the three of Harry. When the little wizards saw Harry's three fighting for the broom, they understood. This is to let them fly up on the broom to grab the key. Malena approached Ian with a Ravenclaw witch and asked, "Ian, can we use that broom? With Ian's broom, they're sure to do a great job on this level." Hermione sneaked up next to Ian when Marlena and another witch approached Ian. Hearing the two witches questioning, Hermione pretended not to hear and looked at the key flying in the sky. Hearing Marlena's words, Ian shook his head and said to Marlene and the others, "No, this depends on your own ability. I can't lend you broomsticks. If you want to use a broom, that's the only one." Marlena and the witch were immediately disappointed when they heard Ian's words. It seems that there is no way to get Ian to cheat on them. But Hermione was very happy in her heart, but when Hermione turned her head and thought that she was going to fly up to grab the key, she became very anxious. Suddenly Hermione remembered that what Ian was talking about was using his own skills. Another sentence is if you want to use a broom. So with that said, it doesn't mean that you have to fly on a broomstick. Just get the key and go. There was a slight smile on the corner of Hermione's mouth, she had a plan. Ian sensed Hermione's emotion, smiled and nodded at Hermione. Seeing this, Hermione was even happier. As expected, Ian was paying attention to her. Afterwards, Harry, George and Fred undoubtedly seized the key. The three of Draco from Slytherin also passed without incident. Draco originally wanted him to grab the key, but Harry came to stop him. But Harry got the broom first, and, for the money, Jean backed Harry. Hufflepuff is annihilated except for Cedric and Toolman Jean. The same goes for Ravenclaw. Ian finally saw what is called Hogwarts, a baby Quidditch school. Hufflepuff also had one serious injury and one minor injury. Ravenclaw's only two witches were also slightly injured. They all fell off the broom themselves. Ian crushes a soul to give them a quick heal. If it weren't for Ian's presence, these people could have been sent directly to Madame Pomfrey. Ian just doesn't know what will happen to Flitwick and Sprout's faces when they receive the elf's report. Actually, Ian kind of wants to know. At this time Hermione tugged on Ian's sleeve, looked at Ian and said, "Then I'll go through the barrier first, Ian." Ian smiled and replied, "Go, Hermione, in your own way." Hermione raised her small face, with an expression of quick compliments written on her face. Chapter 142. Looking at Hermione's expression, Ian smiled and said, Smartest Hermione, go quickly. Hearing Ian's words, Hermione happily walked right under the keys. The broom beside Hermione wasn't even ready to pick it up. Seeing that Hermione didn't even hold a broom, the little wizards all looked at her suspiciously. I saw Hermione directly pulled out her wand, pointing to the key in the air. Fix all. A white light flashed on Hermione's wand, and a freezing spell froze all the keys in flight. The little wizards looked at Hermione and the key frozen in the air in disbelief. Is this the power that a first-year student's spell should have? A spell freezes a room filled with keys. No wonder Ian put Hermione on a solo team like the 3rd grade. Is it true that Hermione is a genius? But isn't it necessary to ride a broom to grab the key for this level? Ian felt the emotions of the little wizards and said. Sometimes it may be better to break the rules than follow the consciousness. I didn't say you couldn't use spells. When the little wizards heard Ian's words, they felt that they were fooled. Especially the little wizards of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. They are basically wild chickens, just riding a broom and rate themselves 542 badly. Even George and Fred, who passed the test, also had black lines on their faces. It is also very painful to scratch those scattered keys on the body during the flight. Cedric smiled wryly and said. Ian, you have tricked us. Ian looked at the expressions of the students, spread his hands and said. This level was made by Professor Flitwick. He actually wants to test your spell mastery. It's just a matter of knocking that key down for you. That broom is for junior wizards. Hearing Ian's words, the students' faces darkened even more. Ian smiled and said. Don't look at me like that. Next time, remember not to directly identify those rules that you think are reasonable. As I said, you, as wizards, must have the ability to think for yourself. Ian's words made the students a little ashamed. They usually remember it, but they forget it when the exam comes. Then Ian looked at Hermione. At this time, Hermione, who was concentrating on finding the key, found the different silver key. Hermione held out her wand, pointing at the key. The silver key is flying. I saw the silver key flying towards Hermione, its wings still struggling. But no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't escape the fate of being caught by Hermione. Cedric and other senior wizards looked at Hermione even more surprised. That's the flying curse. It's also one of the upper grade magic. Then Hermione handed the key to Ian and replied. Ian, is this all right? Ian nodded with a smile and said. All right, well done Hermione. Only you thought of using a spell to get the key. Hearing Ian's words, Hermione's little face turned red. Hermione murmured softly. You just said I was the smartest. Ian heard Hermione talking to herself and stroked Hermione's hair. Seeing this scene, Cedric laughed very happily. He promises. When he saw the two of them for the first time, he guessed that the relationship between the two would never be easy in the future. George and Fred whistled with the little wizards. Harry and Draco had no idea why George and Fred were doing this. Seeing Harry's puzzled look, George patted Harry's shoulder. George said to Harry with an expression of someone who had experienced it. Harry, you'll understand later. Fred continued. Harry, my sister Ginny adores you. That's right Harry. Let me tell you. The witches looked at Hermione enviously, this is how many times they wanted to take Hermione's place. Hermione blushed at the reaction of the little wizards. Ian looked at the little wizards puzzled, why are they so happy? Did you just post, Osai, something? Ian shook his head and said to Hermione. Then I'll go and answer the door, Hermione. The old man and the others are still waiting at night. We need to go faster. The shy Hermione nodded quickly when she heard Ian's words. Seeing that there was no excitement to watch, the little wizards began to guess what the next level would be. George and Fred looked at each other, this time there is no Ronald. They are not good at wizard chess. But now because of the sealing spell, the two of them can't even ask. Both George and Fred looked helpless in their eyes. But George suddenly remembered Ian's words, you must have the ability to think for yourself. George's eyes sparkled and he whispered in Fred's ear. Fred. Do you want to play a big hand? Draco came next to Harry and Jean, and asked a little shyly. Potter, Jean, what will your next level be? Harry heard Draco's words, although Harry didn't quite want to tell him. But now that they're teammates, Harry has no intention of hiding. Woo woo woo. Harry felt his mouth was sealed. This familiar feeling. The sealing spell that Ian put on him has not been lifted yet. Harry turned his head and started looking for Ian, only to see that Ian had just opened the opposite door and looked at him with a half-smile. Draco saw Harry's abnormal state, frowned and asked. Harry, do you know something? Harry looked at Draco and nodded quickly. Then why don't you just say it? Harry hastily suppressed the idea of revealing the level in his mind. Only then was the sealing curse lifted. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly said. Ian put a sealing spell on me. I can't name the next level. Draco froze for a moment when he heard Harry's words, and then frowned even deeper. According to Potter, he must know the next gift. In that case, Ian gave Potter some special treatment. Draco watched Harry tighten his grip on his wand. Then Draco looked firmly in Harry's eyes and said. Potter. Even if you have Ian's special favor. I, Draco, can't lose to you in this exam. Harry froze when he heard Draco's words. What are you talking about? Ian gave him special favors? So why didn't he know? Harry was about to speak against Draco when Ian was back. Ian came to the front of the little wizards and said. The next level is about to begin. I don't think you should pay too much attention to those who make mistakes at this level. Except for the three of Harry and Hermione, you all failed. Don't make mistakes like this again. You wizards, you have to think more and break the common sense. Not a fool with a stick. Chapter 143. Ian's words made the little wizards bow their heads in shame. Seeing that the little wizards began to reflect, Ian smiled and said. Let's go back and talk about it, the next level should be one of your favorite things. When the little wizards heard Ian's words, they regained their energy instantly. Under the leadership of Ian, the little wizards came to a new room. As soon as they entered the door, the little wizards were attracted by the huge chessboard and chess pieces. Cedric asked Ian in surprise. Ian, are we going to play chess in this level? Ian nodded and explained. This is Professor McGonagall's level. As you have seen, there are 3 empty positions on the chessboard. You can form a team to break through and play chess. If you can win, you can pass the level. When the little wizards heard Ian's words, it was no longer the same as the previous level. Hurriedly and step by step to break through the barrier. Looking at the little wizards gathered around to play the star level, Ian nodded with a smile. It seems that the little wizards listened to his words. Only when you suffer a loss will you keep things deeply in your heart. That's when Ian remembered the 2 gargoyle wizard sets he'd given McGonagall and Flitwick. They should be placed in the lounge by the 2 now, right? It's not known who will be the lucky one to storm McGonagall's and Flitwick's offices. Then Ian shook his head. Who dares to rush into the headmaster's lounge at Hogwarts? It's just that Ian doesn't know yet, there will be such a warrior in the next semester. Now let's watch the performances of the little wizards first. The first thing to consider was Cedric. With Ian's consent, Cedric transfigured the decorations in several rooms into chess pieces. Cedric slowly placed the 3 pieces on the board with the levitation charm and transfiguration. Watching Cedric cast a spell, Ian nodded with a smile, although Cedric didn't know how to make stone pier statues. But the little wizards in the 4th grade can simply control the deformed dead objects with polymorphing, which is already very good. Without any suspense, Cedric passed the test of wizard chess. The little wizards saw the fragments of chess pieces all over the ground, and wondered whether they would continue to break through the level next time. They are also looking forward to playing chess with these big chess pieces. But these guarding pieces were all smashed into pieces when playing chess. Magic items are not so easy to repair. Just when the little wizards were a little disappointed, Ian took out his wand and waved it lightly. Under the unbelievable eyes of the little wizards, those pieces of chess pieces quickly returned to their original state. The debris on the ground also flew up to form chess pieces again. The little wizards opened their jaws wide. Isn't the restoring charm hard to repair on magic items? Why is Ian so relaxed? Ian smiled and looked at the little wizards. Okay, who's going first? To Ian, these chess pieces are just some less advanced alchemy and transfiguration products. It is naturally easy to repair. In addition, in order to make it easier for the little wizards to pass through the level, McGonagall and Ian didn't even add defensive magic. George and Fred came to their senses first. The two stood up, and George asked Ian. Ian, do you think it's okay for me to go with George? Ian sensed the fighting spirit of the two, thought for a while, and said. You third graders can do it too. But be careful not to get hurt. Injured? The little wizards heard Ian's words and looked at George and Fred. Could it be that these two people want to be pawns? But there is still one talent left. Cedric looked at the two in front, and he knew that the two would not be the kind of people who chose to go up as pawns. He was sure Inga and Fred were up to something. Seeing that Ian agreed, George and Fred walked towards the chessboard with a smile. The two came to a corner of the chessboard, and George said to Fred. Ready, Fred? Of course, George. Then the two slowly drew out their wands. When Harry and Draco saw the two draw out their wands, they had a faint guess in their hearts. Draco said excitedly. Are they planning to force their way through? Harry was also very excited and said. I think they must have decided that way. As soon as Harry finished speaking, both Harry and Draco froze. The two looked at each other. Draco said disgustedly. Potter, wait a minute and don't get in my way. Harry replied. You are. Malfoy. Jean was caught between the two again. Jean feels so tired, can't the two of them calm down a bit? On the chessboard, George and Fred took a deep breath. The two raised their heads abruptly, with the wands in their hands saying. Fire explosion. Wind blade slash. A flame gushed out from the magic wand in George's hand, directly hitting a soldier chess piece in the front. The moment it was released, there was an explosion. The magic wand in Fred's hand sent out a cyan slash, cutting off the head of a chess piece. The next moment the pawns drew their weapons and started moving towards George and Fred. George, look behind you. Good Fred. We need to hide and cast spells. George. The operations of George and Fred made the little wizards almost pop out of their eyes. Are George and Fred going to be buried there? Cedric looked at the two with a wry smile, and said. Sure enough, they were as bold as ever. Ian watched the two dodge pieces on the board and fight back. Although the two have little combat experience, they are very cautious. Ian couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction, it's not in vain that he valued the two of them for so long. But fortunately, he came yesterday to use magic to strengthen the inner space, otherwise this floor would have been destroyed by the two of them. Hermione pursed her lips as she watched George and Fred, she could do better than them. Not long after, under the constant elemental bombardment of George and Fred, the chess pieces become fragmented. George and Fred looked out of breath after there were no chess pieces around. The two were so tense that their nerves relaxed, and they almost fell to the ground. George was caught by Fredella in a hurry. We won. Fred said with a smile. Yes, Fred. Then George and Fred walked to the back of the chessboard, supporting each other. The moment George and Fred walk off the chessboard. Cheers from the little wizards. George. Fred. Ian. I want to break through this way too. Yes. Me too. Elemental magic is so powerful. Even those stone blocks can be defeated. Ian looked at the excited little wizards and said. Come one by one. At this point Hermione stood up first. Hermione looked at Ian and said seriously. Ian, this time. Chapter 144. The young wizards looked at Hermione in surprise. Hermione's spell is very powerful, but has Hermione also mastered elemental magic to that extent? So how talented is Hermione in that case? Ian looked into Hermione's eyes and saw determination in Hermione's eyes. Hermione has to prove herself now. Ian smiled and said to Hermione. All right Hermione, you'll be next. I trust you. Ian waved his wand, and the field and pieces returned to their original state once again. Hermione nodded seriously when she heard Ian's words. The little witch turned and walked towards the chessboard, having already drawn out her vine wand. When Hermione stepped onto the chessboard, the little wizards all looked at her. Cedric looked at Hermione and couldn't help thinking. Hermione doesn't even bring a teammate. 940. Then Cedric looked at Ian, not seeing a little nervousness on Ian's face. Seeing this, Cedric murmured. It seems that Hermione's strength should be really strong. Ian isn't even worried. George and Fred were also cheering on Hermione. Kendall is very confident in Hermione's strength. Because Hermione is the young wizard closest to Ian in Hogwarts. Kendall now just wants to see how strong a first-year little wizard can be. The little wizards are also looking forward to Hermione's performance. In fact, they also want to know how strong Hermione, who has always been by Ian's side and the professors are very fond of, is. Hermione moved to a corner of the chessboard, and took a deep breath. The little wizards also looked at Hermione nervously. Then Hermione waved her wand directly. Water flows around you. A wall of water rose from the ground, surrounding Hermione in the middle. Draco next to Ian asked Ian. Ian, is this also elemental magic? I haven't seen it. Hearing Draco's words, Ian smiled and said. Yes, water shield curse, a defensive magic. It belongs to the more esoteric elemental magic. Draco and Harry looked at the wall of water in front of Hermione in disbelief. Harry thought that he and Malfoy were just getting started with elemental magic, while Hermione had already started to upgrade. Do they still have a chance of overtaking Hermione? Harry and Draco felt a little lost. Ian felt Harry and Draco's emotions, and said. You don't have to pay too much attention. You still have a lot of time. Nobody knows what the future holds. A prophet cannot see the whole future. When Harry and Draco heard Ian's words, Harry and Draco cheered up again. Yes. They could work harder to close the gap with Hermione. Harry and Draco were more determined to make rapid progress. Then Ian saw that the two were no longer lost, so he continued to look at Hermione. He was looking forward to what a surprise Hermione would surprise him. On the chessboard, Hermione continued with her wand. Fire lance. A spear of flame formed outside the wall of water. Then he sprinted towards the nearest soldier piece to Hermione. The moment the flame spear touched the soldier chess piece, it pierced through it. The soldier chess piece was instantly blown to pieces by the remaining flames. Then the flame spear continued to fly towards the chess pieces behind without slowing down. It wasn't until the flame spear passed through 4 or 5 chess pieces that it hit the defensive magic arranged by Ian on the wall. In just a few seconds, Hermione had smashed 5 or 6 chess pieces. The little wizards watching the battle around were startled and their eyes widened. It was magic like they had never seen before. And definitely Ian's elemental magic. My Merlin! Granger is amazing. That magic is so cool. Is Granger really a first-year wizard? Harry and Draco also looked at the magic with fiery eyes. They also want to learn such powerful magic as soon as possible. After Hermione destroyed several pieces, the pieces on the chessboard started to move. The pieces slowly surrounded Hermione. Hermione continued to wave her wand, destroying the pieces one by one. But the number of chess pieces was still too much. After Hermione destroyed half of the chess pieces had already surrounded Hermione. The little wizards feel that although Hermione's magic is very strong, it may not be able to stop the attack of the chess pieces. Even George and Fred can only fight while running. Watching this scene, Harry worriedly said to Ian. Ian, Hermione is surrounded. Now all she has is a wall of water to hold those pieces back. Hearing Harry's words, Ian smiled and said. Relax, I watched. No problem. Hermione's water wall is not as fragile as you think. On the chessboard, a pawn with a blade in his hand raised his knife and slashed at Hermione. But when the knife of this chess piece hit the water wall, it was blocked by the extremely fast-flowing water. Hermione's small face was also a little pale with fright. This is her first actual combat, surrounded by chess pieces, and just thinking she is very nervous. But Hermione believes in her own magic. These are given to her by Ian. Ian has been teaching her how to fight for a while, now it's time to put it to the test. Then Hermione kept waving her wand, and the number of chess pieces kept decreasing. Not long after, the last pawn was blown off by Hermione in half. The little wizards watched Hermione quietly in the wall of water. The moment Hermione lowered the water wall, the little wizards burst into the strongest cheers and applause seeing Hermione intact. The strongest first-year wizard. Hermione Granger. She's the closest little wizard to Ian. I've never seen a 4.3 first-year little wizard can do this. Hearing the cheers and applause from the little wizards, and seeing Ian looking at her with a smile, Hermione's tense nerves instantly relaxed. Ian turned into black mist and flew to Hermione, and handed Hermione a bottle of potion. Very nice. No first-year wizard can do what you do. Hermione took the potion, raised her chin, and said proudly. Because Ian, you taught me my magic. I can't embarrass you. Hearing Hermione's words, Ian rubbed Hermione's little head and said with a smile. You are the best student at Hogwarts. Hermione looked down and smiled softly, so she was one step closer to Ian. Chapter 145. Next, the little wizards all conquered the level of wizard chess. Among them, Kendall is Ian's follower, and he also wants to prove his strength to Ian. So Kendall chose to face the chess pieces alone. He also knows a lot of spells in senior grades, plus the elemental magic taught by Ian. Kendall made the pass after taking some injuries. The trio of Harry, Draco, and Jean were being chased by chess pieces all the time during the raid. But they are 3 people after all, and they passed the checkpoint after paying some price by cooperating with each other. Then Ian healed the little wizards and took them to his level. Looking at the familiar parchment and quill, Harry, George, and Fred couldn't help shivering. After letting the little wizards experience the joy of tutoring, the little wizards decide that they will never be able to attend Ian's tutoring for the rest of their lives. After all, after accidentally writing the wrong answer, the feeling of being chased and beaten by the dark creature turned into parchment is really serious. But to Ian's relief, the students all passed his remedial tests successfully. And finally the Snape 10 level. Ian, do we really have to make potions? Looking at the potion ingredients on the table, Harry couldn't help but recall the painful memories of Snape's class. Ian shrugged when he heard Harry's words, and said, Harry, you should also know that this place was arranged by Professor Snape. Then you will obey his rules. Harry couldn't help saying. Then can we find other ways to pass like the first 2 levels? Harry's words made many little wizards look over. Ian pointed to the door frame burning with black flames. That's called the Devil's Flame, and it's a magical flame. It is naturally not a problem for powerful wizards. As for your words, if you don't want to be burned off a layer of skin, it's better to make the potion according to the potion formula. Snape stopped playing with words after Voldemort had been captured. Instead, he directly took out the potion formula of the Devil's Flame. Because of Ian's deep pockets, and Snape also got a lot of wool from Ian's farm. So let the little wizards make their own potions. Maybe you can find a few little wizards who come to pass the level and have the talent for potions. Harry and the others felt a little desperate when they heard Ian's words. George and Fred are very excited. Every potion formula is of great research value to them. Hermione was proficient and directly operated. Snape hadn't missed out on Hermione's potions knowledge. A genius at Hogwarts must have his share of potions. Now Harry and the others could only bite the bullet and start making potions. When the little wizards were making potions, Ian quietly left the tank first. Ian didn't let the little wizards notice when he left. He has to go to the next checkpoint ahead of time to wait for the show. After all, the next level is the biggest surprise for little wizards. The gatekeeper bosses have been locked up for more than half a year. Now wait for Harry and others to download the copy. That Devil Flame is actually a weaker version made by Ian and Snape. It's impossible to really let the little wizards rush into the Devil's Flame, right? Even if the production failed, it would still be a little hot to pass through the Devil's Flame. The remaining remnants of the potion were brought to Snape by the house elf. In the end, it was Snape who scored the little wizards. Ian walked through the Devil Flames and saw Dumbledore and a young man. Dumbledore greeted Ian with a smile. Ian, here you come. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I think you had a good time tonight. Ian spread his hands and said. How can you be happy? By the way, is Voldemort's puppet adjusted? Dumbledore nodded with a smile. He patted the young man next to him with his hand. It has been debugged, and the magic power output has been turned down to a very small level. Even the killing curse will only make the little wizards faint and nosebleed. It's good to test the hearts of the little wizards. Ian nodded and said. That's all right, false memory, and Quirrell's wand, have you and the old man done it yet? Dumbledore smiled and took out a bottle of silver thread. Here, Tom will only know he's here waiting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He won't remember our plans. Hearing Dumbledore and Ian's conversation, Voldemort looked at them resentfully. The restrained Voldemort already began to greet the two of them in his heart. That dark wizard named Ian who manipulates dark magic creatures. And Dumbledore, the hypocritical demon. The two of them are completely using him as a sharpening stone for little wizards. And his memory will be changed by two people. He is Voldemort. A man who calls himself the Dark Lord. But now he felt that Ian and Dumbledore in front of him were darker than him. Voldemort swears. Wait until his Horcrux revives again. He must kill these two. Ian looked at the silver memory thread in Dumbledore's hand, and nodded. Then I'll change the memory for him now. After speaking, Ian drew out his wand and took the bottle in Dumbledore's hand. Ian gently opened the mouth of the 520 bottle and picked out the memory thread. Voldemort looked at the thread of memory on the tip of Ian's wand, and he was terrified. He didn't know what kind of memory was in that memory. He doesn't know how long the memory line is. But now Voldemort couldn't even move his eyeballs. The crystal ball that controls his body and his remnant soul is on Dumbledore. He had absolutely no chance to fight back. Voldemort just watched Ian holding the wand and controlling the memory thread to get closer to him little by little. And he can only watch helplessly. Even if he wants to talk, he can't do it. Then, Voldemort felt Ian's wand touch the temple of the body. His consciousness also began to blur a little bit. Many things began to be gradually forgotten. Quirrell? Died as if by a magical accident. Who is Ian? Why do I hate him so much? Finally Voldemort fell into darkness. At this point Hermione was the first to finish making the potion. Hermione looked up and started to look for Ian. But she looked around and couldn't find Ian. Where did Ian go? Just when Hermione was puzzled, Hermione saw a row of courtiers made of flames appear on the door burning with devil flames. After configuring the potion, drink the potion to open the door. Chapter 146. After Hermione saw the words formed by the flames, she wondered if Ian had entered that room first. Hermione shook her head. If Ian went in first, those devil flames would be extinguished by Ian. It's just that Hermione didn't know that it was the weakened devil's flame. So where does Ian go now? By this time George and Fred had also finished making the potion. Fred clapped hands together and said with a smile. This time we earned a potion formula. Thank you Bat King for the gift. Hermione looked at the two fighting and asked. George, Fred, have you seen Ian? George and Fred heard Hermione's words, stopped and said. Isn't Ian always by that door? George pointed over to the door and Fred and Hermione looked over too. But now there is no one at all. George scratched his head in doubt. Strange, was Ian still there just now? Fred continued. Do you think Ian went back to prepare food first? You think, each level is assigned by the professor of the main subject. And Snape is the professor of the last major subject. When George and Hermione heard Fred's words, they thought it was very possible. Hermione nodded, indicating that she thought so too. Seeing Hermione nod, George and Fred can't wait to eat Ian's supper. Fred looked at the little wizards who hadn't finished preparing the potion, and asked Hermione. Hermione, shall we go back first or wait for them to come together? Hermione froze when she heard Fred's words. George also looked at Hermione, waiting for Hermione's decision. Now that Ian is gone, she has been regarded as the leader by the two. After all, Hermione is the closest wizard to Ian, and her strength is still very strong. Hermione immediately realized, what would he do if Ian was around? Hermione thought for a while, then said. Let's wait for them to come together. The previous checkpoints are all going together. We can't leave anyone behind. George and Fred nodded, agreeing with Hermione's words. It's just that the three of them didn't notice that there was a small mirror above their heads. In the Chamber of Secrets, Ian and Dumbledore watched the scene through the looking glass. Dumbledore said to Ian with a smile. Ian, it looks like little Hermione is taking your place now. Ian rolled his eyes. Dumbledore. Following the strong is inevitable. Dumbledore stroked his beard with a smile, and said. That's what you taught little Hermione. Waiting for classmates to unite with companions, this is a noble quality. And you're much more human now than when I first met you. Looking at the silent Ian, Dumbledore smiled and continued. I believe these little wizards will definitely be of great help to you in the future. It's just that they still need to grow. Dumbledore's words made Ian a little dazed. Has he changed so much? Outside, George smiled to Fred and said, Fred, do you want to take a gamble? Let's see who can complete the potion first, Harry or Malfoy. Fred dropped a silver sickle ball in front of George. George grabbed the silver sickle. Fred smiled and said, I bet Harry. George spread his hands and said, Then I have no choice. Hermione watched the behavior of the two, and said solemnly, George. Fred. Gambling is wrong. George and Fred looked at each other and said with a smile, It's okay, you didn't mention Ian when he bet with us. Hermione blushed a lot at what the two of them said. Ian does usually bet with the two, and the bets are all about their exam rankings. Whoever ranks higher Ian will open a small fire. Hermione whispered. That's because the bet is an exam. But Hermione didn't dissuade them from betting anymore. It didn't take long for the little masters to complete the refining of the potion one after another. I have to say that the young wizards in Ian's club are all talented. But someone blew up the cauldron anyway. The unlucky one was Jean, who was in the 2nd grade. After all, he was only in the 2nd grade, and his knowledge of potions was not as much as that of the senior grades, which is understandable. Under the protection of Hermione's timely use of the water shield charm, Jean was not injured. Jean looked at Hermione with shame and said, Sorry, Granger, I'd be in trouble if it weren't for you. Hermione shook her head and said, Ian will protect you too. I just did his thing. It didn't take long for another unlucky guy to appear. Looking at the boiling cauldron in front of him, Harry was extremely nervous. Harry, he accidentally got the potion ingredients in the wrong order. Oh! Harry's cauldron is about to explode. Hermione saw the potion start to boil in Harry's cauldron just in time. Just when Hermione was about to cast a water shield curse on Harry, Tenheavy was watching Harry and Draco's George 10 steps ahead drew out his wand and cast a vanishing curse on Harry's cauldron. The spell hit the cauldron, and Harry's cauldron disappeared in an instant. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for George, he would have used the vanishing charm to disappear his cauldron in time. This time he felt better. Dumbledore, who watched the scene with a looking glass, smiled and said to Ian, Look, Ian, your students are already protecting each other. Ian said nonchalantly. That's what they're supposed to do. If you can't do this, it's useless for me to teach them. Dumbledore said with a smile, Dunyo how, this is also a very precious quality, Ian. But Harry should be out of luck this time. Severus expected quite a lot from Harry. Harry, who didn't know that his matter would be passed on to Snape, was thanking George. Thank you, George. George nodded to Harry, retracted his wand and looked at Fred. Thanks for your patronage. George smiled and accepted Fred's silver sickle. Fred looked at George with a dark face. It's just your luck. How unlucky. How did this Harry blow up the pot? Draco also finished the potion at this time. He also saw what happened on Harry's side just now. Draco filled 2 potions in potion bottles. Then Draco approached Harry with the potion. Potter. It seems that your potion level is really not that good. Chapter 147. Harry heard Draco's words, frowned and said, Malfoy, if you want to mock me, please leave. Draco shook his head when he heard Harry's words, and said disdainfully, I didn't intend to mock you. Just came to remind you. If you don't work hard, you will be left behind by me. Ian said that potions are very important too. Harry froze when he heard Draco's words. That Malfoy would be so kind? Seeing Harry looking at him in disbelief, Draco shook his head, throwing a bottle of potion at Harry with his face. Harry hurriedly caught the potion. Looking at the potion in his hand, Harry was completely dazed, not knowing what Draco was going to do. Just listen to Draco proudly say. If it were Ian, he would definitely help you. I just don't want to see your opponent fall here. We all have the same goal after all, Potter. After saying that, Draco turned and walked towards Hermione. He wanted to ask where Ian had gone. Now is the time to reveal yourself to Ian. Harry looked at Draco with complicated eyes. Is this the same Malfoy he knew? Malfoy seemed a different man today after Ian told him about Voldemort. A single 407 words slowly came out of Harry's mouth. Thanks. Draco paused, waved his hand and continued walking forward. George and Fred held Harry between them and asked, "Harry, when did you and Malfoy get on so well?" Harry shook his head in confusion, and said, "I don't know either, since Ian told Malfoy about Voldemort. Malfoy is like a different man." George and Fred looked at each other, and George asked, "Harry, what did Ian say about Voldemort?" Harry whispered to George and Fred about Voldemort. The more George and Fred heard, the more excited they became. This was very explosive news. "Harry! I can't believe it." "That's right. George. Mysterious. Voldemort is such a person." On the other side, Draco was asking where Hermione Ian was. Hermione replied that Draco should go back first. Draco was very disappointed with the potion in his hand. He just wanted to prove himself to Ian. Hermione felt very puzzled seeing Draco's expression. When did Malfoy become like this? But now that Ian is not here, the Bobs still want her to preside over the overall situation. Hermione looked at the little wizards and said, "Now I think we should drink the potion and go through the Devil's Fire. Enter the next room to clear the level. I think someone will pick us up after customs clearance." The little wizards nodded when they heard Hermione's words. Candle said to Hermione, "Miss Granger, can we move on now?" The little wizards looked at Hermione, waiting for Hermione's reply. Hermione felt that she was under a lot of pressure right now. It was the first time that she was regarded as the backbone by so many people. Hermione forced herself to calm down and said seriously, "So everyone has the potion." The little wizards feel that Hermione is like Professor McGonagall at this time. The little wizards held up the potion in their hands. Hermione looked at it, only Jean didn't have it. Hermione said to Candle, "Mr. Flynn, could you give Jean some potions? I think we need to help each other." Candle said with a smile, "My pleasure. This is your chance to show off in front of Hermione." His husband felt like he was watching them secretly at this moment. Even if Hermione is a Muggle wizard, no one dares to underestimate her. The people around Ian alone are an amazing identity. Due to Hermione's reasons and Ian's pressure, the word mudblood is not even possible to secretly say at Hogwarts. Those little pure-blood wizards in Slytherin had been warned by the family. So Candle took out the potion bottle and filled another potion for Jean. Jean took the potion and said with some embarrassment, "Thank you, Senior Flynn." Candle said with a smile, "You don't need to be polite, we are companions." Seeing that Jean also had the potion, Hermione said, "Then let's clear the customs together." After speaking, Hermione drank the potion in her hand. The same goes for little wizards. After drinking the potion, they all felt a coolness covering their bodies. Here's proof the potion worked. Hermione nodded when she saw that the little wizards had all drank the potion. Hermione turned and took a deep breath. She stepped forward and opened the door. Then Hermione walked in first. The little wizards also followed Hermione's pace. After Hermione and the little wizards passed through the flames of the devil, a round room like a meeting place appeared in front of everyone. Hermione and the little wizards looked at the room in front of them suspiciously. Shouldn't it be over? Candle first saw a wizard in a black robe in the room. "Look! There's someone there!" Candle pointed to the man in black in the room. The little wizards looked at Candle's pointing. "I saw a wizard whose whole body was covered in black robes." "Who is that?" "I don't know, there are no such people at Hogwarts." Could it be the assessment arranged by Ian? The stage should have ended. Hermione became alarmed at the sight of the wizard. Ian said, "Don't let your guard down at any time." The black-robed wizard slowly raised his head. Harry felt a tingle in the scar on his forehead. Harry covered his forehead in pain. Hiss. Hermione and Draco found out about Harry's situation. Hermione directly pulled out her wand, held it in her hand and pointed at the man in black. Draco asked Harry, "Potter, what's wrong with you?" "I don't know, it hurts suddenly." Harry replied. At this time, a hoarse voice came from under the robe of the man in black. "I didn't expect to be discovered by you all here. Dumbledore didn't even notice me." Harry stood up and asked loudly, "Who are you?" The man in black turned his head to look at Harry. "Oh? Are you Harry Potter? It seems fate is guiding us." The words of the man in black made the hearts of the little wizards tremble. A bad idea appeared in the minds of the little wizards. I saw the man in black slowly pull down his hood. A young face appeared in the eyes of the little wizard. The scar on Harry's forehead hurt even more. Harry covered his forehead and stared at the face of the man in black. He seems to have seen him somewhere. Harry started looking for the person in his memory. Suddenly, the image of that dark soul on Halloween came to Harry's mind. Except they don't have noses. They're identical. Harry roared angrily. You are Voldemort. Chapter 148. When the little wizards heard Harry's words, their faces turned pale with fright. Jean and the others almost sat down on the ground. George and Fred drew their wands and stood in front of Harry, staring at Voldemort. Hermione's wand hand was shaking too. Where is Ian now? Why is Voldemort here? When Draco heard Harry calling out Voldemort's name, he felt like he couldn't breathe. This is the man who terrified his parents so much. But Draco pulled out his wand tremblingly, knowing there was no way out. Voldemort came back and Ian said he would threaten his parents. Voldemort looked at the young wizards in front with great interest, and saw that he didn't back down, and dared to raise his wand at him. Voldemort said with a strange smile. You guys. Not bad. Just as Voldemort spoke, the little wizards shivered in fright. But the little wizards didn't dare to act rashly. Voldemort continued. I'm giving you a chance. Follow the great Dark Lord. I can make you live forever. George and Fred heard Voldemort's words, held up their wands and said. You are not some Dark Lord. You're just a coward. Voldemort. The words of George and Fred startled the little wizards, who would have dared to say such words in front of Voldemort. Voldemort gritted his teeth and said. If this is the case, then you all go to die. Voldemort quickly raised Quirrell's wand in his hand. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort always felt that his spells were very weak after casting them. Voldemort frowned. Forget it, it might be an illusion. It is because my body is not used to it and is too weak. The miserable green light flew towards George quickly. George was so frightened that he froze in place. Fred ran up and shoved George out of the way. The green light hit Fred. George was pushed by Fred and rolled twice on the ground. Then George saw a scene that made his eyes tear open. Fred. A white light glowed from the badge on Fred's chest. That's when the iron armor charm Ian had inscribed on the badge was activated. But the iron armor curse cannot stop the killing curse. Then Fred fell directly to the ground after being hit by the green light of the killing curse. George ran up and hugged Fred, crying and saying, Fred! Wake up! But Fred failed to respond to George again. Voldemort said cruelly. This is what happens when you defy the Dark Lord. Now. I'll give you one more chance. As long as you fire lance. Hermione's eyes were red, and a beam of elemental magic flew directly towards Voldemort. Voldemort quickly dodged and jumped to the right. The flaming spear flew past Voldemort's hair. A boom blasted a crater behind Voldemort. Hermione regrets it very much now. Why didn't she directly take action just now? Because she was afraid. That way Fred might not die. Voldemort looked at Hermione angrily. Kr. Before he could finish speaking, Harry saw Hermione make a move, and waved his wand angrily. Fire explosion. Voldemort once again avoided Harry's spell with his body skills. Now he is too weak, and those two spells just now can be learned by little wizards? Voldemort looked at the two big holes in the ground out of the corner of his eye, and couldn't help thinking. Kendall had chosen his allegiance to Ian, and he drew his wand to meet Voldemort. He has no way out, the only thing he can do is to support until Ian arrives. Seeing that Harry had already gone, Draco grabbed his wand tightly. There's no way he's weaker than Harry. And he, Draco, absolutely wants to protect his parents. Then we can no longer be afraid of Voldemort here. Then Draco and Kendall cast spells at Voldemort. Voldemort dodged Hermione and Harry's spell, and his anger grew. Damn it! If it wasn't so weak now. And this body feels too stiff for him. How did this body come about? Voldemort felt like he had forgotten many things, but now was not the time to think about them. If he recovered even a little, he could take Harry and that bastard down with ease. Now there are two new little wizards, and they come with dangerous spells never seen before. Because of the stiffness of his body, Voldemort counterattacked several killing curses casually, but the four of them dodged them. Seeing that Harry and the others had shot, George gently put Fred down. "Wait until I get back, Fred, I'm sorry." George's eyes were filled with the consciousness of revenge, and he shouted to the terrified little wizards behind him with tears streaming down his face. "We're going to resist. At least until Ian notices us. At least a little resistance to prove that Ian is right about us." The little wizard heard George's words and saw Fred lying on the ground. They knew what George said was true. The little wizards pulled out their wands tremblingly, mustered up their courage and prepared to deal with Voldemort together. Voldemort was cornered by the four of Hermione. "Those spells are so powerful. One of them with platinum blonde hair is a Malfoy? And that little wizard with black hair looks a lot like old Flynn. It seems that we should ask them carefully when we return. Ask them why they betrayed him." Although Voldemort considered it this way. But Voldemort was looking greedily at the spell they cast now. If he can get these magics, then his strength will be even stronger. The little wizard at Hogwarts seems to have changed a lot. But now that he had figured out how the four of Hermione were attacking with spells, the only thing left was to catch them. When Voldemort was about to start a counterattack, and took down the little wizard to ask about magic, he saw those little wizards behind him also rushing towards him. Are all the little wizards at Hogwarts so brave now? Voldemort was completely enraged. He would kill these little wizards even if he was exhausted. Voldemort looked at the little wizards ferociously, and said, "You asked for this." Voldemort no longer restricted the release of his magic power, but what he didn't know was that Ian and Dumbledore had deliberately set it up for him, and even now they were the ones who controlled his magic power. Dumbledore, who was dodging, looked at Ian and asked, "Ian, how long do you think the little wizards can last? Will Voldemort be surrendered in the end?" Ian shook his head when he heard Dumbledore's words. "I don't think they will surrender. But Voldemort at any cost is not something they can deal with. Even if it's just Voldemort's remnant soul." Dumbledore fell silent when he heard Ian's words. Will the little wizards really not surrender? If only there were more wizards like this in the Wizarding Wars with Voldemort. Perhaps they would not have paid so many lives at the time. But Ian seemed to remember something suddenly. Ian looked at Dumbledore with some embarrassment. "Old man, Voldemort's puppet may be dismantled by Hermione later. I forgot one of my skeletal dragons was still with Hermione." Chapter 149. The little wizards feel that Voldemort's breath has completely changed. Get even darker than before. Moreover, the dark magic aura on Voldemort's body made the little wizards feel frightened. The little wizards rushing over paused for a moment. But he knew that if he did not step forward bravely, he would definitely die today. George turned to the little wizards and said, "Voldemort is serious. But we may not have no chance of victory. We just need to hold him down to win." Hearing George's words, the teachers once again walked towards Voldemort. At this time, the four people beside Voldemort felt that Voldemort's magical aura had become stronger. Hermione had sensed the black magic aura on Ian's body, and that was the real despair. Voldemort is far worse than Ian. Voldemort's strength is much weaker than Ian's. The three of Harry looked at Voldemort more seriously. Draco breathlessly said to Harry, "Potter, are you okay?" Harry nodded to Draco, gritted his teeth and raised his wand again. "It's okay, let's continue." Having said that, Harry and Draco cast magic on Voldemort again. Fire explosion. The current Voldemort let go of his magic power, and looked at the two spells shot by Harry and Draco with disdain. Voldemort cast magic over his wand. Just as two fiery explosions were about to hit him, Voldemort swung his wand just as the spell touched. Immediately, the curse was picked up by Voldemort and hit the pillar beside him. Both Harry and Draco watched Voldemort's hand in disbelief. Voldemort said darkly, "Even if it's just a temporary magic power, I'm not something you can contend with. You will pay for angering me." Hermione ignored Voldemort's change, watching Voldemort talking to Harry and Draco. "This is a great opportunity for a sneak attack." Hermione swung her wand again and fired a flaming spear. Voldemort sensed the magic spell coming from behind, and covered his robe with magic power. As soon as he turned around, he waved his robe and knocked Hermione's magic away. Voldemort glanced at Hermione. She was not the only one with the magical aura on this little witch. That smell disgusts him so much. And I don't know why he is still a little afraid of the magical aura above. When Voldemort was about to deal with Hermione first, the support of the little wizards came. Hermione! Hold on! Here we come! Although Malena's face was pale, she did not flinch. Marina raised her wand and cast a spell at Voldemort. Thunderbolt explosion. George ETAL followed closely. Fire! Disarm you! All petrified. Voldemort could only deal with the magic of the little wizards first. Under the continuous magic shooting of the little wizards and the harassment of Hermione and others, Voldemort's anger is getting stronger and stronger. And after a while, Hermione gradually became less afraid of Voldemort. One curse after another continued to hit Voldemort. The weak state made Voldemort dare not use too much power even when he broke out. Voldemort was looking for a leader among the little wizards, and he didn't have time to deal with the little wizards one by one. We can only deal with the leader of the little wizards first. In this way, the morale of the little wizards might drop immediately. It might even crash right away. Then Voldemort saw the little wizards surrounding Hermione and attacking him. That's her. Voldemort could tell at a glance that Hermione's features did not belong to any of the British wizarding noble families. When is it a mudblood's turn to lead the wizards? Voldemort found an opportunity, used his magic power to burst out, and moved his wand. A flame separated the young wizards from Hermione. The little wizards felt the temperature of that flame. No one dared to break through, their strength is not enough to break through this flame. Although Hermione can break out, but Hermione has to face Voldemort now. She didn't have time to break out. Seeing Hermione separated, George and Kendall cried out. Hermione! How are you doing? Harry and Draco also watched Hermione and Voldemort nervously. Kendall yelled anxiously. Quick! Put out these flames with me. We're going to get Granger back. The little wizards immediately reacted when they heard Kendall's words. Yes. Granger can't be allowed to die here. The clear spring is like water. The water flows. The spell stops. But no matter how the little wizards cast spells, the flame has no sign of being extinguished. Voldemort ignored the help of the little wizard outside. He looked at Hermione with disdain and said. Mudblood! Are you leading these little wizards now? Now that Hermione is in his circle, he's confident he can kill the mudblood. No matter how weak he is not something a little wizard can face. Hermione frowned at Voldemort's words. She was also taken aback when Voldemort's flames separated her from the other young wizards. It's just that Hermione was very nervous and terrified when she saw only her Voldemort in the circle of fire. Although she was very nervous, she knew that she couldn't lose her momentum. Hermione suppressed her fear and looked at Voldemort, raised her wand and said. Ian said you were a coward. When Ian comes he will definitely kill you. 870 When Voldemort heard the name Ian, he didn't know why a feeling of fear spread in his heart. It's like he forgot something. Voldemort suppressed the thoughts in his mind, he couldn't make a mistake. And how could he be afraid of anyone but Dumbledore? Now it should just be a flaw in this body. Voldemort said with a strange smile. Very well. The man who said I was a coward just now is dead. You will be second. I'll kill you and then those little wizards who dare to resist me. Voldemort's words startled Hermione. Ian is not here now, what should she do? Think fast. Think fast. What would I do if I were Ian? Just killed Voldemort? No. She doesn't have this strength. Voldemort could see the panic in Hermione's eyes. Voldemort said cruelly. Death is fast. When you are all dead everyone will know that the Dark Lord is back again. After I get the Philosopher's Stone and restore it. I'll kill that Ian you mentioned. And Dumbledore. Hermione knew she couldn't escape, and she took a deep breath. The little wizards blocked by the flames didn't have time to open those flames. Is she going to die here today? Chapter 150. Hermione thought she might be dying. But there are still things I can't let go of. There is no chance to express my feelings to Ian again. And don't know if Mom and Dad will be sad? Will Ian's resurrection magic revive her? She didn't know, but Hermione decided to give it a go. She can't give up. Voldemort looked at Hermione, who continued to fight. He loves torturing his opponents. I don't know how pretty the hopeless look on this witch's face will look when she dies. Voldemort decided to enjoy this hunt. Come on. Let's salute first. Voldemort bowed slightly, but Hermione didn't make a duel to him immediately. Voldemort frowned and looked at Hermione. It seems that you mudblood don't understand the rules of wizards. I'll teach you. Voldemort raised his wand quickly. Cruciate. Without the restraint of the little wizards, Hermione had no time to respond to the Cruciatus curse. Kendall is desperate. How would he explain to Ian if something happened to Hermione? Harry and Draco also looked at Hermione in despair. Now they just expect Ian to show up the next second. Hermione could only watch the light of the Cruciatus curse flying towards her quickly. Can I bear this Cruciatus curse? But when the Cruciatus curse was only a short distance away from Hermione, the pendant of the necklace around Hermione's neck glowed red. That roaring lion head moves. The young wizards and Voldemort only heard a lion's roar. Then a red barrier appeared in front of Hermione. After the Cruciatus curse hit the barrier, it directly bounced back to Voldemort. Voldemort looked at the Cruciatus curse flying towards him and felt that the world was different. Voldemort could only dodge his Cruciatus curse hastily, his composure just now was completely gone. Who the hell are you? How did you bounce back the W degree of my Cruciatus curse? Hermione also stared blankly at the barrier in front of her. Hermione felt her pendant warm slightly, and she knew it was the pendant protecting her. A bright smile appeared on Hermione's face, holding the pendant in her hand. Thank you, Ian. The little wizards were dumbfounded. What happened? What was the lion's roar just now? But such a situation is enough to make the little wizards cheer. That's the Cruciatus curse. Granger deflected the Cruciatus curse. Merlin and Gryffindor must be sheltering Hermione. Come on, Hermione. Smash him. Dumbledore looked in the dark and wondered if he was wrong. No matter how weak the output magic power is, the 3 unforgivable curses cannot be rebounded. Dumbledore turned his head to look at Ian, who pretended that this matter had nothing to do with him. Dumbledore asked with black lines all over his head. Ian, what's going on with Hermione? Knowing that he couldn't escape, Ian shrugged and said. That's an alchemy tool called the Lion King's Roar. The main function is to defend against soul-like magic. New stuff that Nico and I made together. Well, just block the Cruciatus curse. And there's a space in there to decorate things. The black line on Dumbledore's head deepened after listening to Ian's words. Isn't it a bit over the standard for you to give Hermione such a magic item? Next, something happened that made Dumbledore even more hypertensive. Inside the firewall, Hermione ignored Voldemort because she seemed to have forgotten something while holding the pendant. That is, there seemed to be many alchemy weapons given by the saints in the pendant. And her rack is in it too. She was so nervous at first that she actually forgot about these things. There's no need for magical morality with someone like Voldemort. Hermione's eyes became sharp. She wanted to try the power of those alchemy items a long time ago. Seeing that Hermione ignored him, Voldemort said angrily. How dare you ignore the great Dark Lord? I will take you. Hermione held the pendant in her hand, and things with an ominous magic aura appeared in Hermione's hand. When Voldemort saw those things, alarm bells went off in his heart. But before he could react, Hermione directly threw those things at him. One of the black crystals burst open in the air. The black mist gushes out from the cracks in the crystal, and there are many faces in the black mist that are constantly rolling and screaming. Then the black mist flew towards Voldemort quickly. Voldemort felt as if he knew the magic. But now is not the time for him to think. Several other black magic alchemy products also began to attack him. The black magic in those alchemy items made Voldemort's heart skip a beat. Can't be hit. Or die. Really die. Voldemort scrambled to avoid the black magic alchemy items that Hermione threw at him. But 2 dark magic items were dropped on Voldemort anyway. Ah! Voldemort's miserable cry filled the room. A black magic item hit his left arm, and now his left arm is slowly corroding. Another hit Voldemort in the right side of the waist, where the black flames are still burning now. Damn it! You! Voldemort's face was grim, and he was still tormented by great pain. But Hermione didn't wait for Voldemort to have time to breathe. and once again took out a handful of black magic alchemy items and went to Voldemort. Voldemort was taken aback by Hermione's actions. Since when did Hogwarts wizards have so many dark magic items? Which family does this little wizard belong to? But Voldemort had to dodge again when he saw the dark magic items being thrown towards him. The little wizards were so startled that their jaws almost dropped. Good job, the things Hermione threw must be products of alchemy. And those alchemy products appear to be Ian's magic. How many goodies did Ian take for Hermione? Even that Voldemort was beaten and scurrying around. Candle and Nas swallowed. They know the value of alchemy products. In their eyes, what Hermione was throwing now wasn't a dark magic item. It's just handfuls of galleons. What little wizards don't know is that most of these items are made by skeleton mages. The saints couldn't find the gift servants temporarily because of Christmas. These black magic ammunition can only be used as Christmas presents. Dumbledore looked at Hermione, who kept throwing dark magic items. A few of his beards were ripped off by him. Dumbledore turned his head and looked at Ian with a dark face. Ian, should you give me an explanation?